To the finish line, cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain steep and rough.
The team hits a shadow of his own and pins Chorong to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip down the Mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable!
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no, you can't do this. Vince really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? Alright, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Flip has killed 2, and Z drops and snipes 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massive opening is shy. Looks incredible. What? Wait! Was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from? Hello and welcome to Watchpoint and the final day of the Midseason Madness Tournament. I'm Aubrey May, and joining me for the last time this week are Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Scott Custit Kennedy. Are you ready for it to be over? You've had a full week of me.
Yeah,
It's finals day. Let's go.
You've actually tuned in for like one of the best weeks of Overwatch of all time.
Yeah.
It's been good. It's been a good week.
Yep.
I know, Fusion almost made it.
No, not regardless
There's
of
been
Fusion.
so many great things.
There's so
and
many
you start
other
with the
teams.
Fusion.
Also monkey suits.
Yeah, and monkeys.
Yeah,
Like
monkey.
monkey suits. I do like that we brought out our, I think like our final form for this final day.
Yeah, no, we came together.
Yeah.
We're looking snazzy. We thought about the onesies again, and then we were like, no, we should be professional. So we wore whatever this is.
Yeah, I'm just a little bummed that we all ordered our stuff at the same time, and mine is the only one that didn't come with matching pants.
You look incredibly professional, though.
Yeah, you
I look
do.
professional?
Yeah.
I think I just look shiny. And look, I have a pocket.
There we go.
You can put your peanut butter in there.
Where's my peanut?
And bananas.
Okay, they took the peanut butter away from me, guys, because this is the final day, and we've got to be professional. Because on our final day, only 3 teams remain from the 12 that started with us. The San Francisco Shock, the Los Angeles Gladiators, and the Atlanta Reign are our final teams fighting for the title. We've had an action-packed tournament so far, so let's take a look back at how it all went down. Now we had, here we go, look at this. Look at all of our teams in the winner's bracket, and then each of them just dropping one by one into the lowers bracket. But as we can see, the grand finals, our one locked-in team is the San Francisco Shock. And in order to find out who is going to play against them, we have to take a trip to the losers bracket, where we saw Atlanta Reign beat out Philadelphia Fusion yesterday to find themselves in that losers bracket final. Atlanta Reign taking on the Los Angeles Gladiators. Now the winner there is going to be playing the Shock in our final match for the day. Now, 12 teams entered our first global event of the year, but of course, only one can be crowned the champion of the Overwatch League Mid-Season Madness Tournament. But before we get into today's matches, we received some messages from fans who felt sad that their players didn't receive any awards during yesterday's consolation prize segment. And to them, I say, well, then maybe the player should have played better. But our producer...
True?
Hey!
But anyways, our producer says don't anger the fans, Ovally, so it's time for another run of the Watchies. Now, Custa, we've had a lot of great rivalries come to the forefront of this week. The Watchpoint set versus an invading Pineapple Army, the Seoul versus the Dynasty, but you have an award for another rivalry. Now, who gets our first watching?
Yeah, I want to give some credit to some people that have been spicing it up a little bit. It's going to go to the San Francisco Shock and the Los Angeles Gladiators, but we're going to look at the tank players, Reiner and Kaluge. It is the cutest rivalry that we have in this league because they like to act tough. They like to be big men and stand close to each other. Some would say a little bit too close. You know, it kind of like MMA fighting, but you know they're going toe to toe. And I just think it's cute. They have so much history together, playing against each other, and now they're on the big stage facing off, and Reiner's just ready to go. Look at this.
He's taller.
He's taller, yeah. He's standing on his tippy toes.
Oh!
Whoa, Kaluge.
That's a Chad move.
Yeah,
that's a Chad move.
Kaluge backed out.
Kaluge backed out.
Yeah, you know, Kaluge. That's why, you know, the San Francisco Shock are going to fail today because Kaluge backed out.
Credit to you, by the way. Overly was like, yeah, fans were unhappy their teams didn't get awards, and you give the first award to the Shock and the Gladiators. I mean, that is just great job by you, Costa.
As Overly said, if you lost, you lost. You don't get any more awards. You don't get a participation award. We're in the Overwatch League.
No more freebie trophies, but Reiner versus Kaluge has been awesome, and it's very possible that we get to see the second half of that love story play out today. And if you haven't seen it, just take a second to check out both teams' Twitters for a deeper dive into this hostile bromance. Now, Reinforce, you're up next. Who gets your watching for the event?
So this week's award for best tournament goes to this tournament. The Midseason Madness. Great job, everyone involved.
Proud of you.
Everything from the producers, the organizers, the commissioner, of course, the teams, the players, the developers. Everything's been so great this tournament. The competitiveness, the storylines, the close matches. I mean, it feels like almost every game went to 5 maps because, you know, the 3-0s we don't really want to remember. They were, you know, who cares. But there were so many close matches, especially here on Lijiang Night Market. The meta was amazing. We have seen Winston, Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, Reinhardt. We've seen it all. Roadhog. We saw Roadhog mirror yesterday in the upper bracket finals. I mean, who would have thought that? The maps inspired different kinds of metas. I mean, this has been the perfect tournament so far. And I mean, I love as well that at the end of the day, the 2 teams who will, or the 3 teams rather, who will be competing today, they'll be in the same room, opposite each other, and they'll be interacting with each other and talk trash to each other. And this has been the perfect tournament so far. I can't remember the last time we had a tournament this good from like a gameplay and storyline kind of perspective. So you've truly been blessed, Overly. Maybe like Summer Showdown 2020, but maybe I'm even taking that out.
That wasn't even like a LAN. That was all online.
Yeah, it was all online. There was some cool Genji moments. So if you don't like Genji like Hex, then yeah, maybe you didn't like Summer Showdown. But this tournament was epic, all in all.
Yeah, I feel very lucky and very spoiled that I got to join you guys for my first Overwatch League tournament on the desk, and it's such a banger, especially just seeing the fusion really come out to play, and just even though
it's just going to be so disappointing when this tournament ends in a 4-0 where one team sweeps the other one.
No. Today has to be perfect. Everyone stick to the script, okay? Close matches only. Now's not the time to mess up, all right? No 4-0s.
No, absolutely not. No 4-0s. Make it a good series. Now, gentlemen, this is my first watchies, so I wanted this award to come from the heart. Now, even though I've only been here for a week, I can confidently say that Shy wins my award
the best player
I'd most like to ban.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
Now, if I moved from host to commissioner of the league overnight, I would remove this man from the game after seeing what he did to the teams he was playing against this week. The Hangzhou Spark was more like the Hangzhou Shy. This man was stomping on dreams without even breaking a sweat, and quite frankly, it scares me. Now, although the Fusion were able to stop him and his squad from knocking them out earlier in the tournament, it was still way too close for comfort. So get him out of my league. He's too good. Look at this man.
He's so talented.
He's so good.
It's like the 2018 Shanghai Dragons all over again, as I said, Johnny.
And to think the Fusion robbed us of getting to see him today.
Yeah. Good one.
Shame on the Fusion.
Someone had to stop him. Someone had to stop him. He was doing way too much. I swear, every single time Shy was up, I was shaking. I was terrified. And as soon as Shy went down, I'm like, it's okay, guys.
Is Shy in the room with us now? It's okay. Shai's not here. It's okay.
It's okay. This is a safe space.
It's okay.
You could have lied to me and say that he like hopped on a flight and he was just
It's Shai!
flying around.
Whoa!
I'd be very scared of that, but that was our watchies. Now, earlier this week, month, year, I don't know what it is, time is a construct, we told you all who we thought would win the entire tournament. And for some of us, it didn't work out so well. I'm not naming names. We're gonna move on, and I don't even want to talk about it. But we're going to recall our shot and tell you who we think will win it all today, right after this break, so don't go anywhere. Is he here?
I think I saw him.
Welcome back to Watchpoint. Now, while we were on break, I got a message from Sean, the current Overwatch League commissioner, saying, sorry, Shai is too powerful. We can't get him out.
It sounds like they tried, though. It sounds like he tried to cut him, and they couldn't.
They had to. At least some effort had to be made. So, thanks for at least trying. Now, listen, all the way back on Monday, which was the first day of the tournament, we told you all with absolute certainty who would take home the trophy. And, well, someone changed the script while we weren't looking because my prediction didn't end up playing out. So now it's time to recall our shots. Now, I'm not perfect, so I can be the first to say that I was wrong in my prediction that the Fusion was going to win the entire tournament. It's okay, I understand that.
What step is this? I don't know. I lost count.
Steps in the stage of grief or acceptance. Right now, I think I'm almost to acceptance, but
like
there's still a lot of anger. Bargaining. Pull out my wallet and just try to throw 20s at the screen.
Fusion out skins, league tokens!
Listen, it was a lot of fun and the team had a great run, but unfortunately, I now understand what it means to be a Fusion fan. Now, that being said, I'm calling it now. The Los Angeles Gladiators will win the Midseason Madness tournament. And why, you ask? Because let's take a look at this really quick. We have a graphic here. Because throughout this entire tournament, they have never beat my Fusion. And therefore they have my blessing. Look at this. We have 3-0s, 3-1s, 3-0s, but I don't see Fusion up there.
Yeah.
Or London. They didn't beat London either.
Or London. Or London.
They did beat Houston twice, though.
Houston had it coming. And I mean, listen, also, I've never been to Atlanta. And Los Angeles is far superior to San Francisco in every single possible way. And again, that's why Gladiators have my belief in them. They're going to take it all for the title.
I believe it.
Now, Johnny, you had the unfortunate luck of believing in a team from the Eastern region to start the week off. So who did you have? Who are you swapping to now?
Yeah. Avril, it hasn't been great for us, has it? It's been tough, Avril. But I tried. Look, I really tried to commit to the Eastern region. You know, I thought that Shanghai, they would get back into the groove of things. I thought that they had it all figured out after Coach Moon came out in that interview and said, we figured out the shot calling, Fate playing tank, Lee Jae gone in the lineup. But Flera's not the meta anymore. And Lip, he just couldn't stand up against the Western hitscan players. It's been tough. I say Western hitscan players and then proper is dominating. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So instead, I'm becoming a proper fan. The San Francisco Shock, I believe in you. You are getting back to the winning ways today, where you will be winning the Midseason Madness tournament. And Proper is gonna be the main man for it. You better believe we gotta talk about Proper. And if you think that Kevster can stand against him, look, I'm Swedish and I'm still saying that Proper was far superior in yesterday's showdown between the two best teams, and Proper dominated him. You can see As Tracer yesterday per 10 minutes, almost 1,600 more damage per 10 minutes, 2.4 more final blows per 10 minutes. He's just dominating. Like, there's no question. The Proper is the best Tracer in the world. It's not even a conversation anymore. Who can you possibly put against him? Kevster, he didn't live up to the Tracer duel yesterday, so I believe that we have the objective evidence in our pocket. And I just read it out loud, okay? Proper is once more going to dominate today. He'll carry the San Francisco Shock to another stage title. And it's going to be glorious. I'm sorry about all the LA Gladiators stuff going on here. It's not happening.
Did you just denounce your Swedish heritage by saying that Kevster is worse than Proper?
No.
I think you did. I don't think they're going to let you back in anymore because Kevster is one of the best players that we have. Yes, Proper might have won yesterday, but thinking that that's just going to leave the Shock over the line once again? No. Kevster's going to show up. He had his Wheaties today. Kevster's going to show up and it's not going to be close.
We don't have Wheaties in Sweden, all right?
Yeah, but
maybe we do. I don't know, but I didn't have it, all right?
Fact check that.
He had his blueberries or something. Maybe he got them from Snillo. I don't know.
I wanted to say I was trying.
You don't know who Snillo is, by the way. He's a former Fusion player, so you would love Snillo.
I love them. But I did want to say that while I was trying my best to focus on what you were saying, I have just been mesmerized by your suit jacket. There are so many different colors, patterns. There's an elephant on there somewhere.
There is elephants. There's flowers,
elephants, and I think there's like a camel. I'm not sure. But I'm sure what you said was pretty interesting. But either way, Custa, I suppose that we could give you some time to blink, since you know you had sure you're gonna happily do because you picked the LA Gladiators to win the entire Midseason Madness tournament. And are you sticking with your guns or are you gonna swap sides?
Of course I'm sticking with my guns. The Los Angeles Gladiators, I called it ages ago. This San Francisco Shock in the upper bracket, that was just a fork in the road. You know, they decided, hey, let's have a cool lower bracket run. Let's beat down the Atlanta Reign, prove to them who's boss, and then we'll come back and actually try against the Shock this time. You know, yes, Proper did get the better of Kevster. Yes, Proper is an incredible player, probably the best player in the world. But the Gladiators don't need the individual best player in the world. They have the best team in the world, and they have the flexibility to do it. Funny Astro coming in to play this Lucio. The San Francisco Shock did not have a consistent answer against it. Patty Pan has been stepping up on that Sojin. The one adjustment that I want to see from the Gladiators in this match is going to be Reiner. I think Reiner was punished heavily by the San Francisco Shock backline, and he was just dying too much. But Reiner's a smart guy. You could tell he didn't back down in that bromance off. He stayed forward, and he's going to do that again today. I want to see him make some adjustments, come back in, learn their lessons, and take down the San Francisco Shock because, as Ovely said, Los Angeles is a better city than San Francisco.
100%.
Let's go, baby.
All right, now, well, we've called our shots, and you should call your friends, enemies, acquaintances, Discord friends, people on the internet, people who follow you on Twitter, the mailman, milkman, the evening TV. Wait, no, what's the next line?
I don't know. I don't know where you're going with this.
Isn't it either way, tune into the Overwatch League, because how else are you going to earn League tokens to buy this sweet, sweet Mercy skin? It's Royal Knight Mercy.
Woo!
It's only 200 League tokens and only available until August 19th. So get on that right now. We're just minutes away from the start of the lower bracket final between the Atlanta Reign and the Los Angeles Gladiators. We're going to break down that match for you right after the break. Isn't it a song lyric? The evening. Welcome back to Watchpoint. In just a few moments, the Atlanta Reign will face off against the Los Angeles Gladiators in the loser bracket final. The Reign have made a hell of a run through the lower bracket and look to continue rolling over all the teams on the way to the title. However, standing in their way are the formidable Los Angeles Gladiators, who have beaten the Reign 3-0 both times these teams have faced off this year. Now, Reinforced, we've talked about these teams at length, but today's game is do or die. So what matchup should we keep our eye on?
I don't think it's any surprise that I'm going to keep my eyes on the Sojourn matchup.
Ooh.
And I get what people are saying. You always talk about the Sojourns, you always talk about the hit scan, and I get that. But this is a carry meta, okay? In so many different metas, we've been able to justify talking about the tanks, the backline, and how important they are. And they remain important today, but the Sojourns need to step up if you want to find yourself with an advantage. So far, Kai has not been as good as Paripan this tournament. You can see Paripan leads in air damage, final blows, and railgun kills per 10 minutes. But Kai, he's pretty efficient when it comes to the overclock and getting value from that ultimate. So I still want Kai, though, to step up just one more level. He does tend to hang back a little bit, and he's so good at getting value from that ultimate when he decides to go in with his overclock. But if you want to compare Kai's performance this tournament to the likes of, I don't know, Shy, then I do believe that Kai could step up another level, and I do think that that could help the Atlanta Reign in finding an advantage against the Gladiators. When we talk about the Gladiators, they have so many parts of their teams that are elite, whether it's the backline or the tank line, or Kevster for that matter, that at some point Atlanta Reign, they need to find an advantage somewhere. So I'm hoping that Kai really shows up today, because he could be an absolute difference maker with how good Sojourn is in this current meta. There are so many other good parts of the Atlanta Reign, but Kai, I feel like you have to talk about him when you discuss the Atlanta Reign going into a lower bracket final.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, like Kai, we know how talented he is, and he has had some crazy high peaks. If he can hit that peak, it could be a problem for the Gladiators, because we haven't really seen that level from Patty Pan. Patty Pan's been good, but I don't think we've ever seen him have that performance where it's just like, he's on another level. Kai has been there, and if he can get there, it'll be a problem.
We have seen the trash talk performance come out of Patty, though.
That's true, which is impressive.
That absolutely impressive. Now, the damage dealers have absolute carry potential in this tournament, Sojourn especially, so that's a good shout. Now, overlooked as always is the support line. Now, both these squads have great players, but we haven't really called out any of their names so far, Scott.
Yeah, well, as Johnny said, this is a very heavily a DPS meta. Like, that is really where the difference makers are coming in. But the backline, they are obviously putting in work, and we just don't notice it as much. But I want to highlight these two incredible flex supports that we have in the league. We got Ultraviolet, the rookie, coming in, and he has been incredible. His 180 sleeps just seem to come out of nowhere, but he's going up against the veteran Shu, who is one of the most bloodthirsty supports that we have in this league. Just look at the difference of damage that Shu does. He does 1,300, just about 1,200 damage more than Ultraviolet. Ultraviolet does do more healing, gets more defensive assists, but Shu is just putting out that work. And those moments can be the difference makers for these teams, especially when you're throwing in those biotic nades. Both of these players are incredible at that. In a Doomfist meta, in a Wrecking Ball meta, being able to get those biotic nades on the opposition tanks, not allow them to be healed, can be a big moment for them, especially if, for whatever reason, we end up in a Roadhog mirror. You need to have that value. So I'm looking at both of these guys to really find their legs and really step up. Ultraviolet has been incredible through this lower bracket run, but Shu has always been on that difference level. So I want to see these two go head-to-head once again today.
I also think it's worth mentioning that, well, that Ultraviolet has had a fantastic tournament so far. Like, if you look back at Atlanta Reign's matches in the lower bracket, a large percentage of their teamfight wins are actually on the back of Ultraviolet getting really good sleep darts, getting really biotic grenades. So I think across the board, you can notice that Atlanta Reign, they like to slow things down. That's in part why Ultraviolet has more healing done than damage done, because they slow things down, they build up the nanos, etc. And it also allows him to regenerate the cooldown of biotic grenade and sleep dart. So that is a win condition for the Atlanta Reign. They like to play slow, but that also gives more time for Ultraviolet to find value with his abilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely. Now, those are the important matchups to watch as the match starts. But if these teams switch up their styles and adapt early on, what is the major factor to look for, Costa?
Yeah, and that's the really interesting thing between these two teams. The Gladiators, we always praise them for being incredibly flexible. They can play other compositions. They haven't as much in this tournament, but the ability to adapt is there. While for the Atlanta Reign, they have stayed pretty pigeonholed so far throughout this tournament, playing the one thing, and we haven't really seen many other great looks from them. Here is the Atlanta Reign's hero usage just in this tournament here. As you can tell, Kai on that Sojourn, Venom on that Tracer is a staple for them. They've had OG playing a lot of that Zenyatta, Ultraviolet on the Ana, and Hawk on that Doomfist. That is the general 5 heroes they like to play and play across many maps. They do pull out the Lucio to play a little bit more fast if they need to, or the Sigma Baptiste on maps like Kings Row, where they feel like they can play a little bit more defensive. So I kind of want to see the Gladiators, if you can force the Atlanta Reign to be uncomfortable, if you can force Hawk to feel like he needs to play Winston or play Reinhardt, these main tank heroes that he's not as comfortable on, then I think that will be a big boon for them. So I'm curious to see if the Gladiators are just going to try and take this dive mirror or try and do something that might tilt the Atlanta Reign off guard.
Yeah, I also think that we've seen several teams this tournament when it's not working playing slow with the Zenyatta and the Ana as your backline. Maybe picking Lucio could be an option to speed up the game and try to just make like a last-ditch effort strategically to throw your opponent off guard. Now, we know that the LA Gladiators, they're really good at adapting to that very fast style, but OG, he's a fantastic Lucio, and maybe that is a better win condition for the Atlanta Reign rather than relying on OG Zenyatta, for example, against a backline like Skewed, with Shu. I mean, that is an elite level backline from the LA Gladiators. So maybe Atlanta Reign, maybe speed things up. Maybe Kai, who mentioned in interviews that he doesn't like to use the slide ability, he'd rather save it. Maybe just push in a little bit more aggressively, and maybe that opens up the game for the Atlanta Reign to win this upset, in my opinion.
We're going to have to see if that aggression comes through, but let's see if this gets us a little aggressive. Let's pull up our predictions, and I think we've already been pretty clear about who we think is going to win today with our earlier stuff. Let's go ahead and take a look at our first match. There we go.
I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think Atlanta, they have had a great lower bracket run, but the Gladiators and the San Francisco Shock, they seem to be on a different level.
Yeah.
You know, Atlanta's taken out the entire East region. They could take out the Gladiators in another upset. We could see, but I think the safe bet is the Gladiators.
And I also will say, I mentioned it yesterday, but I'll say it again, the Atlanta Reign, everybody counted them out against the Dallas Fuel in last year's season playoffs, and they ended up upsetting the Dallas Fuel in the lower bracket final, turned themselves a slot in the finals. The Atlanta Reign, they are experts at upsetting teams in the lower bracket, and they could do it once more here against the Gladiators again.
Yep, Atlanta Reign, this is your opportunity. Make your own Cinderella story. No one here at the desk sided with you, but this is your opportunity to show everyone here up. Now that is it for Watch Point, everyone. The final day of the Midseason Madness Tournament starts right now.
Let's go!
Bet I beat you to the finish line, cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain steep and rough.
The team hits a shadow of his own and pins Choron to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flip down the Mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable!
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no, you can't do this. It's really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? Right, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Lupa's killed 2, and Z drops and snipes 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massive opening is shy. Looks incredible. Mary, what? Wait, was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
12 seasons, 12 teams rather, began their campaign. I mean, 12 seasons. I feel like it feels like it's been that long with the way we've seen the league evolve, Matt. But you know what's exciting right now is that we have a mid-season madness top 3 that's dominated by one region. That's quite astonishing considering that 12 teams began their campaigns here, some in Hawaii, some elsewhere. None of our Eastern region teams are remaining, and many of them fell at the hands of one of our teams going up against the Gladiators today. It's going to be the Atlanta Reign versus Los Angeles here. Incredible matchup, and we know what the Reign are like in these lower finals.
Just 3 really interesting and great stories going into our final day today, right? The Shock, we were worried about like how they perform at tournaments, right? They've been so great during the regular season. Well, they've delivered here, right? Sitting in the grand finals already. The Gladiators, could they have a repeat, you know, of the kickoff clash? They've played well. And I think the Atlanta Reign, we've been talking, I feel like we've cast a lot of Atlanta Reign throughout, you know, the Midseason Madness. And like we've talked about how this team, where some teams kind of with the spotlight, they don't play as well. Maybe they get a little nervous. It seems like this team consistently rises to the occasion in the biggest moments. I think, you know, Hawk and I think it was Gator, he kind of made a joke about it, but like, he's like, oh, well, we'll win the games that there's money on the line. It's like, well, you know, that does make an impact on some people, right? And I get why nobody picked them on the desk today, but I don't know, man. It's tough to go against them. They've been on such a run. We can take a look at their starting lineup, and they've played so many games that this team is just like a well-oiled machine at this point, right? They're well conditioned to the room, who's sitting where. They've gotten so many matches, different times a day. The travel, not an issue, right? I think there's a realistic chance. You know, who knows what happens in a game against the Shock, right? But I think this game for me is a little bit more of a toss-up than a clear cut.
Yeah, and look, this isn't the first time that the Atlanta Reign have been underrated by many people coming into a matchup like this, and we kind of understand why. We'll have a chance to dig a little deeper into that in just a moment, but you're right. These guys have had to play maximum Overwatch. 3-2 against the Seoul Dynasty in the lower bracket, 3-1 against the Outlaws, 3-1 against the Shanghai Dragons, 3-1 against the Philadelphia Fusion. That's 3 APAC teams, of course, they've dispatched. And in so many of those matchups, they were underrated as well. This team is getting used to it, and they look like they're comfortable in these conditions. Let's not forget, Kai and Hawk, 2 of the players from last year's Atlanta Reign squad who made frequent trips to Hawaii, dealt with the travel conditions, dealt with the precious situations in games like this. This team is made for matches like this.
Yeah, and I think the devs talked about it. You know, maybe Kai has an explosive game today. We can talk about the Gladiators starting lineup. Nothing too surprising here. You know, Funny Astro in, so expect to see some Lucio here in map number 1. But we know what we're going to get with this team at this point. I know Panapan plays a really good Sojourn, has a lot of other heroes in his pool. Kepster on the Tracer. I think Kepster versus Venom is going to be an interesting matchup. You know, if those 2 players can kind of play a little bit equal to each other, this series could come down to those Sojourn players. And you know, the devs talked about, like, Kai hasn't had the greatest performances so far. You know, he's had some really clutch moments like last night. But you feel like one of these players is kind of due for a big game at this point, right?
Absolutely. Think about who Venom has had to go head-to-head with on the Tracer role in their run so far. Names like Zest are in there, Fleta is in there, Prophet got diffed by him in that first lower bracket matchup. That's a big deal. This guy, you know, comes into this season with high expectations from contenders, but a lot of people expecting to see him show his stuff, and he's peaking at just the right time. I love some of the head-to-heads that our desk has sort of highlighted, right? Because obviously Shu and Ultraviolet is definitely one to be watching. 2 teams with honors that have impressed us, but Shu is tenured. He's been around for a heck of a long time, and he, you know, I mean, he was called a Shushu train for a reason, right? He came out of the woodwork on the Guangzhou Charge initially back in 2019 and really blew our minds. This is the kind of player that will stand the test of time and continue to show dominance in his role. The first map in this series will be Ilios.
Yeah, and it'll be a LA Gladiators map pick. I think I saw something on Reddit last night. You just kind of think about how many, like, first, second year players there are in the 3 teams left, right? I mean, you look like, you know, Kai and Hawk and like a Gator, right? On Atlanta, like, they're kind of veterans, but they've only been in the league for like 2-3 years max, right? And then you know, on the other side, the Gladiators really kind of full of, you know, some young players, some veterans kind of coming in. It's Shock, like, really like an all-rookie team. Like, it feels like a little bit of a, you know, changing of a guard, right? Where, you know, in the past, I think, like, the APAC region has always been really strong in the East. It feels like the West now is starting to level up a little bit more. As looks like both teams going to start things out here with a Lucio in the mix, and I think it's going to be pretty much mirror compositions coming out, yeah.
And so it is. We know that, you know, the Reign are playing Sojourn a lot of the time. It's one of their most go-to picks here, even though Kai is so multi-talented across that hit scan role. Nice to see a matchup here. Now we can evaluate some of these roles in their head-to-head. It's going to be Kevster, who tries to assert himself a little early on now. I mean, causing Hawk to have to snap his head around and try and keep tabs on this Tracer. Kai, as a result, now has relatively safe sidelines, albeit kind of hard to find his foes. Kevster strikes first.
Well, they do trade Doomfist on both sides, and Atlanta pushes on forward as OGU takes out Funny Astro, and Atlanta, looked like they were going to be able to get the point first. Yeah, they do, as someone just goes right over the top. So the Atlanta Reign able to take the point first on the side when, you know, we were looking from Kai's POV, but on the other side of the point, that's where they actually got a, I believe it was like a stun where Hawk and Reiner maybe collided, and they were able to burn Hawk down so fast. But, you know, Kai from the side got a nice shot on a Reiner, and that evened the odds.
Venom Big task on his hands today, and he's hit with a seismic slam as he tries to turn around. He's fortunate to get away. Ultraviolet pumping him with those heals. And so he survives and develops a pulse bomb now. For the Doomfist, it was intended, and somehow Reiner's going to be able to get far enough away from that. There was no stick. Hawk wants to dive in here, but it's a pulse from Kevster. And there it is. Big difference maker here on the Tracer so far, but the rest of the Reign are keeping the Gladiators quiet here, man.
Yeah, Hawk gets Patty right before he gets taken out, though, and that is huge. You lose the Sojourn. There's so much free damage to be had by the long-range hit scan over the middle of this point that Kai is able to pick up some extra damage, a kill in the time being, and that'll stop the Gladiators' push. So Atlanta gonna get above halfway to taking this round as we'll see what they decide to do with this Nano. Maybe he's gonna send it on a Reiner as he goes in.
Slow start so far for the Glads, but it really is about how you finish. Reiner looking for elimination there. He finally found Ultraviolet, and Kevster once again chimes in. OG is felled. Kai's got a pretty safe position here, and the Gladiators haven't quite taken the point yet. And 72% is a pretty rich lead for the Reign early on.
Yeah, Kai used that overclock and get absolutely nothing. Trying with maybe the disruptor shot to force some players into his line of sight, but not able to do so. But the Atlanta Reign come back here, Mitch. You know, they hold on to their sound barrier. They have a Nano during that fight, and they realize it's kind of lost early, so they decide to hold on to it. You have enough ultimates to just kind of run this back pretty fast and take over. And, oh, that's going to be Patty with a nice shot on OG, though, at range.
OG just getting caught out in the open, and yet Hawk still wants to be aggressive. It looks like Shu is playing quite far forward, and yet the call comes a little late to get on out. It's too late, though, as Arena caught on the back foot, and they're devoured by the Glads.
Oh, and that's a huge fight win for the Gladiators. I was just talking about that advantage that Atlanta had and where they were so patient holding on to some of these ultimates. And they come into that one, they end up using the Meteor Strike and the Nano Boost, and they lose OG straight away. And look at how the tides turn. The Gladiators now sit with 4 ultimates coming into this next fight. They're going to get above 50%. Atlanta, they may have to take some fights early. They may also just, this Kevster wins a 1v1 there against Venom. This is going to put them in a terrible position to get another good fight.
Listen, so far it's been clear to see, despite the Gladiators' early struggles, Kevster has been the stronger Tracer in terms of impact thus far. And there's yet another Pulse Bomb ready to go. His previous one, a big connection on Hawk. And Hawk will keep him honest there to make sure Kevster doesn't run roughshod over this part of the map. Kevster will be searching. He's found Ultraviolet. It's going to be a sound barrier toward the Tracer Rock early here, but eventually that will expire. And Kevster will make the stick. That is a yeet and a half. What a connection on Ultraviolet. Man didn't know what hit him. Now Kevster needs to complete the getaway plan, but look at the backup. Venom runs straight into him here, and the Gladiators are getting away with absolute bloody murder.
As they're going to Nano Kevster as they send pretty much everybody to the spawn door of the Atlanta Reign, just stopping them from getting towards the point. It looks like Hawk trying to get there. OG not going to make it. And it's the Gladiators bouncing back after Atlanta got off to a good start. Really dominant the second half of that point.
What an absolute haymaker of a round. Kevster, 8 final blows, 0 deaths. Patapan is 6-2 right now, whereas Arena only have 9 final blows for the entire team, and one of them is credited to Venom. The DPS of the Gladiators here are making their mark early.
Let's see from Kevster's POV.
You don't pulse another. Oh, man.
Oh! It's just, yeah, like, obviously that slowed down a ton. You know, he probably kills Venom in enough chance where like Venom doesn't even have an opportunity.
Yeah, Venom has no idea.
Yeah,
that is a 1 clip on an enemy Tracer, basically. That's wrong. All right, Well is up next.
And Gladiators, they're going to play really fast here. You're going to have Reiner on the Winston now. Tracer Genji is the DPS combo. Because I think when you see them last round, pushing all the way up to Atlanta's spawn door, really giving them problems. Say, hey, maybe we can up the pace even more.
This is a kick-off clash. Throwback, actually. I think we first saw the Shock playing this comp. Sam's debut on a Genji. Gladiators here looking to throw it back to an earlier era this year. Kevster again continually harrying it at the flanks, and it's getting a bit much for Ultraviolet to keep Hawk topped up right now. You had to control this Tracer. Kai makes a good opening here. You're getting rid of Shu means Funny Astro after the Bionic Grenade connects is done. Kevster's still able to find his way in and get rid of Ultraviolet here. Remember, the Glads had the point, but no real chance to extend that lead.
Yes, it was OG and Hawk trying to just contest at the beginning, but it's Kai that opens up with the first kill when the Gladiators take the point. But Ultraviolet hits a pretty big Biotic Grenade as the dive comes in right over by that health pack, and that allows him to just kind of pick up some of those kills right after he dies. and takes the point back for the Atlanta Reign. So Atlanta pretty fortunate, right? This point usually can be contested for a very long time. The Glads only get 10%.
Okay. Yeah, Kevs is credited with the kill there, but
yeah.
Yeah, obviously Ultraviolet gets hit like a Mack truck by a whole host of different things. I love the prediction play from Kevster there. He knows Venom is half HP and fancies going for that health pack, maybe even a recall to it. That would have been a Giga Brain if he'd actually managed to pull it off, but Venom has played Mahjong before underwater.
And Ultraviolet actually kills Patty as he tries to go in, so maybe there's an opportunity for Atlanta to get onto the point, kind of chase somebody down as Reiner gets quite low.
Just not quite there. You can see Venom is literally shaking and jerking with the exertion here. He's putting all of himself into his movements as Tracer right now. Reiner actually backed away from Ultraviolet there, and UV walked back his way. Shu with 2 kills. That's a huge opening here for the Gladiators now, and it's a matter of clearing the point. They have to flip. It's under their control still, and they'll drag it out as long as they please.
Yeah, and the Reign ended up using a sound barrier there, which doesn't really get much value at all. I was wondering, like, do we see a switch out of that? But maybe they thought they were still going to be able to contest the point and had the point in their favor, but didn't really get much of anything out of that. So going to need to see a big play out of Hawk here with this Nana.
Patapon now looking for the blade. 64% and counting. Hawk unperturbed by the sound barrier here. If he can close the gap on Shu in the meantime, it'll be a big deal, but they've already lost Ultraviolet. Oh my god! The mechanics from Patapon! Astonishing! Hawk can only do so much here. Maybe he gets a trade, and so he does. He actually gets both supports, which is really overperforming in this scenario. But still, dire straits for the Atlanta Reign here as they fall further and further behind.
That is so clean from Patty, as I believe he actually reflects a sleep dart right back at Ultraviolet. Kills Ultraviolet while he's on the ground with his own sleep. As Kevster's going to get OG, man. You just lost so many players from the Atlanta Reign really early on in some of these fights.
Don't disrupt the shot, defensive. It tells you a lot about the mindset of the Reign right now. Hawk, oh, he slept. He didn't quite make his way into the back line, and Shu is going to slap him down. That's a comfortable finish for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Takes them a little to get their engine running. And of course, some words in the chat there, Unter just weighing in. Fair enough. Good start for the Glads.
Funny Astro says, nice beat too. So OG's just laughing. He knows that, yeah, maybe they thought that fight was winnable. It's the one we were talking about. Maybe it was a little bit late and not able to get anything of it, but I don't think that's the difference in whether Atlanta wins or loses the round. The Gladiators just look dominant.
Let me give you some quick stats here. Kevster and Patapon had 11 and 13 final blows respectively. Venom only one. Only one for the entire map. Really difficult for him to find a way in. He finds his way in, but sometimes he's doing it before his backline gets utterly decimated. The Gladiators are setting the pace right now, and they're looking to continue to take some big strides in map 2. Some real raw emotion in this matchup so far. I'm not referring to the line in the background. These two teams just belting the heck out of each other's backlines over and over again. But Kevster comes out with 13 final blows and 0 deaths, with 1 in every 2 pulse bombs getting the stick. That's finger licking good, Matt.
Yeah, pretty good map there from Kevster. 13 final blows, 0 deaths, 50% on the pulse bomb attach rate. I really think made a huge difference, and a large gap there between him and Venom in that map and won. But a lot of this series still left to play. It was the Atlanta Reigns pick. They ended up going to King's Row. There is a substitution that is skewed in for Funny Astro. That's no longer Funny Astro. And on your screen, it's skewed coming in. Probably some double flex support looks. Maybe some Brig. A few options there with him in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw both teams go for pretty standard compositions on that first, Ilios map, right? Doom, we saw some Winston mixed in there as well. The Gladiators wanted to play the Genji-based setup, and Patapan looks really clean with it today. Having a strong Genji player, and look, we kind of bring this up, right? Having someone who's able to play hit scan and then just turn around and play some insane Genji is quite rare. There aren't a lot of teams that sort of have that particular degree of flexibility available to them. And Kevster is actually insanely flexible. He just doesn't have to be. They can just leave him on the tracer and let him control Venom. Venom, who, by the way, there were some 1v1s between our tracers, right? We did see them, like Kevster left just one clipping him. That's going to get in your head, especially to a young player like Venom, who, this is a big trip for him. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's got to turn that aside and focus on the next map.
I feel like he's also gotten more playtime during this tournament and recently than even at the beginning of the season, right? Nero was playing a ton early on. Now Venom kind of working his way more into the lineup, getting experience in some of these big matches and tournaments. Because his skill is up there with somebody like Kevster, right? Really strong on the tracer role. I think just maybe it needs to get whether just kind of in the flow of this game or just a little bit more experience, but he's a tremendous player.
Keep an eye out again for these backlines, right? Which is something I'm glad they took the time to talk about in the truck earlier on here. Because we know what Ultraviolet and OG are able to provide for us. I also think Zen is very scary. So seeing the Atlanta Reign, you don't have to make a substitution, by the way, to play this double sort of flex support setup. Look out for this matchup. Skewed, an absolute veteran of this role. He was the Brig and Zen player for the Gladiators sort of last year and sort of prior. So I got a good feeling about the support matchup. And of course, it is the Sigma on defense here for the Atlanta Reign now. We've seen teams try and manage this or sort of play up against it. I think we even saw the Fusion show great, methods of digging him out on King's Row, and I think the Glads are probably expecting it.
Yeah, and we casted a game the other day of the Atlanta Reign where they took somebody to King's Row after losing map number 1, and OG, Ultraviolet, and Hawk were tremendous holding that high ground. So
that's got to have been the Outlaws game.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do it yet again. Constantly Ultraviolet, hitting big biotic grenades up there in the high ground. OG being able to get point.
You're having a laugh.
No.
All right.
Okay. Thought we were getting a battle cattle there for a set.
I was ready for it. I was ready to saddle up. All right, the Winston for Reiner. So we're going to have the Hangzhou from Kevster. One of the, we said that he's flexible. He just hasn't had to be.
Yeah, I think I'm more interested with the Hangzhou in the mix than the Winston. The Hangzhou really good for that medium to long range burst damage. As you can see, he can just pester the shield up on the high ground, and just one of those arrows connects on OG, and he's dead, right?
Yeah, just log him at range. Skewed loses out early here, so Kai's actually able to find a key pick, and it's tough when you're an attacking team, right? Because you want to take aggressive angles, as that Zen, but you also put yourself in Kai's sights. That's a scary prospect.
They do sneakily get a tick there. So you do get a tick there for the Gladiators. They get up to 52%, but I guess the grinder on the point didn't have a contest that was probably Venom's responsibility at that time, right? Where I know you're able to get a full tick on the point. May not be
contesting
big as I think, but yeah.
Reiner. Okay, he almost got out there. Hawk able to find him at long range, but what's happening in the back line? Yes, Paddy and co have snuck in. No one heard the pitter-patter of the Genji feed, apparently. OG at least is able to deal with him. Paddy is absolutely ropeable about it, but it doesn't matter. OG tried to find a sight line, and Kevster punishes. Hawk is going to be sheepishly backing up here.
Yeah, that's Paddy with 2 and then Kevster with 1, and just like the desk mentioned, these DPS players right now being able to take over some of these games. That's one where they start off by getting a kill onto Reiner. Like, Reiner's so low. Pulse bomb connection onto him. It's looking really good. And then just the Hangzhou arrow, but more importantly, you know, Paddy comes up with 2 on the Genji, just slicing on through, opens up the point for the Glads.
Yeah, we're watching Reiner getting pulsed, but, you know, meanwhile, there's a full-on flank happening. There's nothing the Rain backline were able to do about it. So, Shu, by the grenade there, trying to keep Reiner standing. There is a nano here ready to go, and it's Paddy with the blade. A little too easy for the man right now. What a deflect timing. Knew that OG would look to try and clean his clock, and he's going to get 3. Still, Venom responds with a Gravitic Flux here, and Skew's going to kick him right on back. Kinetic Grasp buys Hawk enough time, and Venom tears shreds off the Glads. He doesn't want it. He doesn't want this smoke.
I just think he knows, like, that Kevster hits him once and it's all over. He's going to back up. They know that Reiner's coming right back, but now it'll be Hawk over to the Winston. So we talked about the Atlanta Reign, really focusing on Hawk as that main tank. Now he's got to play it here against Reiner, who's been able to play really much everything at a high level. Hawk has looked, he hasn't looked bad on the Winston thus far. Let's see how it looks though in this type of game.
Oh, man on man.
Hangzhou, man.
Ultraviolet's out of the picture. The rest of the calculus back gets a lot easier. Reiner just sat, shepherding this one forward. Transcendence falls by Skewed. I think he might have been jumped on actually on that flank. His Venom's going to look to try and find a pulse. He couldn't believe what was going on there. He jolts to the sides. He tries to get that stick, but Hawk is down to Paddy, trying to play inside of his own bubble. Kai also trying to use that for a bit of protection there, but he doesn't realize that Reiner was coming up behind him. And now with the Gladiators here with that second checkpoint. So, not a great start there for the Reign.
No, not at all. As really, this Hangzhou has made an impact. He's
6-0.
One shot into Venom. This Kevster's having himself a game today. 6-0, you said?
Yeah.
Has not died yet.
Someone tweeting me, we're talking about him too much. He's literally 19-0. I talk about him as much as I want, thank you very much. This is unreal. Against a team of the Reign's caliber, you should not be allowing a player to run this wild.
In a loser's final, no less. Atlanta actually, at the start of that, wasn't looking too bad for them. Skewed had to use the Transcendence early, and that allowed OG to come in later with the Transcendence, but it was a biotic grenade from Shu that they were able to take Hawk out. Really didn't get much out of it, but started off good for Atlanta, didn't end good.
Hawk there, constantly being restuck with that Discord orb every time it gets shaken off. Paddy with a deflect there. Venom knows that he can get in now. Taken down is Paddy by the rail from Kai. Again, chiming in, an important moment for his second final blow of the round for Kai. The Gladiators don't have the confidence to push up here. Maybe they're waiting on a Paddy blade again.
Yeah, you have Nano Blade, right? You know most likely that OG doesn't have the Transcendence. You saw him use it later than Skewed, so you know he's further behind Skewed, and Skewed has it at this point. So you have a really good idea that he doesn't have the Transcendence. You know that this could be a huge Nano Blade that secure this whole push.
There it is. Nano Blade for Patapon. Here we go. He waits it for just a second. Ultraviolet's going to douse him with a biting grenade, and OG just able to dodge the questing edge of the blade. Gets Party down. Reiner doesn't realize he's being shot from behind, or maybe he does. That's why he maybe had his head turned. But there's a Primal Rage here. Does he use it? It's going to be a Transcendence from OG, so I guess Reiner may be hoping to shut this down a little bit. No, it's going to be responded to by Skewed. Dragon Strike forcing OG to the left-hand side, but Kai with the overclock deals with Reiner. Who else will stand up? Well, Shu, given no choice but to sit. Skewed following not long after. And the Reign is Kai to break the deadlock.
Yeah, as Reiner ends up using that Primal Rage, now we see him make a switch. Kevster is behind enemy lines, maybe trying to sneak that one home. So we see the Doomfist come out. So Doomfist pretty good against the Winston-based compositions, right? Being able to just knock him away, give him some problems. So Gladiators are really running that Winston against the Sigma. That was kind of their answer for that. But now that we see Hawk playing the Winston to try and match it, now they're going to go for the Doom.
Kevster on the Sojourn. Yet another page in the book. Paddy on the Tracer.
They're just still whatever they want at this point.
Nicely done by Venom, though. Doesn't need the Pulse to finish the job. I wonder what the attach rate for Venom has been so far. Tough to really follow. But this is very good stuff on the Atlanta Rain here. They're already putting a lot of pressure down on Reiner. And the Gladiators' DPS switches aren't exactly giving them the opening they need.
No, it's typically, like you mentioned, we've seen Kevser play the Tracer and Paddy play the Sojourn, but a little bit of a switch up here. That may have just been kind of what they were playing, some switches a little bit late. Both of them are so flexible, can play just about anything.
The biggest strength of this team. Paddy's in.
Oh, and he gets the stick. OG is scrap metal, but now he has to deal with Venom, who's very mad, but it's going to be a nano boost over towards Paddy. He can stand his ground now. More than that, he's going to send the card careening towards the end of the map. Somebody is going to have to challenge him, but Reiner is able to find his way towards Ultraviolet. Just ruins him, and Kai is under so much pressure right now, dealing with the Doomfist. He's got no choice but to slide towards the cart. Definitely not the direction of safety, and the Glads are done with only 34 seconds in fairness.
I was gonna say, it actually, it feels worse for Atlanta than it was. Like, a map completion with 34 seconds compared to where you were in the game, like, that's pretty good for the Atlanta Rain. And you saw a little bit of glimpse at the end, you know, when they nano boost onto the Tracer, man. It's so difficult for anybody to keep the tank up at that point. Hawk was on the cart, had a Discord orb on him and a nano boosted Tracer just like in his face. Not gonna last long. This is where I think, though, Atlanta, you probably pick this map is like, well, what do the Gladiators do on defense? Do they try and play a Winston base comp? Do we see Reiner try and pick up the Sigma? Do they play the Doomfist? Like, what do we see? So it looks like at least we're gonna see at the start it'll be a Doomfist based composition.
From the games that we've seen, Doomfist or Winston-based defenses on Kings Row are notoriously short-lived. It's hard to really make these compositions work. Maybe in keeping with that, we see, you know, Kevster on the Ash here, someone who can maybe keep a more respectful distance and also have that coach gun ability to just create a little bit of spacing. But if Atlanta come out with Sigma, it's the kind of composition that's going to give Kevster good opportunities to find big dynamites and to actually rotate around that shield position and catch by surprise. So a slow comp is a little susceptible to the Ash.
So we'll see now how Atlanta decides to attack this with their Sigma. We've also seen, I believe, Atlanta, they've used the Batiste in a composition like this as well. But coming around the corner, you're going to see, you know, Paddy up top on the Genji is Reiner. It's going to be difficult for him to just get in and be safe, right? He's going to get nanoed, he's going to get Biotic Grenade, he's going to get Discord Orb, Accretion, right? A lot of stuff to do.
There's no neutral here, and here's the problem. The Gladiators had to give up space because they're up against a Sigma setup, which means that Kai has much better sightlines and has to take less risks in order to get them, and he's just dominating.
I agree with you, where you were saying before. I feel like, yeah, it's going to be a switch over to the Winston straight away. Like, the Doomfist-based setups here on Kings Row that we've seen have really fallen apart rather quickly throughout all of the mid-season madness thus far. So that's Atlanta. A load of time, man. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Reiner already with a switch, so you're going to set his ultimate back a bit. And you might be able to make something out of this if you're the Atlanta Rain. You have a huge time bank now to really set yourself apart.
You want to control this choke if you can. That's a beautiful start.
Venom's out of the picture now, so zero pressure on that backline. The only way you die is you walk headlong into a railgun from Kai. Good opener for the Gladiators, and Patapon now has the chance to weasel his way towards the backline. Reiner's very low here, but the fact that he's getting topped up means that Shua's going to have a very quick nano.
And it looks like Ultraviolet's being pestered as and Nano Hawk is trying to get the Sigma through the choke.
Everybody trying to disperse here. Skewed, yeah, caught inside the gravitic flux. Hawk maybe wasn't too sure who we'd gotten in that, but a peek around the corner gives him all the info that he needs. And it was actually Venom that opened that fight up again. It looks like the Glads had a chance to, like, pressure the 5v4, but Venom spawned back in and gets a kill instantly.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Hawk really had an idea that he got skewed in that gravitic flux, as Paddy is in no man's land here, all the way behind.
I mean, Paddy was the one we were expecting to sort of exploit that 5v4, right, with the Tracer down, but he's... I don't know what he's looking for, but look at all the space. This comp with the Gladiators just gives space, hand over fist. Huge stick. Shu is down, and again, this problem is starting to compound. The Gladiators are at risk of getting severely boomed out of this map now.
Yeah, and he had a nano. That's going to be Kevster using the Bob there. So Bob will just kind of stand over by where the objective needs to go. Not really doing much, just shooting into the shield of Hawk.
Yeah, it doesn't slow the car down.
Yeah, no, this is all Atlanta Reign thus far.
What a whopping time bank. 5 minutes, 7 seconds to work with. And the Gladiators still want to play this Winston-based composition. I mean, there's always the question of, like, you know, how inclined are the Gladiators to play like a more static shield setup here. But they have to give space until they find like an ideal setup to dive. The problem is they never get to part B of that plan. They just give space and die. So it makes them look much worse than they are.
If they dive OG here, potentially a nano for the Zane of the Atlanta Reign. And, and that would throw everything sideways for the Glads.
Okay, nano on Reiner here, not on Patapan, but Reiner's able to find some purchase on Kai. He's hit with the biotic grenade. Still though, goes for that primal. Some disruption here, obviously very effective against a more static setup. It opens it up for Patty to get rid of OG. Now, can you stagger this out, and how can you convert this into stronger defensive positions? They're the big questions here, Matt, for the Gladiators.
Yes, the Gladiators end up using the primal, getting in deep, making a play. Atlanta had really no reply to that. I do believe they actually nanoed OG during that. They did get a nano off. Just was not, definitely not on the Kai, as he dropped really fast. Yeah, it looked like, you know, OG did die pretty quick, but
might have been miscalculation by the, that's nasty. A miscalculation to sort of nano OG thinking he'd be the prime target for Reiner.
They're able to make a trade here, though.
Oh, I love that. That's just dirty. Reiner can't be kept alive, but you see the Transcendence is in play, but they actually keep Reiner. I think he's too high above Skewed's Transcendence to be.
You can fight this though. If you're the Atlanta Reign, I think you can fight this. You have Venom back in the mix. You can at least get some cart progress, as Patty has to play really close up.
He's frontlining.
Yeah.
So far, not so bad. He uses the deflect cooldown to create a little bit of space for the rest of his team. Venom deftly sidesteps the rail of the biotic grenade though on Reiner. Yep. No good as OG finds that Transcendence here. The Reign actually have to let the fight come together with this setup, and it works perfectly. The Gladiators are a little bit maladroit in the way that they start that engagement, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, they try and push on in with that blade. It's the Transcendence from OG that makes the difference. They get a kill on a Reiner early as Reiner gets hit with a biotic grenade taken out on the point. This has been all Atlanta Reign.
That beautiful stuff from Ultraviolet especially. He's going to send the nano over to Hawk here to make sure he has the staying power. And it's a huge lead for Atlanta. The Gladiators play dive-based defense and get humiliated.
Score. And what do they do the next time on defense?
Not that. Hopefully.
Well, it didn't really... I think the Winston is probably a better look than Doomfist they were at the start, but I don't know if it would see a drastically different result. I mean, Sigma's so good on King's Road defense because he can control a high ground, like shield up there, can eat damage. You know, Tracer just kind of contests the point, right? The consistent damage from the Hyperspheres just coming down makes a huge impact. The Winston on defense, it just can't really control as much. So it looks like it'll be the Atlanta Reign here on defense. We'll get that swapped on the top of the screen, but with Atlanta on defense, they'll play that same thing that we saw the last time from them on D. It'll be the Gladiators running that Winston off the start this time.
Hawk's had an incredible map, topping damage on his team by a pretty healthy margin. Whereas Reiner is 4 final blows, 11 deaths, 11, alongside Patty. Both those two having some difficulties here. This is where we start to see quite a contrast between these first two maps. The strengths of the Atlanta Reign now being made very clear. Hawk's flexibility. The Gladiators are the ones that were boasting of their flexibility ever since Texas. But Reiner's been on Doom or Winston and nothing but here.
Kevster comes in, just takes a shot. I think the Hangzhou yet again. So if you're Atlanta, I don't really think you need to change too much up on defense. Like, Kevster was just able to get in a, like, if you talk, then you're the Atlanta Reign, is you see Kevster just banking those off the wall. Really, it was Kevster and Patty who were able to get in the back and make a play. If they don't make that play, who knows what happens, right? Because Atlanta was doing pretty good on defense up until huge moment.
Yeah, Patty's actually being topped up from inside the hotel. Yeah, he has both supports looking at him, so it's a bit of a sort of misnamed duel there as he had the advantage. OG down, but Sleep there. Ultraviolet so low. Needs to be careful of anything bouncing off those walls, but Kai's found skewed here. There's a bit to work with for the Gladiators, but Hawk, he still controls that high ground.
Yeah, and you still have Ultraviolet here, who's been able to live through all of this. Is that huge sleep on a Patty and then be able to heal Hawk up. So OG gets back on the Lucio here to contest.
Kevster looking flashy, but in terms of result, isn't coming up with too much so far. Wants to try and pressure down as much as he can. He definitely won't have a Dragon here, so he forces his way back. It's going to be both Arnas down. Venom looking for a Pulse Bomb connection on Skewed, but OG's going to finish the job for him. That's a great thinking Rider. That comes over him there with the cell, with the explosion rather, the Pulse Bomb. Still, it will just be Hawk on the point, exactly who you want to be there, and Paddy dashes to the sky. Can't touch in time.
And more importantly, they don't give up a tick there. So huge defense there from the Atlanta Reign, like we've been talking about. Hawk and Ultraviolet, for me, on that defense, were just massive. You know, kind of gave up Ultraviolet there towards the end as Reiner and I believe Petty went up to the high ground, chased him, took him out, but they got a few other kills on the other side of things. We'll see if the Gladiators can muster up a better defense here this time. I mean, it's going to be very difficult. Just one tick needed for the Atlanta Reign. 3:15 on the clock. Their map selection, they've clearly looked in the driver's seat in this map. It would be a tremendous hold if the Glads are able to pull it off.
There's no way. There's just no way. The Gladiators just couldn't figure out how to unseat Hawk. The guy was just unkillable from that position. Yeah, here's obviously, Venom. The Pulse Bomb stick on Reiner, who jumps in his direction, whether intentionally or not. Obviously, Venom shocked by that. I don't blame him. Still very comfortable finish for Atlanta.
Hello.
It'll be the Doomfist yet again. It's Ultraviolet, potentially hovering the Batiste. They mentioned that on the other, their other offense. It'll go back to the Yana, but we have seen Atlanta run this with the Batiste at times.
Yeah. It's more support for Hawk and the less sort of mobile characters, maybe Sojourn included. But look, last time we saw this, the Glads gave up a bunch of space, which allowed Kai to find a critical final blow.
It's just so deep and a commitment to just try and dive in here on the Doomfist on this map.
All right, Padipan doing due diligence here, trying to make sure Kai doesn't have a favorable high ground position to play from. And the Gladiators last pretty well, but eventually blood is drawn by the Reign. Reiner extends into OG here, though, so the Atlanta Reign relying on spawn advantage and not much else for the time being. Kai not ready for the pressure coming in, and Reiner looked to finish that kill, but good diligence as well from Ultraviolet, keeping eyes on Kai. Both Sojourn's going to strike here. It's actually Shu that's gone down. It's a big kill.
And that's massive. That's a large chunk of the healing for the Gladiators. So the Gladiators know they got to win this fight fast, because the longer it drags out, the better it's going to be for Atlanta, and they get Hawk.
That's big. That's so big for the defenders here. Just one tick is all the Reign need. They can't afford to let this go to a draw after having such a strong attacking half.
They'll have a Nano here.
You're kidding.
Venom. You've lost him a few times, whether it be early or late.
God.
Is the Nano here for OG? Is it for Hawk? You've seen him give it to Hawk a ton, but...
I mean, if you can mitigate damage just by standing front and center, it might be a worthwhile investment. Ultraviolet trying to keep Hawk close to his reticle here, so I suspect that's the target. All right, Reiner gets out there. Hawk a little low. Ultraviolet knows it's coming for him. Sleep there immediately on Reiner. He is going to be put to bed, and no one wakes him up until Hawk just blows into smithereens. And he does get that Nano. Now transition to the point. How do you pressure this down? It's going to be Patapan going in to find something. He is Nano, but no blade for the time being. He doesn't need it because Kemps is in the background with the overclock. 2 key kills, Venom and Ultraviolet down. And now we're into squeaky bum time for the Atlanta Reign.
So 2 minutes already off of the clock here for Atlanta. A minute on it. Transcendence for both sides, so this Gravitic Flux may not be that huge difference maker. You're probably looking at Kai with the overclock, and man, Atlanta, this is a must-win scenario. This is your map pick. You played so well on it for the Gladiators to just pull out an improbable defensive stand here towards the end and losing it. That would be tough for momentum.
Unreal. Kemps has found Kai. Hawk wants to make the play. Where's his Flux go? Skew's going to transcend that immediately. Patapan has to deal with one of his own in the backline. Kevs is able to avoid the bouncing hyper-series for the time being, but here's the blade, and UV doesn't connect the sleep, but OG's there with a foot of fury. He goes pretty low. Kevs is trying to wrap around on that left-hand side, but the Reiner trying to slow the tempo down. Reiner taking it slow. Skew gonna get hit by the pulse bomb there. It's almost one tick. That's all they need. Reiner versus Hawk. Power blocking up, trying to punch, but Kai cuts him down, and the Reign get what they came for. Victory. Almost let it slip through their fingers, but that's a map secured. And the rest of the team better thank Ultraviolet and OG for that one. The supports just had a tremendous end to that round, with OG being able to pick up 3. The sleep on a Reiner, then the biotic grenade. I mean, just tremendous stuff from the Atlanta Reign supports. Now we've got ourselves a series on our hands. Not the start that Atlanta were looking for, but the Gladiators have been shown once again to be mortal, and the kings of the lower bracket are looking to make a meal out of them. Don't go too far, everybody. We're hoping for a long one.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage. Who you?
The Midseason Madness legendary skin sure got the royal treatment. That's right, it's Royal Knight Mercy on sale now through August 19th for just 200 League tokens. So make sure you snap yours up today. Here, of course, in our second to last match of our Midseason Madness tournament, we see the Los Angeles Gladiators looking not just fallible, but a little under the weather here. Looks like their strategy, just broadly their strategy, was not well tailored against what the Atlanta Reign could do on Kings Row map.
I just think it was a really excellent map pick by the Atlanta Reign. They had recognized, maybe a weakness, so to speak, or an advantage they could pull out here against the Gladiators. And I think, playing that Sigma and Hawk with how good he's been on Sigma this season and in the past, I think it's a really good call out. Put one of your best players in an amazing situation to succeed. And Hawk, he comes up clutch in that map.
Now, there are other maps that you could do that on if you're the Atlanta Reign. The catch is, you have to lose the prior one to be able to select them.
Yeah,
so the
I don't know
Gladiators
if that's worth. I think they should win the maps instead.
Yes.
That would be my advice as the Atlanta coaching staff.
You might be onto something. You might be onto something. Gibraltar, though, is the pick for the Gladiators here. And obviously, we see the Arns substitution. Someone who's probably been getting, there's been a decent amount of discussion around just the pure efficacy of rotating Arns in for these hit scan-centric matchups. It is, by the way, one of the very best hit scan matchups you could ask for, at least in the West, if not the entire league right now, Arns versus Kai. The problem is that Arns, maybe he hasn't spent enough time in some of these games to really find his sea legs, so to speak. He's going to have to find them awful quick in this very important elimination match.
I think it's just more people kind of thinking about peak Aunts and is like, well, why can't we just get peak Aunts when they sub him in the middle of a series, right? When he was just crushing for the Shock, he was playing every single series, every single game, every single map, really, right? I mean, he was playing a ton, whether it was like the Cassidy, the Ashe, the Widowmaker. We even saw him play some Tracer, right? Where that's just not his role on this team.
Right.
And even if he doesn't like pop off and have those moments, I think just bringing him in and the threat and the capability of what he does changes how the other team plays.
Now, this does mean that the Reign don't have the luxury of playing a more static setup, like a Sigma-based composition. They have to match Winston's here, which may be the crux of why the Gladiators selected this map. Bit of fighting on the corner here now, as you'll see Reiner pressured, but Shu will just stand up on that blue box there, and it would be really hard to pressure in general. You can see how Kai is trying to play a little bit more aggressively, trying to bait some action there as Hawk in the wireframe. You see him pressuring. Disruptor shot to the high ground is a good way of denying advantage for a time, but the Glads are just going to jockey back and get rid of the Surge fourth once more.
Yeah, they're not really giving Aunts any type of sightline here. Does his Venom with a Venom Mine. Going to push him back a little bit. Going to see if he comes around on the flank, but Aunts not really be able to find anything right now.
Well, no one's died yet. Both teams are being pretty conservative about their approaches here. Descartes, though, saying that, has passed through much of his underpass, so good result for the Reign. A bloodless, a push here so far. Hawk now wants to commit. It's all about the server room, ladies and gentlemen. Big hit from Hawk as he poked his head out of his bubble for a scant second, and here comes Reiner, hit with a Violet Grenade as he tries to pressure Ultraviolet down. He got what he came for, but at what cost? It's his life on the line.
And Hawk has both supports here stuck in a corner as he's got Venom with him. That's going to be a Pulse Bomb kill. This might be something the Atlanta Reign are still continue to push on forward. He was so close to Primal. That's probably what he's kicking himself about.
Yeah, Reiner going to be able to touch here, and catches a little low, so needs to drop for the mini as he picks that health pack up. And the Reign have to back away here, but they have a high ground and they have a much safer rotation into server.
You know what, though? That's like a second away from, like, you know, if he actually gets that primal,
It's a blowout.
Yeah, you can actually touch that and just get it on the way through, right? You have 2 players on the cart. So this will be the walls, which will slow things down a bit. So seeing the Gladiators to get a little bit of a break there.
Kevster gets nanoed there probably just to get him out alive. But he's going to try and make some use of it here. Oh my, what? I think he had a right-click at point blank. Kai going to find one of his own there, which is pretty darn nice, but skewed from the low ground, picks OG out of the mix. So now the Glads have a chance here to coalesce in these defensive spots.
Yes, Hawk and Co do not want to give up the high ground. Regardless if they lose a few players, they don't want to back out, give up this position. They still want to be able to hold this and maintain it as Hawk takes a shot from Ons playing that back left corner.
Yeah, Arns is putting on a good amount of pressure right now. That's a sleep. That's a great one, too. You can keep Reiner topped up, though. He's peeking up off the edge enough. And he will be healed up in the midst of it. Kevster snuck in there. I mean, snuck, because he's not trying to hang around in that fight. Got to kill an Ultraviolet. Kai is chasing, looking for elimination of his own here, but Kevster gets in his way, and maybe Kai just pushed a little too far.
60 seconds remaining.
And you were in a position with 2 minutes to go. Right, we talked about Hawk 1% away from that primal. He's still holding on to that primal. Like, I've not found a use for it where maybe before it would have been good enough for just the health and to get the card over the line, but we'll see if the Atlanta Reign are able to do it. The card has moved back a good amount here. You can see it on your screen. The Gladiators holding here on D, it looks like. Seems like Mitch and Avril got the same type of nook. It looks like Reiner's going to get the nano boost. It's going to be 2 kills here for the Atlanta Reign. So they just have enough players to stand on the payload as it's going to be skewed getting back towards the cart is Reiner. And man, this looks like it's going to be a hold for the Gladiators. Is you think for the Reign, you had that one opportunity, just not able to capitalize as you get it very close towards getting it over the line, but not close enough as the Gladiators, a full hold here on Gibraltar. And wasn't really like a Widowmaker versus Sojourn matchup that was really the difference. You know, it was just time and time again, like the Atlanta Reign just not able to get a push outside of that one that we talked about where Hawk and Venom were able to get in onto the supports and make a play. See now what the Atlanta Reign decide to do on defense. Potentially a Winston-based setup, right? I think that's kind of what you'd like to see here for the Atlanta Reign. Like Mitch mentioned before, he, you know, took his, what is this, his mandatory 5-minute break, right? Per his Ironclad deal. He had mentioned, no, maybe this is the reason they go to this map, right? Because Hawk has, you know, not played a ton of the main tank in the past, right? Just kind of picked it up, well, at least in officials a few days ago. Probably doing it a lot in scrim. So Hawk will play the Winston on D. You'll have the Gladiators, a lot of options here. I mean, you can play the Ashe, you can play Sojourn. Kevster on the Genji seems like a little bit of a lock. Take a look at this replay here. Skewed, nice kick to the face. Discord Orb, yeah, Hawk, no way he was living. Nice little finish here from Skewed. Big help from Reiner, taking most of the damage during that.
Attackers incoming.
So now it'll be the Gladiators on offense onto the TP here, just to get some players up to the high ground. It looks like that was just Skewed up on that high ground behind you. So you see now, just the Genji is so good here when you compare it to like the Tracer. Just being able to control that high ground space is, it's going to be Skewed finding Venom is a few times. You know, Venom's so aggressive, sometimes able to come up with those first picks, but you know, falling there early is huge because look at this position that the Atlanta Reign are forced back into is Hawk gets hit with a Discord, and then just on the high ground, Kevster able to control this box, but just look at the payload space you've earned from this. It's massive as server room fight gonna go down. Kai can't really find anything as, okay, well, turns, looks up, gets ons, but you've lost your tank, you've lost your Tracer, and look at this, just going right for the supports on the high ground. Kevster on the Genji. I mean, he can do just everything. Is Kai will fall. It'll be The D.Va swap here for Hawk, just to get a stall, but it will not matter. As the Gladiators look tremendous on their map pick. They'll take this map, go one map away from getting to the grand finals here against the Atlanta Reign. I think Kevster on the Genji was really impactful, able to control the high ground a lot, and I think you'll be looking back at that one fight where the Atlanta Reign, they were pushing up to the high ground. It looked like they were going to be able to take it, and Hawk just dropped a second early. Oh, you're back, finally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sometimes your stream PC chooses to restart, Windows Update and all that. Yeah, PogChamp. All right. 2-1 for the Gladiators here. Obviously a map pick that we felt good about for them, and they converted on it. Don't go too far. I'm going to stick around for the rest of this series, so you bloody well better too.
Yeah, good work there, Mitch. You were great.
Thanks, mate. All today's work. feels pretty darn good to be back here in a LAN setting. It's been quite some time. The Overwatch League's most decorated franchise here in a new era.
The pulse on the mag! Another from Proper!
Sparkle and a Genji meta.
Sparkle found an opening, there's one, there's two!
That's the Sparkle I want to see in this series. Those stats getting padded by Sparkle. Sparkle with two and another one.
It's going to be a heck of a weekend, I'll tell you right now. You get Kai set up, it is going to be just like that the rest of the game.
Back on their side of the map, that's a stink!
Oh, checkmate!
A Widow player potentially without equal.
That is some filthy stuff.
Where did that come from? A triple Death Blossom!
But Pelican comes out of nowhere! That's two with the Storm Arrows! Millimeters away from victory, and they've done it!
Shanghai Dragons just continue to play right out in front of the spawns.
There's the blade, B can be used. Nice pin, long pin too.
Alfie into the back there, managing to find two. Basically the equivalent of 3 people. He nearly had all of the kills.
Seoul Dynasty have not defeated the Shanghai Dragons since the 2020 playoffs. I think these are the top 2 teams in APAC.
MN Drago's absolutely monstrous. They take down the Dragons. I sweep. Best Widowmaker in all of APAC.
Oh, he fell onto it!
Kevster, who has been frightening ever since he joined this team.
Smurf knows what it feels like to win everything, hungry to experience that feeling once more.
Edison is locked in, ready to go. Edison with a 5K. That's what you want to see. They might just pull the trigger here. They do, but an unreal wall from Chengdu.
Now the stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
It is do or die.
Pops the recall, is looking for the target.
Oh!
That comes in. He can find him. Problem in the meantime, found 2 with the pulse bomb.
Han Bin is the best Sire in the world right now.
Shu has absolutely taken matters into his own hands.
But Patapan free firing on the fuel. And after so very long, the Dynasty will be able to best the Dragons.
Playoffs profit has certainly arrived. The script writers, they're not messing around today.
You step up to the plate, son. With a victorious war, the Gladiators are just tearing them apart. Seoul Dynasty will dominate their way and secure the kickoff Clash title.
Well, here it is. This is only a small piece of what these teams are playing for here at the Mid-Season Madness tournament. And one thing that kind of ties all esports fans and competitors together alike is that they ask the same question: who is the greatest? And one of these teams may all have a chance to compete for that title here. There's just something magical about a global tournament finally pitting the West and East regions together. And so far, it's the former that have come out on top. The Gladiators, the Reign, compete to take on the San Francisco Shock in the finals of the Mid-Season Madness, Matt. And so far, the Gladiators have thrown the gauntlet down.
Yeah, as Patty will come back in for Ants, and Funny Astro will come in here for Skewed as the map selection here, potentially the last map selection here for the Atlanta Reign. Looks like it'll be Coliseum. So we've seen Atlanta pull this out a few times. Gladiators look to be running the Lucio here. Obviously, it's like kind of Funny Astro in the game is, you know, upping that pace, right? Just like how we saw in Ilios.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It made a big difference there as well. I think the Gladiators looked pretty darn comfortable, especially in that second round, right? It allowed them to really pit their DPS against one another, as we saw the really fundamental style of Overwatch, where we just hit backlines over and over again. Coliseum, though, is a different story. Yeah, we definitely see Lucio's brought into these compositions for a number of reasons, primarily that mobility, but this game type, pretty scary for the Atlanta Reign in the past. The kind of the joke, I suppose, was that Atlanta were not particularly good at winning on push. I think there was like a video released, like how to win on push by the Atlanta Reign organization. I think everyone found that quite amusing because there was a little bit of irony there. So historically, this map type, not the best for the Atlanta Reign. It's safe to say that they've made a lot of ground on that, you know, over the last few weeks. And there's no choice but to pick a push map here. So Coliseum was the decision for them.
So this does allow them to put Hawk on the Doomfist, right? You can play Hawk on the Doomfist, Venom on that Tracer. And that's what they've kind of played the most of, right? You know, Kai on the Sojourn. Something the Gladiators could pull out here, maybe Kevster on the Hangzhou, right? We saw him play the Hangzhou in King's Row. They don't end up winning it, but Hangzhou has seen some play here on Coliseum, but getting that bot first, getting a decent amount of metered progress is going to be huge Either of these teams, where obviously still some time to make some changes. The Gladiators look to be hovering over the Tracer Genji setup here, as opposed to having the Sojourn in the mix.
So we did see this, albeit with the Winston instead of the Doomfist on Ilios. And the Gladiators really played quite a great pace. So much so that the rank couldn't keep up. So we're actually going back to mirrored compositions here.
Yeah, I was going to say, they switch back off of it. You could have done that. It's just this long sight line, right? If the other team has a Sojourn or a Hangzhou or something, right, and starts getting these picks, it could be pretty devastating. Look at this. Both teams come out into the courtyard. Not even fighting where the bot usually is. It's
gentleman's
like a rollout probably from both teams that maybe they saw the other do and they wanted to come out here and fight real quick, but no, just a few kills exchanged. I believe the Atlanta Reign get like the upper hand out of this. They'll be able to get the bot first, not move it very far, not even a meter.
We've seen teams do that actually, completely wrap around and play for the high ground on their opponent's side of the map. So it's possible both these teams were looking to do the same thing. It might actually become a standardized rollout as time goes on because of how strong the initial position it gives you is. Kai there, I think he tried to hope to jump out of that situation, but Kester will eventually run him down. Still, good start with the Atlanta Reign here. Calls a recall.
Yeah, and that's 2 fights in a row, obviously really early in this map, but they've been able to get rid of Reiner first. That's kind of where I think the Shock found the most success against the Gladiators, was if you were able to get Reiner out of the equation, you were able to really just take advantage of everybody else's.
He struggled.
The Atlanta Reign play this. They don't want to push forward right here, Mitch, right? They don't want to go running into that high ground.
We're just not incentivized. You might as well just wait for the Gladiators to come to you because they inevitably will. And look at the Atlanta Reign. It's trying to give up this much space. Hawk stunned briefly there. We saw Kevsty on with the poles. Oh my, 2! It's perfect! The perfect 2-piece from Kevster. Oh, and that's just going to gut the Atlanta Reign straight away. What a haymaker.
Yeah, and Atlanta doesn't have much progress, right? 13 meters. This should be pretty easy to make up. As we were on with Kevster, we got off him for a bit. Let's see. Ooh, right on Ultraviolet. Looks like OG just playing around the same corner.
Yeah, it's protocol to move into that corner.
Yeah, they come out really fast here, and they want to fight. This is not going to allow the Gladiators to take the lead.
I like that opener from Kai there. And yes, the Atlanta Reign making it happen very quickly. The Gladiators were able to get a lead. The bot obviously a little ponderous when he's behind that barrier.
I like the move from the Atlanta Reign, though. Don't wait. Engage with the sound barrier. Use the Meteor Strike. Go in. Make a play, and that allows him to get Kai set up on the high ground. And who knows, right? You use an overclock here, or even if you just pick up a shot or two, you can keep moving this barrier even more.
Patapon with that overclock here. Ultraviolet surrounded by foes. Extending pretty deeply into the formation of the Gladiators here, but the Reign will be happy with some incremental progress on the proviso that they can get back into neutral territory as quick as possible.
Yeah, the Gladiators end up holding on to their sound barrier there, so we'll see if maybe they take a similar approach, because you're going to be in the same spot again, right? The barrier is going to come here for the Gladiators. They still have a few players that are pretty far. Atlanta probably realizes that. Maybe they can make something out of this. Yeah, you see Reiner gets so low, they're going to have to back out.
They keep him alive, crucially. So the Gladiators will get an even neutral. It's going to be Venom this time, looking for a flank or a pulse bomb on a Reiner. Yeah, the focus seems to be just peel towards the Doomfist direction there. Reiner has the Meteor Strike out of that one. He would have been toast either way, so he's going to come down without that sound barrier, but he flattens Ultraviolet anyway. Eventually, he trades himself for that kill, but the Gladiators want to make further use of the rest of their team being sound barriered up, and so they go. Kai gonna get away there as Kester opts not to push his advantage. At least he just waits and Kai doesn't have a health pack close enough. And the Gladiators have just snuck into the lead.
Oh, and that is a huge play there from Reiner. Solo gets hit with a pulse bomb, then uses the Meteor Strike, and on top of that, just dodging the pulse bomb, ends up with a kill on Ultraviolet as he's getting close to that nano that probably would have been able to keep Hawk alive. So Hawk gets hit with a Biotic Grenade, gonna try and stay alive for a little bit.
That one was from Ultraviolet. He hit both supports with that one, and still Kevster's able to find his way in and remove the offending Ana. Reiner gets that health pack, but Hawk's fine. No one's pressuring the Doomfist down right now because Patty, you're kidding, went and achieved the butt scratch while the Reign were busy elsewhere.
And he's gotten 2 here. He's gonna have to have OG and Hawk using the Meteor Strike to get back to prevent any more progress.
That is backbreaking. How did that happen? The Rain's so caught up. And I mean, you saw Hawk chasing Reiner. He's miles away from where the bot was, and yet Paddy just walks it in. 2 kills? You can't let that happen. Not in a game like this.
Feels like every time as well that Kevster is able to come up with a pick or 2 in the back line. As here's going to be that sound barrier engage again. It's not going to work out as well, though.
Paddy clean. He hits so many of those rails during the overclock, and he has one saved up for Kai. The Rain need to get it together right now. You can definitely see they're starting to fray at the edges somewhat. And now the Gladiators know they can scoot this bot in and under the bridge awfully quickly.
And they're in a great spot. Because if you try and fight this, if you're the Atlanta Reigns, you see just a contest from the top of the bridge there as the Gladiators check out, but
very powerful spot to contest from.
You can sound barrier this. They have nothing for it. Just run right over them, and you're going to be looking at like 90 meters on terms of your push. So not able to use it. They actually lose Reiner. I think he gets hit with a biotic grenade. That's actually a big kill. That's going to allow Atlanta to get back on the offensive.
This is still anyone's game. 4 minutes and 15 seconds left in the round, so just over halfway through. The Rain just need to win a big fight here. Kevster may try and end it before it can even begin. A pulse bomb here could be devastating, and everyone's kind of grouped up, but they're able to get away from the pulse. Ultraviolet, though, a little bit too slow to avoid. Funny Astro. As he comes straight in, that aggressive Lucio we know him to be. And the trades are favoring the Gladiators here. Kevster gets into the back line unperturbed, and yet Kai is still able to shut down a support. That's huge for the Rain. They're still pushing.
Yeah, as Venom is still here as well, as he's able to pick up a kill. So, Kevster, though, so clean. Able to finish off both damage dealers. You have Reiner coming back from the spawn. So it looked like maybe Atlanta was able to make something out of that. Still, they're going to get in a spot where the fight is not going to be, you know, deep in their territory of the map. They're still going to have, an opportunity to get this bot towards the other side rather quick from where this next fight's going to kick off.
66 plays 43 in meterage. Here's an overclock from Kai. They gave him a nano as well, a la Hangzhou Spark style. Invest in Kai, and you'll receive quite the dividends, I'd say. Shu there trying to cross. Kai will snap him up pretty quickly. Still not exactly where the Gladiator, the Rain rather, want to win the fight. They'd like to be positioned further forward.
That's, you know, Kevster's been such a nuisance in the back line of the Atlanta Rain. Getting him out of the equation, maybe you can start to get a few kills. This is really good for the Atlanta Rain.
This is exactly what they're looking for now. The sound barrier, they can double down and try and get themselves the lead. The bot is moving as we speak. And Hawk doesn't want to go too aggressive here. He knows how important winning this fight is going to be for his team, but Reiner sends him off the bridge. He'll drop down and try and contest, but they've lost Patapon to a pulse bomb from Venom, and here come the Rain. They're starting to push. Reiner's going to be caught in the back corner, and a pulse bomb thrown at Hawk is not enough to take him down. Look at the yellow line. Look at it. It's so close. They need to deal with the personnel at the top of the bridge, and it's just funny Astro. They'll get there, Matt. They'll have a butt scratch of their own.
And the Gladiators are just throwing bodies at this. And Atlanta's been able to get a pick, you know, stay alive, as now looks like the Gladiators may be starting to fight back just a little bit. But that is going to be the lead switched over. Not quite the Atlanta. Oh, no, not quite yet. It's difficult to see, but it looks very close to being over towards the Atlanta Rain.
Yeah, frustrating for the Rain. The fact is the Gladiators got a bit of extra push from Paddy because he got those 2 kills in that previous situation. As long as there's a yellow line on the ground, the bot hasn't managed to lap the other teams.
It is. I mean,
oh, it's unreal. 1 minute 30, 90 seconds left. And the Gladiators are starting to make some big mistakes here. Players are getting caught out.
It seems like they're pressing a little bit too hard. Like, you know, they were obviously coming up with some big plays before individual moments, but with the time left on the clock and how much they were in the lead by, they didn't really need that to happen. This is going to be the toughest part because you can start contesting this from the high ground.
Kevster gets a pulse, a pulse bomb in the back pocket. Both teams with sound barriers here. Kevster doesn't connect the pulse though. Keep an eye on the numbers. Venom's able to dash back onto the bridge itself, but Reiner is taken down. But still has a move because Paddy Pot is turning up. That's 2 already with the overclock, and Venom's trying to hold his ground. Paddy under a lot of pressure here, but he gets a nano boost. He's stuck. He goes down as Kai gets rid of Funny Astro as well in the Rain. Finally break through. Reiner can contest from that high ground. You're kidding, Reiner. Okay, just the one. Hawk barely alive, and the Rain had the lead. There's 30 seconds left.
And do you just back out here if you're Atlanta?
Absolutely.
I actually like this move. You back out. I would you probably have to go like towards the choke, right? This first initial choke. I play pretty far up here because if you lose that fight, at least gives you one more attempt.
Gladiators have to do a lot of work here. Catching Hawk would be a great way to start, but he gets away. Kai pops the overclock. It's go time, he says. Reiner trying to dodge away from him, but the Gladiators need to stick to the bot for the time being. They go aggressive on Kai, but he slept. Reiner had to get out with the Meteor Strike here. He'll have to drop into a position to get healed, and he can't. He thinks he can get a kill there. It's a big risk to take, but there's a trade. Ultraviolet is down. In a longer fight, this isn't going to benefit the Reign at all. Kai brought to his knees. Patapan trying to pressure those in his backline, but Venom's found 2 kills, and they're both supports. No healing left for the Gladiators. They got a hold on regardless. Hawk is taken down. Kevster gets a brace, but look at these health bars.
Oh, this Kevster is so low. He's going to
There's a ball
right onto the barrier.
They're going to get there.
Are they going to be able to touch? No!
The Gladiators get it done. The final seconds. It's just too far away for the Reign to get there. Tantalizingly close, and that's where the series ends. It's a game of inches, millimeters.
Oh, man.
And the Reign, it's just out of their grasp.
Dude, they started to clutch up there at the end. The Atlanta Reign, just not enough. And it's just Kevster and Patty at the end. We talked about, you know, these DPS battles throughout this series, and they come up clutch there at the end. I think if you're the Atlanta Reign, maybe you would have wanted to take that fight when you backed out a little bit closer towards the Gladiators side of the map, and you know, giving yourself a full wipe, as I think the Atlanta Reign know that that is one that they battled back and maybe have given away. Because that is a really tough, close series between these teams, and you know, you gotta feel for Atlanta. They battled back in that map specifically. Thought they had a chance to move on, but Gladiators too strong.
Oh, man. There will always be a what if there for the Atlanta Reign. It was just so close. And here come the handshakes now. What an incredibly close match. The only sad part is that we couldn't see it go to all 5. Let's talk about a player of the match, though, here, Matthew. Someone we talked up extensively in the first map for a good reason. And then in the final moments, a 3K to put his team into the grand finals. It's your boy, Kevster.
Just unreal on the Tracer. The desk was saying they needed to see Kevster bring it today, really pop off, kind of ascend to the level we know that we've seen him play. I think in this series, he definitely did that. And I thought you saw, like, more towards the end of that push map, like Venom started to heat up, right? To where, you know, it was difficult for the Gladiators to just bounce back and really fight against Venom's Tracer. But Kevster, bringing it all series long, was specifically dominant that first map.
Yeah, forced to be pretty flexible over the course of this series, picking up the Sojourn while Patty played the Tracer. There were a few sort of role mix-ups here and there, but 15 final blows per 10 is absolutely disgusting.
And he's able to stay alive for so long. I mean, the deaths are low, final blows are up there, you know, the pulse bomb attach rate, very strong. You know, everybody talks about, like, Proper, and I think deservingly so. This next matchup, though, between Kevster and Proper, it's going to be pretty close. I mean, Kevster, I think somehow I think Kevster went from, like, underrated to, like, properly rated to then, like, you know, people kind of, like, underrating him again, but, like, he is still one of the best DPS players we have in the league.
Because he's an understated personality.
Yeah.
There are a few of those in the league here that don't make waves until they get into the server.
I also think it's because they have him on Tracer most of the time. Like, we've seen him play other heroes at such a high level as well, that, you know, it's something that they haven't had to dive into yet, but I mean, his hero pool's so deep.
Man, I mean, incredible series, and what could have been, ladies and gentlemen. It could have been a map 5, and it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for the Atlanta Reign, but now we get the salty run back. That's right, 2 teams that know each other pretty well at this point are going to be going head-to-head on our finals of the Midseason Madness. Don't go too far. That is coming up real soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Go to takemetomanoa.org today.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with Shu from Los Angeles Gladiators for the post-match interview. Shu, congratulations on the win. That was a clean 3-1 victory for the Gladiators. Now, how'd you guys get it done? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리면서 굉장히 박빙의 승부였지만은 끝에는 글래디의 승리로 결정이 났습니다.
네.
오늘 승리 좀 어떻게 해서 이루시게 되셨나요?
일단 상대도 충분히 잘한 팀이지만 저희가 더 잘한다고 생각을 항상 하고 있었고 그래서 저희가 쉽게 승리를 가져간 걸 수도 있고 그다음에 일단 저는 진짜 너무나도 결승전을 가서 복수를 하고 싶었기 때문에 최대한 열심히 해서 이제 팀원들이 다 열심히 해서 이기게 된 것 같습니다.
Right. I think first things first. I think we always think that we are a great team. The other opponents were really good too, but we always tell ourselves that we are a really great team and we're always better than our opponents. So I think that really came in clutch. Not only that, for me personally, I really wanted the revenge against the San Francisco Shock. So that was sort of my drive. So I think I focused up really well. I think all of our teammates as well did really, really well with the same thought. So I think that also helped a lot. You mentioned about the revenge, so my next question is actually about that. So yesterday you guys lost to San Francisco Shock, but you guys are moving up, and it's time for some revenge. Our next match is going to be the Midseason Madness Finals. Gladiators versus the San Francisco Shock. Now, what can the Gladiators do differently this time around in order for you guys to get the revenge and also be crowned the champions? 자, 두 번째 질문은 방금 말씀을 하셨다시피 다음 경기가 이제 결승전이 될 텐데요, 슈 선수. 이제 말씀하셨다시피 어제는 패배를 했지만은 오늘 좀 어떻게 해야, 좀 어떤 면을 좀 보완해서 좀 잘해야 당연히 뭐 복수뿐만이 아니라 또 이번 토너먼트의 우승을 할 수 있을까요?
일단 저희가 어제 경기했을 때 되게 아쉬웠고 제가 끝나고도 이제 저희 팀원이나 그 코치들끼리 영상도 돌려봤는데 이제 상대도 실수를 많이 했지만 우리도 실수를 더 많이 해서 진 그런 느낌을 받았기 때문에 저희가 오늘 좀 실수를 좀 적게 하고 이제 어제가 이제 쇼크 날이었다면 오늘은 글래디 날일 것 같네요. 저희가 쉽게 우승을 차지하도록 하겠습니다.
Alright, I do think that I think one of the biggest mistakes that we made was we made a lot of mistakes. Our opponents, San Francisco Shock, they weren't perfect either. They made a lot of mistakes, but we made more. I think that's what led the Gladiators team to lose. For this match, however, I do want to say, give me 1 second. Let me follow up. I sort of forgot my translation. 자, 뭐였지?
저도 기억이 안 나는데.
그거 있잖아요. 그러니까 이제 실수를 좀 많이 해서 졌고 그다음에
어제는 쇼크의 날이었지만 오늘은 글래디 날일 거다.
Alright, and Shu adds saying that yesterday was a San Francisco Shock day, but tonight or today is going to be the Gladiators day. Alright, Shu, thank you so much for the time and big congratulations on the win and also good luck on the final. 자, 파이널에서 파이팅 하시고 좀 이따 뵙도록 하겠습니다. And with that being said, let's take it back to the desk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danny. And listen, we all forget sometimes. I forget that I'm stuck with these two for the rest of the day, and then
Stuck?
Then I am reminded with that rude awakening when I look over and see these grandma couch print suits.
How dare you?
We do look like a couch.
We are trendsetters.
Yeah, we are defining. No, honestly, the people need to know. You chose these for us.
I did.
She chose these. So if you think we look ridiculous, it's her fault. If you think we look great, it's her fault. So, you take all the blame.
I take all the blame and I take all the credit. But again, Gladiators should be taking the credit right now with that 3-1 victory over the Atlanta Reign. And, shout out to the Reign. They did have a really great run throughout that lower bracket. But just when it comes to the Gladiators, as we saw, especially just like in that last map right there, couldn't quite touch the point and just let the wind slip through the Reign's fingers.
That last team fight was so close. I think was it Reiner and Kevster and Paddy Pan came out of that with probably like 30 health combined.
So low.
And they just couldn't get back to the point. If the Atlanta Reign had been able to just be a little bit faster, they would have been back to the point, potentially could have held. And with the difference of spawn advantage, it could have gone either way, and we could have gone to a map 5. But alas, here we are with a 3-1 victory to the Los Angeles Gladiators, and they came out fast here on the first map on Ilios, and it looked like, ooh, is Atlanta going to be able to show up in this series? And we went over to Kings Row, which was a great pick for them because the Gladiators just did not feel comfortable on this map, and that might come to bear as well in the upcoming series against the San Francisco Shock because, we have Kevster and Paddy Pan sort of switching roles. They didn't really understand how they wanted to play on this map. And the Atlanta Reign did a great job of capitalizing on this with Hawk being able to switch over to that Sigma. Watch Point Gibraltar, it was the most Watch Point Gibraltar map I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how many times we've seen full holds. And this wasn't even really a major failure by the Atlanta Reign. More just, you really get one good team fight with your ultimates, just not able to come through with a great play from Skewed on the Los Angeles Gladiators, and that was an easy third map for them. And then Gladiators go over to Coliseum, and the rest is history. But you need to give credit to Atlanta Reign. They've had an incredible run through the lower bracket. They've shown their ability to just show up in the playoffs time and time again. And honestly, if they had gone to map 5, it could have easily been their game to take to meet San Francisco Shock. So, you know, I just want to give this team one more bit of love and excited to see more of them in the future because there are great players on this roster that we didn't even see in these playoffs. You know, we have Gator and Nero just sort of sitting there on the bench. We have Speedily coming of age too soon as well.
Yeah.
That sometimes we forget about. So great things to come from them moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, we do have to pay attention to the fact that of the 12 teams that came in, Atlanta Reign was the 9th seed.
Yep.
Taking on the 2nd seed and still looking very good.
I told you, this is what they do.
I know.
Every time.
You told me.
Every time.
You also told me that the Fusion would get 2nd, but...
Yeah.
I feel like the Atlanta Reign or Fusion were better. Like, they never win, but they got top 4 in the past 6 tournaments.
Wow.
That is crazy consistency from the Atlanta Reign. So, they never win any tournaments themselves, but you have to give so much credit and respect the Atlanta Reign for always being there, competing with the likes of the LA Gladiators, the San Francisco Shock, Dallas Fuel, Shanghai Dragons, last year, of course. The Atlanta Reign, they're always among the mix, and that is so hard to do consistently, but they pull it off.
Again, and in that interview that we just had, we heard him say that, listen, like yesterday, that was the day of San Francisco. It wasn't really there for the Gladiators, even though San Francisco made a couple mistakes. Gladiators were making mistakes as well, but let's talk about some great stuff that we did see, especially from Shu.
Yeah, so as for the individual skill difference, I think we can all agree that Kevster was the individually skilled, more damage player for the LA Gladiators. I mean, a huge difference maker, you know, player of the match. But in my mind, strategically and tactically, the biggest difference maker was Shu, and I saw this so many times throughout this series. I think on Ilios alone, I caught it like 5 different times when Shu purposefully bionated Hawk, and it pushed the Atlanta Reign back so much, and it meant that they couldn't really push up the pace. They couldn't really pull off these dives as successfully as the LA Gladiators. So not only do you have the Venom getting Tracer diffed versus Kevster, if Venom says, well, I don't want to take the Tracer duel, I just want to dive in with Hawk, Shu always pushed the Atlanta Reign back with his bionades. It was very purposefully done to push the Atlanta Reign back and not allow them to push up the tempo, not allow them to, you know, sort of like surpass all these individual skill matchups. Instead, it meant that Hawk had to slow down, he couldn't get healed up, and he was always set back by the backline of the LA Gladiators. This was the big tactical difference maker in this entire series, in my opinion. And it's no surprise that Atlanta Reign looked a little bit better on King's Row. Hawk being able to play the Sigma, well, now you have a shield in front of you. We saw a highlight earlier where he absorbed one of the bionades. And so the King's Row map, it just operates differently when it comes to Viana versus Hawk matchup in this scenario. But Colosseo, Gibraltar, and Ilios, it was very clear to me that Shu was the biggest difference maker on the LA Gladiators. You can see here the stats themselves, 10.6 offensive assists per 10 minutes. I believe the word was 4.7 biotic grenade kills per 10 minutes from Shu. And also, I mean, the healing is there, 11.1 eliminations, 10k healing per 10 minutes. I think Shu had an incredibly great performance against the Atlanta Reign. And while it's not, you know, as many highlights as a Tracer popping off, Shu deserves a massive amount of credit for the work he did here against the Atlanta Reign, and not allowing Atlanta Reign to even get things going in the first place.
Yeah, and looking forward, I'm interested to see how that's going to play out in this next match, because that is one of the values that Kaluj gets, especially when playing that Diva. He has that defense matrix to eat that, and you could see Skewed and Shu were struggling in that series. I'm curious to see that adaptation they're going to make, because it's a very different team, the Atlanta Reign going into the San Francisco Shock. So as you just said, Shu said they made a lot of mistakes. Can they tighten those up, and can they find solutions to what the Shock is going to provide?
And again, I think since that interview, I believe we have about 30 minutes of a break for our players to get set up. It's a little bit shorter than, you know, a full day turnaround, but hopefully this is where the team can reset, understand, and maybe identify some of the mistakes that they made yesterday and make sure that they aren't going to repeat them going into this next match. But everyone, I've been told that there is a very special video that's coming up next, one that puts both of your analytical and Overwatch knowledge to the test. I'm excited to see it. Everyone, let's go ahead and take a look at an Overwatch.
Are you all good, Danny? You ready?
I am good.
Sure. I'm happy for you, Danny. It's going to be a good time. Right.
You.
Let's keep that in. That's funny. Welcome to the Overwatch League, episode 2, where we test the desk's analytical knowledge about Overwatch League and Overwatch as a whole, and we'll see where they rack up. We got a leaderboard. From episode 1, Custer is in the lead with 5 points, Johnny with 4, Zoe with 3, and Danny, unfortunately, sitting in last place with just 2 points. Can Danny make a comeback? We'll have to wait and find out. Bringing on our first guest, Scott Custer Kennedy, resident Australian on the desk. And Scott did pretty well last time. We just saw the leaderboard. It was 5 for Scott and 4 for Johnny. So Johnny almost inching ahead of you there, Scott. How are you feeling?
Confident, you know. I didn't think I did that well in my first round, but everyone else sucks more than me. And that's the main thing, as long as you're not last. Like,
exactly. Danny is currently in last place with 2 points. So there's a bigger gap there.
Yeah, you know, it's always a toss-up between Zoe or Danny being last, just like the predictions.
Yeah, well, okay, pretty savage. Bringing in personal relationships into the show. Not sure how I feel about that one, but that's okay.
Pretty savage.
We're going to move on to the questions. Let's get into them. Okay, 60 seconds on the clock, starting now. What is my second name?
Jack Smith.
False, Achilleos. How many Apex titles do Chengdu Panthera have?
1.
0. What was the peak of the Ottoman Empire?
I don't know. I don't even know what you mean. 300 BC.
300 BC?
I don't know. I panicked.
General knowledge, not your forte. 1481 to 1566.
Close.
Yeah. On March 29th of 2020, Mayhem played the Rain. What was the score?
March 29th? They won 3-0.
Ooh! Wait, who won?
Mayhem. They were good then.
Nope, it was Rain. It was the other way around. What was Teo's crosshair?
Enormous?
Not magenta, 1, 38, 30, 100, 100, 0, 0.
What are these questions?
What teams played the first match this season?
It was the... Oh, God. Dallasville versus San Francisco Shock.
Ooh, absolutely wrong. It's Excelsior versus the Gladiators. And Scott, yeah, look, I said you needed to research, you needed to do your homework. To
the Ottoman Empire, Jack? What do you mean? Was I supposed to just learn all of history during that period as well?
Look, flashback to episode 1. What did I say?
Previously on Overwatch League.
Wait, before we start, is it Overwatch related or is it Overwatch League related?
No, it's actually about the Ottoman Empire.
And
there you go. You didn't do your research, and that was a basic question too. When did they peak? Like, that's what everybody Googles these days. So
yeah.
You are in luck, Scott. We do have a bonus question, and we're doing this for each and every single contestant this time around because we got a few complaints in the YouTube comments. Maybe there was a little bit of favoritism towards you, and I'm not saying much, but we're going to give a bonus question to everybody this time around. So okay. Your bonus question for an additional point: spell the Guangzhou Charge.
Can I write it down and then say it?
Nope.
Guangzhoucharge.
You got it right. The bonus question. Ding, ding, ding.
I've been practicing my spelling, so maybe I should have put more effort into history.
Yeah. I chose potentially the toughest, although my spelling is terrible, so any team is very hard for me to spell, but I thought it was the toughest one, and you got it right. So an extra bonus point for you, Scott. Congratulations.
Wait, you said you chose the hardest one for me. Did you choose all the hardest questions just for me because I'm in the lead?
No, there's no way.
2 minutes ago on Overwatch League.
Magenta 1, 38, 30, 100, 100, 0, 0.
What are these questions?
Nope. I'm getting legal involved.
There's no way. They won't pick up your calls. They won't pick up your calls. No, they won't.
Scott, please stop calling us.
I've tried, trust me. Anyway, Scott, thank you very much for showing up today. Episode number 2. How'd it go? How do you feel it went? Where do you think you've placed? Because currently you are in the lead with 5 points. Didn't get too many right today, though.
Those questions were hard. I don't know if there were many that I should have gotten right. I'm disappointed in myself, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's fine. That's what this show's all about, making sure you feel disappointed in yourself with your time here. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Scott, for joining. And give everybody a round of applause for Scott, everybody. And yeah, we'll see you very soon, Scott. Let's bring on our next guest. Let's welcome our second contestant, Danny Lim Lim. Welcome to the show, Danny. Look, I'm really sorry. I got to apologize first up. I know I'm taking your valuable gym time away from you to bring you on the show, but are you good? Are you feeling nice today? You excited to get
Hey, man, I gotta go. I have my pre-workout. I literally have like 5 minutes. It's kicking in right now. Let's get this done. So
okay.
I can go to the gym, okay?
Okay, I don't really want... Okay. I don't really want to... Okay, that's fine. Okay, Danny, 60 seconds. Let's go. You ready?
Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Kings Row has another name. What is it?
Kings Row has another name? Wait.
It's more of a community name. You can pass the question if you want to.
Pass?
Scrims Row. Among is known for what hero?
Diva.
Wrecking Ball.
Wrecking Ball?
This isn't great. No. Okay, this is fine. Who founded the Ottoman Empire?
The Ultimate Empire? Isn't that a Star Wars thing? No. Ottoman Empire? Darth Vader?
Not Darth Vader. It was actually Osman the First. Where is Bastion from?
The woods, forests with Snillo.
You know what? I'm gonna take that. Why not? Yeah, let's go. Who got the most points in episode 1 of Overwatch? Who got the most points?
Most point in episode 1 of Overwatch?
Of Overwatch. Who came first?
Overwatch. I think it's Custa?
It was Custa. That's an extra point. I will say, we are doing a secret bonus question for everybody.
Oh, are we? Okay.
Yep, we're doing a secret bonus question. So this is your chance. I know you have to go, but look, listen. This is your chance to get an extra point, okay? Are you ready?
Yes.
Bonus question. Spell Guangzhou Charge.
Guangzhou Charge.
Yes.
G.
Yes.
G.
It does start with a G.
No, G-U-A.
Yes.
Oh, wait. G-U-A-N-G-Z-H-O-U. Charge. C-H-A-R-G-E.
Correct. Correct. Bonus question.
That was the hardest question. Oh my god, I froze for like 10 seconds.
Luckily, there's not a time limit on the bonus one, Danny. So an extra point for you, sir. Well done. Let's go. Pre-workouts kicking in. Danny getting toned, getting ripped right now live on camera. Let's show the guns. Boom, boom, boom. Might have to censor those. I'm not sure if we're legally allowed to show. Jesus Christ, this guy's ripped. Okay, maybe I'll give you an extra point for that, but I won't because that'll be unfair and people complain in the comments. Danny, how'd you feel? Was it a little bit easier than last time? You got 2 points last time. I think you got 3 this time.
I don't know how many I got last time, but I think
you got 2.
Yeah, it was a little bit easier, Jack. I need you to step it up. I need the question to be a little bit more challenging. Yeah. You know.
A little bit
I was
more
expecting a lot more. Yeah, I was expecting questions that were a little bit more challenging than this one. So maybe on the third one you could get it, maybe. But this one was. I'll give it a solid 7 out of 10 for you.
I'm the one asking the questions. You're the one answering them. How does that make any sense?
Hey, man.
Okay, well, you know what, Danny? Thank you for coming on. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate you. Please don't beat me up. Thank you, Danny. Yep. Anyway, everybody, round of applause for Danny Lim Lim. Thank you very much. And we're going to cut to a quick break. See you soon. See you in a bit.
I thought you were supposed to be a pro.
Are you
suck.
Are you kidding me?
You suck.
Did you hear the questions that Danny got in comparison?
He did great. Danny did great.
He got asked what Among's signature hero is, and he said Diva. I got asked what Tayo's crosshair numbers are.
And you didn't know.
It is big. I do know it is very big. But come on. I heard you had harder questions.
No. Well, yes. That's actually, I had super hard questions. So go make sure you check out the YouTube video.
Yes.
It's good.
On the Overwatch League YouTube, go watch the thrilling conclusion of Overwatch Episode 2, but just know that Scott apparently sucks.
I'm pretty sure you're last. I'm pretty sure you are last.
Sorry, I've got more points than Danny still, you know, surely.
How many points did you have?
I had 5 to begin with, and I got 1, so I'm at 6. Danny got 2, and he got 3 in there, so he's at 5. Yeah, I'm ahead still.
Next time.
I don't think so. I think minus 10 points for Scott, just because his ego's getting too big, so we gotta pop.
You better be careful. You're coming into the next episode. Good luck.
Oh, you know what? Bring it on. I can do it. I've watched all of the Overwatch cinematics. I know what Hangzhou really says when he goes, "Yuga waga teki wa kura."
What a Sam, she's got us.
Let the dragon consume you.
Oh!
My Japanese blood flows through my veins.
We're gonna lose.
We're talking about Overwatch or something, right?
Yeah.
Something about
the finals.
Just the Midseason Madness finals, where we're getting that salty run back of the Gladiators fighting their way through the losers bracket to take on the San Francisco Shock in that grand final match. And I think you were the one who was most excited yesterday after watching the Gladiators fall down, because you're like, oh, there's no way they're gonna make it back up there.
Oh yeah, and you could tell, you saw that match. Kevster is angry, okay? And Proper is crazy. Kevster's angry. Shadazy, we got a grand finals coming up. It's going to be a banger of a match. We talked about it. You showed it in the pre-show. Proper got the edge over Kevster on that Tracer head-to-head. I want to see them run back. It's a salty run back. But then, of course, we got the Reiner Kalush head-to-head. Let's see how close they can get up in this one. But honestly, it's just going to be a great match.
You're asking how close they can get. I think we saw how close that they can really
get closer.
They can get very close. Get onto Twitter right now. Look at both of the teams' Twitter profile photos, I think, right now, and you'll definitely know. I think we also shared a nice little clip in the pre-show, so go ahead, rewind. You're on YouTube. You can do that. But Johnny, thoughts going into this match?
We touched on it before the Overwatch video. Costa mentioned it, of course, that Kalush has been playing some diva this tournament, and I think we'll see more of that come this very match. It is so ridiculously hard to match the fast tempo of the LA Gladiators. So, well, if you're not going to outpace them, you might as well slow things down and try to get some defensive benefits your way. Kalush has been one of the only players the entire tournament to bring out the diva, and you can see for the stats yourself, they're not, the shiniest stats ever. It's not like he's racking up all these eliminations and final blows per 10 minutes, but the way he's supporting his team with the defense matrix, peeling for the likes of Kilo and Sam, who have ridiculous mechanical skill sets when it comes to the Sojourn and the Ashe, and also you have one of the best backlines in the game with Finn and Violet. Yeah. That's a win condition, and if you can support that win condition with that defense matrix, you can buy enough time to peel off Kevster and to peel off all these dives coming through, like Reiner, for example. So maybe we'll see the Shock lean more on the diva, but one final analytical point we also need to hit on is Funny Astro's impact on the Lucio. Because even dating back to yesterday, the couple of maps that the LA Gladiators won was the maps when Funny Astro was subbed in. Yeah, when he's able to play that fast speed tempo, it doesn't feel like the Shock are perfectly ready for it. Violet is a flex support player who doesn't really want to go over to the Lucio. He will do it if he's required to, but I agree with that. But on my hand, I like the Funny Astro Lucio, but the linchpin for them, I said it in the pre-show, was Reiner. And he did just struggle with the same thing. His job is to go aggressive, create that space, but sometimes he's going down too fast, not staying alive long enough. So I want to see that from him in this match.
Johnny, I want to pose a question to you, because I think something that you brought up yesterday, I believe it was with the Fusion in relation to them winning their earlier match, then having to play that final match of the day. You brought up the point of you get the adrenaline pumping at the beginning of the day, and you have a couple hours in between. You kind of fall off, maybe you get a little sleepy, and then you end up not having that performance. Now, we're looking at the Gladiators, who just had their winning map off of the rain, or winning series off of the rain. They've built up that momentum. Do you think that they could keep that momentum and adrenaline pumping forward into this next match, or do you think that there's any mental obstacles that could pop up for them?
I'm pumping out again with my biochemistry degree.
Adrenaline, that's why
caffeine, I have all the knowledge. No, but really, this is all secondhand information, right? Or anecdotal information, rather. But that match between the LA Gladiators and the Atlanta Wind we just saw, it's not as draining for the players. So the LA Gladiators in this case, as you said, they are warmed up. They're ready to go. They're feeling good. Kevster's oh, I dominated on Ilios. I had such a great time. And now carrying that momentum forward. It's very different from the Fusion, who wow, we barely came out alive from that one, and then you get like 2 hours to digest, and you're like, oh, am I hungry? Am I thirsty? I don't know what's going on. Like everything's a blur. The LA Gladiators in this case, they are warmed up and they're ready to go. And also, I would not be surprised if they went back to the hotel last night and they're like, we need to find out what went wrong, and they're already prepared. They know what they're going to execute on going into this matchup. So the LA Gladiators, you can even make a case that they have the momentum benefit going into this matchup, Costa.
I completely agree with Johnny. From my experience, when I did have to play long days, playing back-to-back is actually not as bad as having that big window of a break in the middle, because what can happen there is you lose that adrenaline, you lose that momentum, and then, as Johnny said, you kind of want to take a nap, or you kind of want to reset yourself, but it can be hard to get back from that. It's almost like they just came out of a scrim. They've just warmed up, they're ready to go. I think the Gladiators, if anything, is in a more advantageous spot in this situation.
Were you a player?
Stop asking me this. Yeah.
Anyways.
I want only stage 4 victor ever to happen. Sort of, yeah.
We've got the predictions for our final match of the day, so let's go ahead and show them to all of you, although I think we all know who is going to take this one. What?
Ooh.
All right.
You did call San Francisco, but Danny and Sully.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, is it too simplistic to just say they beat them yesterday?
No,
in a pretty good fashion as well. I will say, I do think it was interesting that the Shock picked Ilios as their first map yesterday, knowing that the LA Gladiators played Funny Astro on that map and beat the Spark on it. But also, if you lose control, that means you can pick Eichenwald as your second map. So maybe that was just another attempt to get some more practice time versus Delucio, figure out how to deal with it. Maybe. I'm just speculating over here, but maybe they'll go for Oasis or Li Jiang this time around, knowing how dangerous Funny Astro can be.
They did win Oasis in the last series, so they could definitely go there first as the #1 seed.
Yeah.
All right, well, I believe at the beginning of the week, Scott, you had called the Gladiators the Sadiators.
Yeah.
I'm switching that name to the Zadiators. I think that they can go the distance and take this final, and we're going to get into that match right after we take a quick break. But don't go anywhere, because the moment that you all have been waiting for is coming up next. Stick around.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And welcome back, everybody. It is the moment that you and we and everybody has been waiting for. The grand final here, the Mid-Season Madness tournament. We have the San Francisco Shock going up against the LA Gladiators, who have persevered, albeit through a brief run in the lower bracket. Now we get a rematch of the upper final. I'm Achilles. I'm joined as always by Avril, and we'll be guiding you through this best-of-7 series.
6 days to get here, 12 teams from across the world, and we finally reached the top two. On this bracket final rematch here for both of our squads, the LA Gladiators and the San Francisco Shock themselves, who are the most decorated franchise in the Overwatch League's history. 3 stage titles, 2 championships, looking to add 1 more to the tally now. LA Gladiators are defending champions from the kick-off clash. They come through from the lower bracket, defeating the Atlanta Reign, now looking for revenge in our finals.
It was a 3-2 last time that these guys did clash, and it wasn't very long ago either, so very well could have a repeat of that in this first of 4 series. I, of course, am hoping for that. You know, fingers crossed that this one can go the distance. Show me a 4-3 scoreline. Don't care who walks away victorious at the end of it all. I just want to see some back and forth action between the 2 best teams in the Overwatch League right now. Here's the starting 5 for the side of the Gladiators, who we did just get to see take down the Reign. It's going to be Funny Astro starting on support, Patty Pen in over Ons.
Standard 5 coming on through. Funny Astro has been a critical player on this team, winning them a handful of maps. The comebacks onto Coliseum, that's happened twice now. It is uncanny what the LA Gladiators can do on that map. Look out for that one a little bit later on, I guarantee. It'll be on the docket, probably map number 4. Our 7-map series today, again, hoping that it does indeed go the distance. The LA Gladiators, from my little look into their team, map drafting strategy should be after map number 1 if they do win. It should be Shock going towards Eichenwald, otherwise Gladiators looking to play Midtown. They want to go towards Gibraltar as well, avoiding Circuit Royale. That to me is going to be a key swing map in this particular series. Shock looked fantastic on Circuit Royale. Gladiators not so much. Coliseum though is a map that both teams have been proficient on, but again, I highlight the Gladiators. Their ability to make comebacks on that map is absolutely wild.
Well, here's the starting 5 for the side of the San Francisco Shock. Nothing too surprising, obviously. Here, as we have Sam Proper, Mikey, Finn, and Violet to kick things off in this series. Violet has been guiding these rookies to a victory. We'll just have to see if they can close this one out. Obviously, fell shy of the mark during the kickoff clash. Did get knocked down, did get eliminated by, I believe, the Dallas Fuel. But now, they are looking so much more comfortable in the current meta.
You know, these players have certainly matured, and we get to the stage where Violet and the rookies are coming into championship caliber play. For so many of these young players, it will be their first time on the international stage against 12 teams over the course of 6 days. Again, now finally in that finals. They've done so without dropping a single match. In fact, the count is currently correct. This is a 9-match win streak for the San Francisco Shock. They have not dropped a single series for 9 matches in a row. The last time they lost was versus the Dallas Fuel in the mid-season, not rather the kickoff clash tournament stage in Texas that you sort of mentioned there. Since then, completely flawless.
And I mean, could you expect really any other organization to be able to pull this off? This is, of course, the team that back in 2019 pulled off the golden stage as it had to be, you know, made. We had to invent that title for them because they didn't drop a single series throughout an entire stage. They have been looking absolutely incredible, and one of the biggest matchups that I'm so excited to see once more is going to be Proper versus Kevster. These guys are, of course, on opposite sides of the rooms. There's going to be smack talk flying from opposite sides. You can see Finn.
It's already happening.
That right there, and yeah, it has begun, and I can't wait to see what it looks like as well when we actually get into game, because this is already spicing up.
Absolutely. Patapan's trying to hear what's going on the other side, or maybe it's his own coaches, but in either case, look, like you mentioned, Kevster versus Proper, they'll be in the entire way through. Neither of these players will be subbed out for the majority of the 7 maps, or all the 7 maps. Both top-tier players, both gunning for an MVP award. And I do believe the results of this tournament, the results of this particular matchup will heavily sway fan favor, personality flavor towards who is the top dog, who has got that dog in them to get those awards. But here we are, 7 maps on board. First map choice being selected by the San Francisco Shock, going towards Ilios, a very even map for both teams. If this was the Gladiators selecting their first map, I strongly believe it would also be Ilios. So, not necessarily favoring either team here, but we do get an early look from Mikey and Sam before we get Kaluj in for the next map. And this is where the Glads also get to start with Funny Astro. So, something that they want to do as much as possible this series.
Ready for battle.
As you can see there, for all the marbles just yesterday, where they squared off, went all the way to 5 Gladiators, narrowly missing out, having that auto seed forward into the grand finals. The Shock did manage to maintain that match win streak. We have the number 1, number 2 seeds coming into the event now, squaring off.
All to play for Achilles. LA Gladiators looking to defend their title from the kick-off clash to the San Francisco Shock. Back on top of the world. Map number 1 going to be Ilios Well. It is Reiner Winston versus Mikey Winston as well. No ball today. Finally coming through on the Lucio, Sam on the Echo as expected. But watch out for the 2 Traces, Proper and Kipster.
Definitely the ones to keep our eyes peeled on. Patty Ban, of course, on this very map. Not quite this sub-map. Was able to have an immense amount of impact and helping to gain a victory with that Genji. But Proper, he's drawn first blood, shutting down Kepster first and foremost. Up over the top goes Sam. For some sticky bombs over towards Shu. Not going to be able to find that execute for now, but down a member of the Gladiators. Going to have to take this a little bit slowly. They do manage to get some corner pressure here applied to the point to keep this contested and stop the Shock from being able to gain some free percentage off the rip. Dive in. Daily caps come through from Mikey, from Sam, moving their way through the cap nearly there. They can just clear the point for a brief moment. They'll be able to grab it, and they do. Proper starts sneaking around the back lines. They've noted him exactly where he's going to be playing through, but in the meantime, a couple people are focused in. Over towards Proper, the supports in particular. Reiner goes down now. Patty Ban going to get cleaned up as well, so the Shock winning out handily in the fight.
Really good defense by Gladiators to at least hold on to the point for some time before the Shock could actually get a cap that's going to slow down progress for the Shock. But in the other stage as well, you see Gladiators coming back in with a full 5 up the Kips that gets first blooded. They still cannot get a frag on board. Reiner falls over. And the LA Gladiators, unfortunately, are going to lose that cap. 30% and counting now for Shock. Proper has the first pulse bomb, the first ultimate of the game. Finn nearly on that nano as well.
Gets a dash to the side. Proper going to be going low. The recall still available. Once he's got to hold on to it, but as he dashes, Patapan, he does very much the same. Cuts him down to size. It's very much a fight victory here for the side of the Gladiators. They clean up 3 players. Mikey as well, sliver of HP, going to make his exit. Sam trying to dash and duck around here on the point build up towards that duplicate. Won't be allowed to do so. And it's a clean 50% established for the Shock as Gladiators take charge.
Very aggressive there as well. I mean, Gladiators, you just see from Proper's POV, Reiner came out of nowhere. The instant damage, the burst, and the Proper takes him down. No early pulse bomb advantages anymore. Kips is caught up now. Gladiators with the Lucio in hand, keeping the pace as quick as possible. Both nanos online. Both nanos likely to go towards the Winston players, building up towards those primals. Sam as well looking for the Duke.
Down barrier also about to be here for the side of the Gladiators, which can be instrumental in them holding this point, trying to catch up already. Getting it up to 30% as the Nano goes down to the Mikey. He's going to be taking a nap. Proper does manage to find Funny Astro. Traded, but now no support from the side of the Gladiators. A great pulse bomb out. Knocks them both down. Turns his sights over to Kevster. Forces the recall. Just back up the full HP as Patty Ban's just trying to make his way out. But Mikey manages to pursue deep enough. Get the kill here onto the enemy Genji. Cleanup continuing to come through as Reiner is in desperate need of some healing here from his squad that is just now rejoining. The Shock, they occupy the point. As the Gladiators hit 50%, the Shock go ahead and retake it.
Yes, 3 ultimates traded for 3 there, but the important thing that we did see is despite Mikey getting slipped and Reiner not eating a sleep dart, it's Proper that goes off, finding the value, double support line kills as well. He got both Funny Astro and Shu. Patty looking to respond now, working towards that plate. He has the beat available. He has an extra HP.
He's a little bit longer to build it up, but does manage to find Mikey, getting that killing blow with the melee hit at the very end. Now the blade going to be pulled through, dashes across, finds spin, finds Sam, looks for a little bit more. Violet keeps him at an arm's length and will force him to retreat, but Violet himself is still in a precarious position. Does come out on top, all things considered, but the Gladiators are once more in control, keeping things nice and even.
Yeah, Sound Barrier being traded for Rally there, and LA Gladiators will take that window of opportunity where the Sound Barrier is more effective to get those kills in. Fight is still continuing though, a bit of a skirmish happening here on the front lines. Gladiators not willing to give this one up, obviously the lead with the biggest stick on to shoot.
And now he's looking for Funny Astro. Can he get the 2-for-1 again? No, he cannot. So managed to hound him down, but the flip is getting ready to come through once more for the San Francisco Shock as the cleanup is there. Kept to the last one to fall. 2% shy of tying it once more, but the Shock now ticking up last fight territory here for the Gladiators.
Yeah, so many kills coming through from Proper as well, specifically 6 so far. Most of them have been pulse bomb kills. We're heading towards the 90% mark. Patty Pan coming back over towards a Sombra. There's not a lot of great targets to hack. Ideally, you get Proper or Sam. That 1 second window could be lethal if they can land the damage in time. But this is desperation for Glads.
We get the point touch. They force out the overtime. Patty Pan around the back. Looking for a target, saw Proper hovering low. Has a hack out of the Mikey, just kind of using him as an old battery as you typically do. As a Sombra, but the sleep is absolutely massive, and Proper, it's right in on top, and the kill comes through. The Gladiators down a member, having to fight back, having to try to persevere. The nano goes in as Mikey goes
Shu
well.
excellent.
Dives into the back line, and Shu, he cannot nor it. It's funny, Astro proper gets right underneath of him, takes down the Lucio, and it seems like that is going to be it. The OT will bleed away. A celebratory primal end to rally on the back end, as the Shock will claim well 176%.
And it comes through from a first blood onto proper on multiple fights. Pulse bomb sticking through, killing Kevster straight away is thematic for this series. Again, Proper versus Kevster is our highlighted matchup here. 8 final blows for Proper on that submap, only 1 for Kevster. Need to look for much more of a step up from our MVP caliber Tracer player of Kevster on the LA Gladiators side. San Francisco Shock, a lot of back and forth there. When push comes to shove, they had the frags ready to go. Finn had the earlier nano. Shu could not hold on to his life. Does not get the nano for the final fight. We move over towards Ilios Ruins. It's going to be Reiner coming through with the Doom this time. Lucio Moira for the Shock as well, do note.
Yep, minor shakeups here. Lucio Moira at the game from the side of the Shock. We've seen this be, hit and miss depending on which team is piloting it, but you do put a bit more stock into it here with the Shock rocking it, so let's see what happens and whether or not the Gladiators are going to be able to shut this down, which they need to do if they want to take this to a third and final round. Shu already, though, dead off the rip. Violet getting on top and finds the melee kill. Patty Pan answers back, finding one, but Mikey is quick to maintaining that man advantage. A 2-for-1 here for the side of the Shock is once more point unlocking, and they have first presence. Funny Astro under fire, the dive into the back. Proper not going to be able to finish him off with that clip. Still, it's threatening multiple members on the side of the Gladiators, making sure that they cannot rest easy.
And a much cleaner cap this time coming through with Shock. You don't have the same delay from Gladiators to slow things down. 2-for-1 trade in terms of members dead. Gladiators lose 2. Their Reiner on low HP couldn't dive back in. He's ready to go now, putting a lot of pressure to Mikey. Mikey has to leave.
Looking for it. There's the stick. There's Finn gone. Look, that was a hit on the Mikey, but Finn is going to be the one who eats it in the end. Violet as well taken down, so no supports, no tank. Proper. They're just looking for anything that they possibly can, but we'll just get picked off at the end by Kevster, who's starting to heat up. Gladiators once more regaining control, this time a little bit sooner. So Shock hit 24%.
And that's what you want to see out of Glads when you go up against a Lucio Moira composition. Shock want to be the faster team, so if Glads can flip the script that they can be the ones pushing the go button just that much sooner, putting the pressure onto Mikey. There's no burst healing coming through from this Lucio Moira like you can get from an Ana, so Mikey's low once again.
A rare miss there from Proper. Patapen just sliding away, Mikey taken down, now Violet joining him in the grave. Gladiators have taken the lead here for themselves, so they look just for the further cleanup and build up towards these ultimates to further hold the point. Proper the last one to drop. Patty Pan comes up with 3 or 4 in that fight. Very nicely done by them, and so far the Glads are looking good on Ruins.
And they are able to outpace the Coalition's timing here as well, because Violet's only about to get the cold now, but you see Shu, you see Funny Asher, they're about to land on first support ultimates. As soon as the cold does come through, Gladiators can respond. They can just sound barrier directly into it. You're not really sounding sound barrier out for much, except for maybe the blade a little bit later on. So Asher goes for it.
Yep, Pete gets dropped. Patapan, however, still focus fire through that shielding. They managed to find the kill. Funny Astro as well. Dangerously low, gets the poop back, creates some distance, stays alive for a little bit longer, but the rest of the team is getting chewed apart across the map here as the Shock to go ahead and wrest control away from the Gladiators. Kevster fighting back, does manage to find Finn, but the flip will be there before Reiner can dive onto the point, and then he quickly has to make his exit. Doesn't give up an additional stagger.
2-for-2 trade that you saw in that last fight, but Gladiators lose their support, so Reiner can't stay in. Grabs a Mega Health back on the side. Gets a little bit of healing, wants to do some harass, but they cannot hold on to the points. So importantly, Glads now stop that 67% Proper. Second pulse bomb miss, a little bit unfortunate there, but Shock have more to play through. Here comes the Blade.
The Blade is out, but the poop is absolutely massive from Astro, just keeping him at arm's length once more. And slash on the Reiner, takes him low. Mikey now with the Primal. Oh, he's got them locked in the side room. Shoot. And the tank of the Gladiators end up falling. They fish for a little bit more, so while the Blade didn't get too much done, the Primal Blade does a hell of a lot of work.
67 about to be on board for the Shock here as well. Still one more defensive ultimate. Glads want to pull the trigger here. They have the overclock available. They have been putting a lot of focus on damaging Mikey through Finn. Should be able to counter that this time with a sound barrier. They're going to go aggressive. Shock want to go first.
That they are. I mean, Anti out onto 3, but they don't care. Violet, he just goes ahead, fades that one off, and now they push forward and find the elimination. It's a deflect on the rail from Sam, knocks it back into Shu, claiming the kill, so Patty Pan only going to be able to find that singular kill with the overclock in the end. Back cap coming in as Kevster dodged around the rest of the Shock. Violet picked off here on the back end, taking the Cole out for the extended fight. And the Shock seems like they will just be happy to concede the rest of this over. They know that they have a little bit more time on their side, but Gladiators hold on to 4 ults.
And maybe Shock biting a bit more than they can chew there. Very aggressive beat going in. Usually you want to save that one to counter through for Patapan's overclock. And even despite the heroics of the deflect, Gladiators will get the number of kills, especially off the overclock. Still 4 ultimates in hand, by the way. And once more, we find ourselves at the critical timing. Cole's available for Violet, but so much more is available for Glads.
89% now. Pulse bomb out from Kevster. Not going to find any purchase. Mikey going to be antied out. However, Patapan is able to finish him off with the Rail. The Coalescence just not enough healing throughput. They're trying to keep him alive. Pulse bomb. Big sleep. Not going to connect. Get the sleep into proper. And Money Astro is there for the alley-oop. He gets the elimination. Violet's going to be taken down. The OT bleeding down. A last-second touch from Finn, but he's got nowhere to go other than the grave. And as this bleeds away, it will confirm that we are, in fact, going to a final round. Neither team going down without a fight. Go ahead and extend this all the way over to Lighthouse.
Shu making a name for himself. Possibly our best flex support in the entire league currently. A major sleep dart onto proper that shuts him down. The ZZ's coming through. He knows what kind of damage he did in that final fight. 4 ultimates as well, though. The LA Gladiators holding strong when the Coalescences come on through. That is one of the key strengths for the Shock running a Lucio Mori composition. You have to play around the Coalescences. That's when you go for the aggressive plays. Each time, though, Shu and Funny Astro have their supports available. Funny Astro responds with a sound barrier. Shu pops a nano onto Patapan. The damage is too good. They shut down the carrier proper, and the Glads will take that 100.
Well, some questions there. Funny Astro at the very end of Ruins asking, Finn Lucio, what's that? And that's why we get the response of, it's just some fun. Well, it won't be too fun in hindsight if the Shock end up losing this map now. Not to say that Finn was
fun in the grand finals.
That they would have lost that. But yeah, we do a little bit of funning here in the grand finals as it turns out.
First wrecking ball that we are seeing from the Shock via Mikey, by the way. I thought this one might come through on well. He was playing the Winston instead. Now it will be the ball, but Sam opens up the first blood. It's Kevster again.
I mean, Kevster at a distance down to an echo. Not something you see too very often, but just plays off his teammates' damage quite nicely. Getting that pick, finding the timing. Get the shots to connect. Funny Astro making his way up top, stays elusive, avoiding the sticky bombs. But once more, the Shock will be able to lock down this point, and Reiner, he is out in the middle of nowhere, ends up falling. It will be a trade on the tanks, however, with Mikey getting taken down. Now they're looking for Sam, and he's locked in a bad position, and Shu was able to clean him up.
No flight available there for Sam. On the big sidelines there, Gladiators territory as well, I believe was on their side of the map. Proper taking down very low HP, but he'll take down Kevster in response, so things are going okay. Reiner was down pretty early in that fight as well. Half HP, Shu needs this nano.
Oh, proper. A couple whips on Ruins, but this time he comes up huge, gets on top of Reiner and Patty. Pulse gets the 2 for 1. Astro taken down, and the Shock will be able to hold the point.
I mean, just making up for lost time, right? 2 missed pulse bombs on Ruins, like you said, but here we go. 1 pulse bomb for 2. Trying to catch up on lost kills that he had. Again, Reiner half HP. That Kevster, I believe, well, either Patapan, one of them was dead. Shu did not have the nano in time, but now it is here. Low HP, though. It has to be a nano fight.
Oh, and he whips the sleep. Mikey gets in there. Plays off the back of the sticky bombs. Shu take it down. Now Astro gone as well. The supports claims. Shock looking to really hold this point for a hell of a lot longer. 56% already locked in for them with no end in sight.
Yeah, still no real engage from Glads either. I mean, we're waiting for overclocks to come online. The nano as well. Been up for about 1.5 fights here, but the tempo from the Shock just to slam the LA Gladiators into the side room, the little mini pack room there as well. Like you mentioned, Shu unfortunately couldn't hit the sleep dart. Didn't go for the nano either to try and make the comeback play, and Shock holding on to a lot of ultimates in what could be last fight very soon. The mines are out.
Mines invested nano as well here onto Reiner. Trying to keep him sustained. And oh, what a snap! Snipes him right out of the sky. Could have used the Doom to try to go for the iframes, keep himself protected. Now the body block is there, just trying to deny point access here to Mikey. He does manage to slink his way through. This is proper, dodging and ducking around the back. The pulse bomb now at the ready with the sound barrier shield coming through. Means that he's going to have to hold on to this at least for a little bit longer, trying to whittle away at these shields. Patty, however, has slid away from the rest of the squad, slid away from the point. That makes some easy pickings here for the rest of the Shock. He gets cleaned up. Sam once more going to be taken down, seemingly just locked into the respawn room, but Shock look to retake. They're back over onto the point, occupying it, looking for the flip, and they're already at 97% of the Gladiators. Have to keep this one contested. The dash forward, they're looking for the supports. Pulse bomb going to be lobbed in this time. No stick for proper, no elimination. With Violet going down, the Shock might just have to reset.
Super fine margins here for the Gladiators. You see that Shock wanted to stay in the fight. They weren't done just yet. They had already the point flipped over towards the Gladiators. That's why we're on 30% now. Finn holding on to Transcendence. I mean, Shock wanted to burn a couple of ultimates there. You did see the rally. You did see the pulse bomb, but Glads held strong. 3 ultimates held on to. If those had been burned, Shock would be up economically, but Glads have a real chance of coming back now.
But they need to really play this out wisely.
Lucio dude.
And yeah, I was going to say with their ult economy, but the Lucio dupe comes through. Sam trying to heal some people up, trying to weave in some of these left clicks, build up towards that sound barrier so they can win out the fight. Slow going, and it will be expiring here in about 2 seconds. Gets the beat, drops it down. The shielding now going to expire. Violet taken down moments before by the pulse bomb from Kevster, but the flip was there in the meantime. Shock retake control. Finn, however, now going to be eliminated. That's going to be at some point on the side of the Shock. The mines come through to occupy the point. Kevster falling lower, takes the recall out, puts a hell of a lot of damage down to the proper. Tries to make his exit, but Kevster finds him in the end. The flip still needing to be there, though, as the contest continues from the side of the Shock. The boom pit, Kevster, I think he was blinking to the side, actually. Goes straight into the mines and ends up going down, and that could be catastrophic. Violet returns. Reiner claims the kill.
Astro has bait.
Look for a little bit more. The flip comes through. The Glads now back in control as they look for some cleanup kills, get some staggers. They will be able to keep this map going.
Really important kill from Kevster onto proper a little bit earlier on there as well. Only one member dying to the mines. And LA Gladiators, that could have been a very dire moment. Funny Astro coming back with the sound barrier, I believe was about 94, 95%. Might have had to burn that one, but they will be able to force the Shock out without having to use that ultimate, so they can save it for this final fight where Shock are mostly burned through. In terms of ult economy, we're looking only at proper now. He got a 2-for-1 at the start of this map. Can he get more? He's going to have to.
Absolutely. This barrier needs to be well timed from Astro. Someone typically you can very much rely on to not beat the beat. Reiner consistently getting whittled away at. Heals flying through.
Kevster cashing up.
This is a bit of a battery, trying to get that nano ready to go. Does have a nice little lead over Finn, and Mikey's going to be taken down. The beat is still going to be used. Pulse bomb in, finds Violet once more. Kevster strikes him down. And as you say, proper slept. Funny Astro once more gets on top of him to find the elimination. The cleanups come through, and the Gladiators, they will manage to persevere. A great fight to take at the very end. They clean it up. 2-1, but back and forth between both of these squads. It is the Gladiators, however, drawing first blood to kick off the series. And Funny Astro says, pick Ilios one more time.
And that's the thing, right? Because this is one of the very important maps for Gladiators. We've watched the Gladiators versus the Hangzhou Spark not that long ago, a couple days now. And this was the map, along with CoStream, that they really brought back in terms of winning that series, where they're down 1-2. Shock have also been favoring this as a first pick. They've first picked this map a number of times now, but any opportunity where the Gladiators can put Funny Astro in is going to be a strong map. But despite what Funny Astro is saying, it was a struggle. Gladiators did have to come back. Another heroic sleep from Shu onto proper to deny him from the pulse bomb. But this time, it ends up being Kevster that opens up with the pulse that wins the map.
Just impeccably played, so very back and forth the whole way throughout, and that is what we have been asking for, and that is what we hope continues throughout every single map in this series, not just Control, not just Ilios. I want to see this one go the distance. Give me 7 maps. I am fully prepared for it, and I'm sure the audience is as well. That's map 1 out of the way. We'll see if this can be tied up, if the Shock can't answer back with yet another map pick and try to get a victory. We'll see where they take us for Hybrid when we return. And we are back, just one map into this grand finals series. The Gladiators narrowly being able to edge out the Shock and take the win here, 2-1 on Ilios. And a lot of it on the back end had to do with Shu and these consistent sleeps that he was finding on Proper. We saw the game-changing one, the breaking one for the Shock on Ruins, and he does it once more here on Lighthouse.
Absolutely. I mean, this is Shu coming in for his role star. Once again, one of, if not the best flex support that we have in the Overwatch League. Gigantic sleep darts there. 1 and 2 Proper on, I believe it was Ruins, 1 now onto Lighthouse as well. That will give them very important map wins, and of course a kill onto Mikey. On the other end though, you do have Finn and Violet also trying to compete for that sort of #1 spot, or at least the upper echelons, going for those flex support role stars, just support role stars ready. Finn, the newbie on the block, extremely hyped up, probably the #1 flex support prospect from Korea in the offseason from Contenders. And Violet, I mean, this guy basically is the go-to supports in terms of his accolades, his achievements.
Oh yeah.
And now the leader of an extremely young squad trying to take them to their first ever championship.
And it's, you know, widely has been looking at treat, maybe not so much in the first map, but still, that is just one map out of the way. You can see Reiner and Kaluj having some smack talk back and forth across the way there. And at the very end, you know, Mikey, before he stepped away, said, yeah, you'll win the map, but you'll also lose the series. So he's saying, you know what, that first loss does not matter. We are going to be able to clap back. Now it's time for, well, while he might not be playing, for the team to put their money where their mouths are and see if they can do just that. Eichenwald is the pick for Hybrid, so we'll see if that can be the staging grounds for them to take the step forward and tie this 1-1.
I respect the self-censoring there from both Kaluj and especially Reiner. He had once a closed fist and a fist with an index finger, but not quite the middle one, so we're not going for the bird back and forth anyway. And speaking of birds, D.Va should be on the cards here for Eichenwalder for the Shock. Again, map drafting strategy from me analytically is that this would have been Midtown for Gladiators had it been their map pick, but they win Ilios the map pick of the Shock, and thus Shock will take them to Eichenwalder. This has been one of their absolute signatures throughout the entire tournament. They are the only team to consistently run D.Va, and specifically, they are running D.Va here from Kaluj. It is a Shock specialty. Now, when we have this matchup in the upper bracket, the LA Gladiators tried to counter with a Zarya composition, both offensive and defensive. Does have a very good matchup specifically into the D.Va. So this Reiner versus Kaluj matchup is now, I think, one that we have to zoom in for Eichenwalder. Proper versus Kevstar was big onto Ilios, but we have to ask the question, is it going to be more Zarya? Because Zarya did struggle specifically on that defense, wasn't very good on B for Reiner as well. That's where you expect it to be weak. But for the Shock, because the expectation is that Kaluj runs D.Va, he's actually going to come through on a Winston. They have duped the Gladiators. However, the Gladiators, once they notice this, Reiner should be going back towards either Doom or Winston when they scout the Winston.
Yeah, we'll see how they try to hide this one. Obviously, they can expect that Kevstar is going to be going for a pop shot, so just want to stay out of those Widow sight lines to buy a little bit of extra time on the Bamboozle before the swaps can come through. Just chip away at that time bank in any way that you could possibly do so. See what happens.
I gotta say,
looks like once the Glads do scout this thing.
I think this is better for Gladiators because they have the scouting advantage. They are attacking first. Once they peep what is being run on the defense here, Reiner will change. There's no reason to run a Zarya unless Kaluj is going towards a D.Va. And the D.Va so far, I believe, has a 100% match win rate or near 100%. So no real reason for Shock to change unless they just want to kind of confuse the Gladiators. There goes Reiner. He's going back to spawn now. Is it going to be Winston or Doom is the question. Doom has been the preference for Reiner for a lot of these maps, and the answer is Doom.
All right, there's a swap up. Kevstar as well, moving up the Genji, goes over to the Tracer. And we have the Doom Fist coming out the gate. Support's going to be matched here with that Zen on it. Reiner wrapping around the back, spotting Sam there for just a moment. He'll slide away. Now the contest onto the point for just a brief moment. Put down a little seismic slam, takes a punch to the side. See the Gladiators just poking and prodding, trying to get a sense of how Shock are going to be looking to pilot this defense and then try to find the entryway onto the point. Dash over the side, Proper chasing in, looking for Kevstar, does force him to recall. Reiner takes a hell of a lot of damage trying to play forward. Kevstar now, however, going to get picked off. Violet finding the opening kill. That Astrid from Proper going to whip, doesn't manage to connect on the Shu, and likely would have been an elimination had he been able to do so, but he will get him on the second attempt, and now Skewed is forced all the way back, and it's going to be a successful first volley here, defended on the side of the Shock.
Couple more things to really note for this type of map here as well. As Proper is actually playing the Genji instead of the Tracer. Previous games that we have seen on Iconvolta has always typically been the Proper Tracer along with the Sam on the Sojin. Here is also another change up for the San Francisco Shock. Look for the Nanoblade in future fights. Violet is nearly there, who is also playing the Ana, playing double flex support. Very important for the Shock. This is why their win rate is so much higher off the control maps, because Violet is taken off the Brig and onto an Ana.
Nade used by Violet, just getting that boosted healing out onto his teammates, keeping them alive. And Patty finds Proper. Deflect already burned, I do believe. The headshot comes across. Big opening now for the side of the Gladiators. They look to take the point. Nano boost going to be used. Goes over towards Kalush to try to keep him alive as he zaps away. Reiner falling lower and lower. Moves into the back. Will manage to find Shu, and Skip gets taken down by Sam's nade as well. Now no supports, no tick picked up. The Gladiators looking like they're going to once more have to reset and go again unless they can find this kill on a Kalush. They do manage to occupy the point for a little bit longer here. Patty sliding over, gets up over top of Kalush, finds that kill, and they're actually going to be able to turn this on its head.
Yep. Amazing by Patty. He outplays Sam there, but can Proper outplay the rest of the LA Gladiators. He's back in. There's not enough time, though. He would love to play. He's been stunned out here. We got the command, but they cannot touch. That's too late.
They get blocked.
Couldn't get there.
They get blocked. They can't make their way through. And now the trance gets burned for absolutely nothing. No contest. The cap is there. Nearly 4 minutes in the time bank for the side of the Gladiators. They are going to be so very happy with that as Reiner waiting to respawn, spams out the C9s.
It's so many failed ults here. We have a failed Transcendence, a failed overclock from Sam as well, shut down by Patapan. Nano onto Kalush keeps him alive for some time, but he couldn't build the primal within the Nano, so a couple things could have changed there. I mean, if there was a little bit more damage onto Kalush, if they had them stay alive for a little bit longer, had the supports died a little bit later there as well, Kalush could have built primal the previous fight. The Transcendence would have come on through. Patty 100% would have played that fight, and at minimum, even if Shock lose, they force ultimates out of Glads, and that's the one thing that didn't happen. Glads now have 4 ultimates going to be. They are snowballing exceptionally hard.
Caps are trying to harass, but now with the recall burned. The collapse comes through from the rest of the members of the side of the Shock. They do manage to get that punish. Proper continuing to limit test a little bit with his HP bar. Has managed to stay alive for the most part, and with the pickup onto Reiner, we'll have to wait for the reset. So for the cart, not gaining too much distance. It's going to be a minute taken away.
I mean, we're expecting a little bit more distance considering, you know, how aggressively they were able to snowball that one. Again, 4 ultimates. Nano a little bit better served on either Reiner's brand new Winston here, or even better should be the Patapan. So again, Nano clock the ultimate combo that we're looking for here. Very difficult to survive against. San Francisco Shock in that time had built up an extra Nano, so a little bit more even now. Nano going on Reiner's
no Nano clock. There's the sleep. They wake him up, though. Reiner right back into the action. Nano going to be used on the Finn just to keep him sustained.
No Nano blade then.
For another target. He's skewed, moving forward with the Transcendence rolling with the card, however, not moving at all, and now skewed. As soon as that ult expires, he ends up falling, but Patty and Kevzer, they manage to find the enemy supports. They clean him up, they get Sam as well, and with Kalush antied out, he does end up falling. And Card can finally start moving over towards the bridge here for the side of the Gladiators.
Yes, Finn on 97 there as well. Would love to have the extra Transcendence again burned to try and save point A. To be fair to him, though, in about the space of 2 fights, he's got another Transcendence doing a ton of damage on the Zenyatta. 4 final blows between Finn and Violet, 3 which on Finn. I said that Violet, great on the flex support, well, Finn on the Zenyatta as well is also a big boon for Shock.
A lot of distance being given up. Just here now to the edge of the bridge, Patty taking a bit of damage as there's a fight happening over onto the ramparts, and Kevzer manages to win it. Sam trying to take that high ground around the back, but Kevzer says no, shuts him down. Kalush jetting over to the side, looking to put some pressure here on a rider, but the card is moving forward. They have to go for the contest. Finn going to be popping the Transcendence. This time he is able to get over towards the objective, but the pulse pop from Kevzer flies through, and Violet taken down, had already used the Immortality Field. Seems that the Gladiators not going to be stopped this time around, not going to have the time bank drained down any further. That'll be the cap going through for them, and now it's going to be 2 minutes and 40 seconds as they breach the castle walls.
And it's more hero swaps as well, because Kalush did come back on a D.Va, so the question will be, does he remain on the D.Va or not? Not really the best for the final C-point defense. This is where Zarya or a Sigma or even the Winston could be preferred. Reiner has Primal available alongside more ultimates. The timing of Gladiators for getting these ultimates is insane, because they will now once more be snowballing to 4 ultimates for C. Kevs are changing from the Tracer to the Genji here for the Nano Blade a little bit later on. Bit of an insurance policy. He did also get the initial kill, I believe, onto Sam, which opened up the 5v4 on B.
Dive into the back, Reiner instantly falling low, has the Primal to rely on, however. Makes his exit back over to the front of the cart. Now the Nano, for the re-aggression, goes diving in once more. Down to about half HP, wraps back around the side, says, Shu, go ahead, offer me up some healing. She will be able to do so. Overclock here from Sam, he's looking for the shot, but a narrow miss, can't quite catch Shu in the head. stays safe. Now that ult going to be expired, and it's a lot of pressure applied to Proper, who needs to find a stick, needs to find an elimination with this pulse bomb. Sam falling low instantly. Patty finds the kill. Proper, even without the pulse, does manage to get in on top of the enemy. Sojourn finds that kill. Reiner going to be taken down as well. Seems like the Shock might be able to find a little bit of breathing room now. The final stretch of this defense. A minute and a half remaining. Gladiators, do they just make their exit? Reiner's going to be swapping over to lob in a desperation.
Only a reset
throw, but doesn't find the kill.
And they just don't have the numbers here. Gladiators, okay, swapping over towards Azari now. The Primal has been burned. Like I said, Azari preferable for a pointsy offense, especially when Kaluj is playing D.Va as well. But Skew did not transfer the fight. You see Patty going very aggressive on towards the overclock, but didn't have the support. He was going straight into enemy lines, died straight away to Proper. Could have been the fight win and the camp for the LA Gladiators now. 1 minute remaining here. Trent still available. Finn to match that in a hot second.
And nearly has it. Needs to have it sooner rather than later. Antiana Kaluj can buy some space and time with that self-destruct. For now, it's just trying to stay in this mech as long as he possibly can.
Nano for sure.
Knows that it's going to be too risky to just try to lob it in, but takes quite a bit of damage. The Nano once more going to be built up. This time it goes over to Reiner as he looks to build up some energy. Currently at 67. Self-destruct goes out from Kaluj, looks for a pick, but I think it actually lands on the chandelier. The card right now is not going to be contested. They finally manage to get the touchback through as he does re-mech. Sam slept, however, Patty gets on top of him. The headshot rail goes through. Made out onto Reiner. They're trying to keep him sustained. So far, it's working a trade. Finn taken down. The window's out from Violet, but Kevster pulls the blade, shuts him down. They clean up the kills, and the push comes to completion. The Gladiators managing to finish the map with just 16 seconds to spare, but crucially, they have time in the bank.
And that's why the Kev swap over towards the Genji was so important. Like I said, the insurance policy coming through, renew that one for the next side of Eichenwalde for sure for the LA Gladiators. When push comes to shove, we get towards the end there, and the Kevs to blade the come on through when nothing else was available. But how about those heals from Shu and Skew or keeping Reiner alive for so long? It ends up being the proper pulse bomb to finally take him down. The Gladiators, despite not getting the most amazing time bank, they do finish, they do cap 16 seconds, is still admirable. That's still a lot to work through in Shock. Now have the target set in terms of what they need to be able to get themselves.
Well. If the Shock on their map pick can take us to the end, it's not going to be an easy victory. It will go to extra innings, so need to try to set themselves up for as much of an advantage as they possibly can. See how they look, though, coming out the gate.
Let's very quickly talk about these compositions as well. Last time these two teams met, as a reminder, Reiner started out with the Zarya defense. That, unfortunately, was a very bad call from the Gladiators. It's good into Kaluj's D.Va, but it doesn't really have a lot of value once we get past A. They really struggled to do a lot on B, with the Zarya did not have the high ground, low ground mobility, did not have the verticality to play through, so starting out on the Doom or even the Winston, much more preferable once we transition onto B. It's about playing for the entirety of the map, not just for what is good on A. So this is an improvement from the LA Gladiators already in terms of opening compositional choices. But as mentioned as well, the Kaluj D.Va specialty for Eichenwalde is on the menu.
Once more, just slow and steady at the beginning. Shock tiptoeing around, chipping away at the HP bars of the Gladiators members where they possibly can. Tag Patty quite low. Now find Reiner here for the forward contest. Of course, his position back. He's also going to be using his mitigation. Doesn't have that for a little period of time as he goes diving into the back line, and that could be a death sentence for him, and yes, it is. He cannot exit. Absolutely overstepped, and now the point is broken open with Cute falling as well. Shu, the last member standing. As far as the supports are concerned, they will manage to break Kaluj out of that mech, but even with that little pilot pistol, he'll still be taking down Patty. So, you know, it's not all about the caliber of the weapon. Manages to make use of it, and that is going to be the cap coming in. A massive 5.5 minutes about to be on the time bank.
Yeah, Kaluj can't be in Baby D.Va form for the following cap, so he's going to reset that mech and continue that D.Va gameplay for B. Probably change when we get to C, but great stuff by the San Francisco Shock. An insanely good punish onto Reiner. Overstepping, by the way. Reiner lacking the patience there. Saw an opportunity in the back line, but was instantly punished by the entirety of the San Francisco Shock, including Kaluj. And no heals, because what you do see there is once Kaluj puts the Matrix on top of Reiner as he dives on in, Shu and Skew can't do a damn thing.
Yeah, I think he realized that he overstepped. Now swaps over to the Wrecking Ball here for the point B defense. Gave us a little bit of a blue steel look into the cam for a moment.
Patty.
See how they fit this time around. Proper. Dashing forward, pulse bomb at the ready. Avoids getting rolled across by Reiner. Stay safe for now.
Oh, good nano targets.
Divide a headshot. Yep, Sam going to be taken down. Like you said, nano targets. A little bit difficult to decide on who you want to go for. The cart will be abandoned.
I mean, the first pick is really important for Gladiators because that will slow down the shock, so they're going to have to wait for that respawn, which comes through now. And this is where you can go for Paddy because he does have the overclock, so we are going to get that nano-clock combo. Not likely to go on top of Rhino or Scoot unless they're in trouble, so Rhino at this stage has to try and not take too much damage because Shu needs puts on Paddy. He's put on Rhino instead.
Okay,
Good
well,
sleep
the sleep
time, look at
has
that.
connected. The nano's there to try to keep him alive, but here comes the... Oh,
Matrix!
Oh, Kalush! Rotates up to the high ground, keeps him protected. Now, Invest had something to go ahead and clear out some space. Proper, in the meantime, is doing the Lord's work here for the side of the shot. Comes up with 2 eliminations before Skewed can find an answering kill, taking down Sam. But the cart now opened up, the bridge completely unoccupied. Space moving forward is proper, cannot recall. Does end up falling.
Sombra.
Or the Glads can arrest control away.
Yeah, I just don't know if this Paddy Sombra is going to be it. I mean, not great hacking targets unless you can find proper or Sam. Pretty similar sentiments to what we had onto Ilios. Hacking Kalush does nothing for you. You get, what, 1 second less of Matrix? Bit of a joke. That's not going to help you at all. Can they initiate a dive on towards Finn, though? That could be another target. At least you get good scouting when you do have the Sombra. It's going to get the Sombra. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, the pile driver doesn't even connect, but it doesn't matter. Still enough damage output to go ahead and take him down. Sam now going to be going for the dupe. Goes over to the Tracer. Now is going to be broken out of that by Kevster. Still looks to apply some pressure. Falling lower and lower. Tagged down to 45 HP. Just hugging into the corner as much as he possibly can. But the healer's quite far away. Will get topped up as Violet arrives into the stairwell to go ahead and sustain him.
There's the hack onto proper, but again, you have to claim that 1 second window, so your team needs to be in position between both Reiner and Kevster and also Paddy.
Oh, Violet.
A lot of damage being taken. Okay, well, Reiner slept, but he just kills Violet anyway.
Yeah, takes a little nap. Says, you know what? I've done my job.
Wait a minute,
Sam.
man.
Question mark. Okay.
Did he get hacked? Was that a hack?
That's all I can think is that he got hacked and went off the side of the map. You would have to hope that that was the case for him. Either way, he's not going to be sticking with the Echo anymore. Swaps now over to the Sojourn. Then going to be taking out the break on the mech for Kalush. And this is
that's brutal.
Really good for the side of the Gladiators. They are very much playing this up to a T, just finding these consistent picks.
The super long respawn for Kalush as he has to reset the mech again here in the San Francisco Shock. I mean, if we're going to finish this map, you need to see a lot more distance being gained here. Really, Patapan came through what I believe to be more of a desperation stop to Sombra, you know, come back quickly, try and set up for the next fight, but he's lived so long, we've waited long enough that he's nearly got the EMP available. Nano onto Reiner again.
Pulse bomb out, not going to find the kill, but it still does quite a bit of damage there. Sam and Violet both end up falling. The Nano onto Finn. Doesn't matter when he is the only one standing there and is surrounded by members of the Gladiators. They do get the pitch, they get the kill. Blue's just trying to pistol his way back in, but with a sliver of HP, it's just going to be a late stagger for him.
Okay. This is important now. Paddy Pan should have a 3-man dive between Reiner, Kev, and Paddy with the EMP onto the back line. Shock need to know this is coming in as well. Finn and Violet are going to be the targets. Sam is going to play counter spy here. Both teams just going to go towards the Sombra, losing maybe a little bit of...
He sees both supports.
Confidence in the Sojourn. Maybe he can't find the rail charge, but 1 minute 12 left, and I can't overstate how important this map is for the Shock. This is their map pick, one of their signature maps.
Okay, they hack Kalush. Spires can use the D-Matrix once more. Panic goes ahead, jumps out of there, translocating. Jump over the top, low on HP. Or if Harmony goes his way of trying to keep him alive, and Finn, he's going to be popping the Transcendence now. It's just him and Prover playing this far forward. The rest of the team is all the way back.
I don't know what happened. He slept. He slept.
I have no idea. Now he's going to be slept. They look to get on top of him. The anti goes through. Kevster finds the kill. Runner once more gets Violet with a minefield. And what in the hell is happening? This went from such a clean initial take from the side of the Shock.
Was it
5.5 minutes. Now 5 of those minutes are gone.
Yeah, that's disastrous coming through from the Shock. I mean, they had a great A offense, but B has been an entire stonewall in front of them from the LA Gladiators. Thematic is where an Icon Voltic here is on. We're still talking about the EMP. It's still a big factor. We can save this until the last fight now. This is huge from the Glads. They have 4 ultimates, and the Shock are reeling. They have nothing to work through. They need this Nano coming on through.
Dash into the back. The pulse bomb not going to connect. Doesn't get the elimination. It's going to be Shu taken down to the opposite side of the field. Denying that Nano. Blue now just trying to keep this cart occupied. Nano invested. Keeps this D.Va nice and safe.
Where's Paddy?
Self-destruct to use to try to buy some space. Patty, the EMP comes through, gets the hack out onto pretty much everybody on the side of the Shock. I think
no dive though.
Able to avoid it, but there's no dive, there's no kills coming through. A nice anti does connect on the two. Violent under some fire, and they cannot keep him alive. Self-destruct goes out, will find Skewed, but not before Sleep Proper. And now there's no support. Proper going to be taking a nap here. The Sleep Dart connecting from Shu as they try to keep Reiner alive, 29 HP. He crashes through. Manages to get that boop across, and now it's just going to be Patty and Kevster versus Proper, duking it out, trying to stop this push from coming through, and they will be able to do it. Proper gets pushed away. The defense is there. The Gladiators win out another map. They are halfway to victory, closing out yet another victory on a Shock map pick.
This is going to have to be a long series for the Shock now. Thankfully, it is not a first to 3, not a best of 5 here. Not quite a reverse sweep required from the Shock, but still a mountain to climb. This was another Shock map decision. They really wanted to go to Eichenwalde. Again, I repeat, a signature map pick for them. The D.Va here has been flawless. They've never really lost with the D.Va on this map. And even despite the EMP from Patapan kind of whiffing there, I say it whiffed despite it catching 3, you need the Kevster, Reiner, Patty trio dive for that EMP to be truly successful. Shock survive against that, but a lot of unfortunate, mind-boggling situations on that offense. What happened to Finn? Why did he use the Transcendence? He then gets slipped and killed. Very confusing stuff.
This is just yet another unsolved mystery. We may never know the reasoning. I'll have to see if we can pull some replays during the downtime and really dive into what in the hell just happened there. All I know is that the Gladiators are now 2-0 up in this grand final. The San Francisco Shock not finding purchase whatsoever, and they need to start answering back. As you said, they're not quite in a reverse sweep situation, but if they can't win on their next map pick, they absolutely are going to be. So it is going to be a must-win as we turn our sights over to Escort. We'll see where they go, if they can get a win when we return from the break. And welcome back. A 2-0 lead here for the side of the Gladiators. But before we go back into the series and see whether or not they can take it the match point, a reminder to pick up your Royal Knight Mercy skin, as it's only on sale for a little bit longer. August 19th is how long you have to invest your 200 tokens to be able to pick up that skin. Otherwise, once it disappears, it's gone for good. So make sure you guys grab it while the getting is good. Now, we can focus back in onto the series. The San Francisco Shock so far have had 2 map picks with 0 victories. Have not been able to find any firm ground to stand on so far, Avril.
Certainly not. And the winner of this will have their colors on that Royal Mercy as well. So it's going to be purple. Is it going to be orange? The winner of this will decide. A couple of perplexing moments on Eichenwald. A reminder that was the San Francisco Shock's map choice. We'll talk about the substitutions in a minute. I did decipher what ended up happening with Finn's Transcendence there. You wouldn't believe it, but the player that actually pressured Finn to use the Trance wasn't Kevster, wasn't Patapon, it was actually Shu. Shu walked up as the Ana player, locked on damage on towards Finn, forced him to Trance, and then after the Trance finish, Shu also then slept Finn and it led to the Finn death as well. So figure that mystery out. Insane play by Shu in that moment to be able to get that ultimate out, then kill Finn afterwards as well. I mean, that's just ridiculous, right?
Yeah, well, there you go. And we've solved the unsolvable mystery, and it didn't even take a 1-hour-long YouTube video to go over the entire story of it all. So Shu just continuing to do wonderful things as he is known to do in that support role. I mean, we've seen, we think back to the clutch from him on Havana at that point B defense. We think back to all of the sleeps that he's been connecting onto Proper to help them win out on Ilios, and he continues to deliver for the Gladiators.
I'm glad you brought up Havana because, the Shu moments just keep racking up. High stakes environments, big pressure games. Shu got them a stage title last year. He was a part of the Kickoff Clash Championship this year as well. Let's see if we can get it done now. Skewed by his side. Arns being subbed in as well. Important that you note what map we are going to. Matchup analysis for me in terms of the map drafting says that we should have gone to Circuit Royale. It has been a monstrously good map for the San Francisco Shock. Fantastic win rate. Proper gets to play the Sojin on that map as well. And Kilo's Widowmaker has been popping off, so it's a great map that the Shock have had great times on. However, they have chosen to go to Gibraltar. This one's a little perplexing to me. I don't know if I agree with it because the Gladiators just won this map versus the Atlanta Reign. In a situation where I think there's been some fair criticism towards Arns' performance so far this tournament. Hasn't been able to keep up with the top Widows of the entire league or the top hit scans of the league so far in their matchups. But they did beat Kai, they did beat the Atlanta Reign, and further than that, Achilles, they actually full held on A. So they dominated the Atlanta Reign on this map, and yet Shock are going to take us here. Could Kilo still beat Arns? Likely, but you're not going to get the proper Sojin unless he chooses to play it. You're not going to get the Kaluj Sigma either, which has been a big boon for the Shock.
Well, seemingly the Shock, I mean, of course, having watched that series, must say, yeah, we think we can beat this. Taking a look at that full hold defense, so time will tell. But again, if they want to avoid that reverse sweep necessity, they have to get a victory here. Let's see how they fare now. Starting things off on that defense. Kilo, of course, going to be on the Widowmaker.
Yeah,
looking to hunt down Ons.
We didn't get to see the BNC offense side of Glads last time because, well, again, the full hold was there, but Glads attack first now. Ons versus Kilo. Very important matchup, and Kilo strikes first blood. This has been a bit of an issue for Arns over the course of this tournament. He needs to get the better of Kilo because last time in the upper bracket on Circuit Royale when they met, Kilo had his number almost every time.
That he did. Not the performances that we have, very much come to anticipate from Ons, who's, put on clinics and looked like the best hit scan player in the world at times. Needs to get back into that form right here. Regain the name, the Ansan Sniper, where he debuted many, many moons ago in 2018 Contenders.
It's a young talent coming through that's just been so phenomenal. MN3, Kilo, just to name a couple. I mean, Shy only debuted last year as well.
Yeah.
Sleep onto Mikey as Arns will finally get one back. Okay, opportunity Gladiators. They can use this 5 versus 4. They need to start taking some map control. They have both high ground and their payload push into where they want to, and now they are able to convert further. Look at that.
Oh dear, yeah, it's falling apart here for the side of the Shock so far on this point A. Gladiators just push through. Ons just right up against the backside there. Up, Mikey does not care. Knows that he is perfectly safe as we'll take a look back at the opening pick. that led to this spiral out of control.
Oh, that
and
was
the
sick.
nice one, slim margins to work with, but spots the feet, gets the head, and now the point broken open and capped. 4:45 in the time bank for the Gladiators to work through as they enter into the hangar.
And pay attention to the ults as well. Mikey only just got the primal, so Shock couldn't quite get those ultimates online. Arns continues to get picks here. This is great from the Gladiators. They're able to snowball effectively off a single snipe on the Kilo. They get the point 8 capture. They have, or about to get, shuttle control as well. Shock could not defend with the lack of ultimates. It's a simple 5 versus 4 advantage that Gladiators are able to convert into further kills, and their map control looking great right now. Kilo can't even respond to the infrasight.
We cannot. Kev's just shoving forward, spotting him, chipping away at his old toes there. Throwing out those shurikens, fine spin. Kilo will be able to answer one back as Reiner gets dropped. No nano to be found there. Now it's going to be used on the Scoot, actually, to keep him alive as they turn the sights over to Mikey. Anteed up, or rather discorded up, makes his exit. The cleanup's there on a proper. The cart continues to roll forward. Gladiators making a fantastic pace right now through towards point B, and if they can get this cap, the time bank is once more going to be bumped up and be massive. Violet anti out at the moment. Does have that Transcendence online. The capture gets on top of Kilo. Takes him down now. Finn out in the middle of nowhere. Nate does go through, does anti out Kevster, but he is still more than safe. He's duking it out back and forth here against Proper, who does get topped up by the Transcendence. They sustain him for a little bit longer, but now as that expires, Reiner pops the Primal, gets on top of Violet, finds the elimination, looks for a little bit more. Juggles Finn away from the respawn room, and with this stop, looks for the final blow. Pops the bubble, the cap is there. In the meantime, Kilo able to find Kevster, but cool, I guess, at the end of it all. A nice snipe from Reiner to go ahead and take down the Widowmaker, and it's 4.5 minutes plus for the Gladiators in the final stretch.
Yeah, masterful stuff. That is flawless map control coming through from the Gladiators. Again, snowballing off a single pick from Arns all the way back on A, pushing through the tunnel, gets that kill onto Kilo, and we are snowballing ultimates, positioning, map control, everything. 3 ultimates, by the way, spent by the Shock. You had, what is it, Infrasight, Primal, and Nano eventuate to nothing there. They also could not force the Kevster blade out, so Kevster still gets to hold on to that with the Nano about to come online for both teams. The Nano blades could decide the next fight.
Could be everything but the Shock. They need to find something. They need to get a win. Gain card control for the very first time here in this map. Ons once more looking for a pick. The next Infrasight nearly there as he is just laughing.
Finn's down
in this regard. Blades come through. Proper going to be able to find Skewed. Finn taken down, but that is the support duo gone from the side of the Gladiators. So the Shock should be able to play off the back of this and finally establish some form of card control, especially with Ons dying on the back end. A good chase there from Mikey, and they will at long last be able to halt this.
That's double supports down for the side of the Gladiators, so Shock get 1 extra. Finn indeed does die. No Nano popped onto Proper, but Shu also dies without getting the Nano onto Kevster, so neither of our blades ends up being Nano up for the extra. And the LA Gladiators not able to get too much distance off that. Another 5 versus 4. Surely this one is again very usable by the Glads. No response by Shock. Kilo's too far away from the Infrasight.
Well, I think the Widowmakers are 1-1 against each other. That is going to be Ons very much taking a lead over top of Proper, shutting him down once more. Swap over to the Tracer now as the dive goes through. Reiner with the Nano, gets on top of Finn, finds that elimination, looks for a little bit more. We'll just go ahead and knock a couple people back into the respawn room. Cart getting closer and closer here as they once more look for the contest. Violet dropping low, doesn't pop the trance yet, however, holds on to that with the pick off on the Shoe, and now Ons dying. Seems like the Shock should once more be able to hold this cart for a little bit longer.
The Skewed would have loved to trans, but not available there, so Reiner takes a bunch of damage, has to come back on, and Shock, they're able to actually match the ultimates now. A fantastic A and B push has been stalled out significantly. Shock have equaled, in fact, greater ultimates than the LA Gladiators, and finally Kilo will get the first blood instead. Arns has had a couple of those in the past. You see this very tricky Venom Mine spot as well. Ends up being a head glitch. Kilo can see through it, can fire through it. Arns, if he shoots Kilo, is going to hit the mine instead. And we actually got a look of that, I believe, in the Shock versus Dragons game where, on Circle Rail, Lip actually shot the Venom Mine and did not hit Kilo for that exact same play.
It's cheesy, but you take advantage of everything you possibly can in this type of series. And it will be destroyed by Kevster, who moves forward, pressuring Kilo out of that position. Denies the sidelines, but oh man, great shot there. Hits Reiner, but Ons gets Violet once more. Coming up with a massive kill to open the fight for the side of the Gladiators, who now can start moving the card forward, and this is just such a wash here. The cleanup coming in, Violet in desperation. Violet Transcendence making his way out of the spawn room just to keep this card contested. 0.66 meters left to go, but he will die, and no one else can get the touch in time. You can see the desperate Reaper coming through. There's some Olsen celebration popped. The Gladiators finished with 1:31 on the time bank.
Yeah, that's a decent finish coming on through. And again, as a reminder, we did have a full hold on A versus Atlanta. Look, if Shock lose this map, you have to significantly question why Circuit Royale was not the map choice here. Again, a situation where proper Sojin was more than deadlifting. I believe he had 1/3 final blows versus the LA Gladiators on that map. You're also forcing Glads to rotate space in, a player that hasn't had the greatest amount of scrim time with the team. Glads would prefer to not be subbing space and keep Reiner in, because again, he is their starting tank player here. Arns is also heated up, so the one area that Shock should have an advantage in this Kilo versus Arns sniper duel has so far heavily gone the way of Arns. Now Kilo is attacking. Can he get the good sight lines on the attacking side? Can he get those initial first bloods that he did actually get on Gibraltar A that then went missing? Let's take a look at Arns again in terms of how he set all of this up. Boom. You also notice a headshot coming through from Kilo onto Reiner as well, but of course Reiner's a Winston player. Violet gets killed, and this is just a further snowball where Mikey, after being slept, can't do anything about it. Shock did not respond with anything there. No frags. Violet would love to trans, but he was the first one down.
Another fantastic sleep, stopping all attempts from the side of the Shock to get an advantage. They look for it. That's a nice deflect back.
Shu and Violet slept.
Oh no, 1-for-1 actually is what it is here.
Yeah.
They did both get slept. Little minor exchanges. Kilo routing. I think he might have just seen Ans's head there for a brief little moment. Spotting him is the first step. Nailing the shot, that's the second one and the most important step. See what happens now as you were teeing it up with these aggressive sightlines. Can he find some success to break open this push? On's already positioning quite far back, just over top of the point itself. As Reiner takes a nap, will just be naturally woken up.
Payload on the move as well. Every single time that Arns goes for a top side peek, it ends up being Shot going for a bottom side peek via Kilo's sort of Overwatch positioning here. I'm not talking about just the game here, but obviously the strategy. With Reiner down though, this is going to be map control taken by the Shock.
Dead in the stairwell. Couldn't make his way back over to his supports nor the health pack to try to stay safe. Now Kepster trying to get aggressive. Dives into the back, but can't find a damn thing. Ends up getting taken out. Shu dead. And all right, looks like Shock here to play their own push here on to point A, looking just as successful as the Gladiators. So a massive time bank with 5:15 now locked.
But Glad's in the same position, was able to snowball on B as well. They had the opening frags. I believe Arns got further kills that allowed Glad to take shuttle control. So can Shock also do that? It's not just good enough to get A cleanly. You have to snowball onto B. They have first nano available. Both infra sites are going to be even here as well. Violet slightly further ahead than Skew. Shu is catching up.
I mean, everyone knows how infamous this point is for trying to attack through once the doors have shut. Reiner again getting lower and lower. The Discord about on him, and he manages to make his way over to the Mega Pack, but he still needs to get some heals. The bubble coming down to try to deny it. He goes down to the sliver of HP, comes around the corner, and now Mikey says, okay, lots of people inside of the dropship on top of the Primal. Looks to cleave them down, but still takes a significant amount of damage. Makes his exit for a brief little moment. Kilo in the meantime going to be Goomba stopped by Reiner. Mikey gets eliminated. Might have been a sleep into the headshot there from Ons. Either way, they break down the Winston, and now the rest of the kills follow. So knife staggers to be found as Violet tries to make his exit. Drops down, grabs the health pack. The Zap not going to connect, so he will live to fight another day. But it's going to be the Gladiators stopping up the Shock, denying the snowball.
Yeah. Nano traded for Primal there as well. Mikey going for the big place. He nearly had Reiner. Reiner jumps through Mikey's body as well, so nearly had that body block that would have confirmed Reiner's death, or at least at minimum maybe forced out the Primal Rage. I can't remember if he had it or not. Kilo swapping over towards a Tracer. Arns getting that kill once again. They lose all sniper pressure. Arns can now freely snipe, assuming no one jumps on top of him. And free infra sight here as well.
Spying out everybody there. Minor contest from Proper. We'll be able to build up towards that Bolito a little bit faster. Nano in the meantime invested over to Mikey, and he's going to be slept once more. Pushed back away as they hold up the right-click charge. Put a hell of a lot of damage down on him as well as the anti, but so far he has not died. Reiner now coming for the reinforcements as Ons again gets Proper in the head. I swear, Ons, he's been a sleeper agent. That's why he hasn't been performing. I spoke the magic words. I initiated the code. Ons on sniper, and now he is awoken.
Absolutely. And this is the Ons that we've been waiting for. Very much asleep in the previous few matches. But in the finals now, in the most important game on his map as well, a very important escort right. He needs to be the player to take control, and he certainly is. That 12 final blows, make it a 13. Ons is back online, and Shock have no answer.
Well, for the Shock fans, I'm so sorry to have awoken him, but it's great to see all the same for just Widow and Hans appreciators across the board.
Kilo's back.
Here to play, knows that the pressure is mounting in this grand final series, and he is hungry for the win.
This man who led the Shock to a championship victory in 2020, now on the other team, came back in 2021, an unfortunate season for the San Francisco Shock, but Prophet does get Kevster down 5-4. Finally, can the Shock make this advantage work? Arn's desperate for a trade on the back end. Violet forces trans.
Prophet looking to contest him, drops down, grabs the health pack. Orb of Harmony out onto Ons to go ahead and keep him alive. He grapples to the opposite side. He's looking for the point-blank shot. The deflect coming through, but just not enough damage. With Mikey's arrival, they will finally be able to take him down. Kilo, he finds the taste of the Genji as well. Headshot there to Kevster to go ahead and try to break this open a little bit more. Halfway there, just about, a little bit over that as the cart push now continues a team kill.
Yep.
Can there be a final contest with Reiner not respawned? I guess the answer is probably no, but Kevster could try to go for it, but no, it's not going to arrive in time. The cap will be there, 3:15 now for the Shock in the final stretch.
Yeah, there's a bunch of, look at the Shock supports on the left-hand side. They might have to reset here. They could be in a lot of trouble. Kilo gets skewed down. Okay, yes, Shock's going to get this cleaned up. Yeah, this is a big reset for Gladiators. They lose 3 members for absolutely nothing. And Kilo got a couple of important frags in there. Kilo looking for his pound of flesh in this grand finals. Ansan Sniper has been activated on B. An ex-Shock member who led them to a victory, now on the other end looking to put Glads online for a back-to-back championship. Infrasight for Infrasight. 131 is the target. Glads, that's their time back. Shock, 2:30 to play through. They need a cap in the next minute to be able to match.
Feels like this is roughly the first time that they've been able to have these coupled together. The Kilo shut down immediately. Kevster pulling the blade into the back line. He's trying to deal with Violet, but they keep him alive, and Violet shuts him down. Good returning kill. Reiner as well, just melted there. Nowhere to go. He's locked down to the Nano, goes forward, making sure they can confirm the kill. Cart now gliding forward. The time looking decent here for the side of the Shock to be able to go ahead and tie things up. Mikey as well with a primal pop. Gets on top of Ons, shuts him down. Reiner rejoining, with the zap away at Violet, trying to take him out. The cart still
got a blade, here it is.
Touch, starting to come in. Cropper draws the blade, he's looking for Shu. He's not going to be able to find him, forces him back into the respawn room. However, the cart once more going to be advancing forward. Someone's going to go for the touch. Reiner there, primal popped. Just trying to stay alive. 2.6 meters left to go. Skew's going to be taken down, but Violet traded out. So knows Zenyatta's in the fight now, but Ons returning on the Cassidy, instantly dealt with by Mikey. Reiner in desperation, just sitting in the bubble.
Watch the time.
Behind the cart, trying to deny as many sightlines as he possibly can, and Shu is here to back him up. He does hold on to that nano boost should they need a bit of a bailout. Shu now going to be retaking the occupation duties of the cart, making sure there's no back cap to be found. In fact, there's going to be some rollback here, so a little bit more breathing room now for the Gladiators.
Nano onto Primal. Reiner rather, no Primal just yet, but he's going in deep regardless. Kevster off the Kilo. Shock have to reel back. They've Nano Violet response. It's a Nano for Nano trade, but Shock are guaranteed to lose this fight.
They need to disengage. They need to get out of here. They need to reset right here, right now. A minute about to be back in the time bank. And Spin is not going to be able to stay alive. One last push here for the side of the Shock. Looking like an OT finish, if they can get it done.
Had it so good.
Absolutely
had it so good. And about a minute ago, it was looking like a very good push. They just had to get the Gladiators ultimates out. A lot of just stalling ultimates available back in that last fight. We had Transcendence, we had Primal, speaking of which is now going to be online for the side of the LA Gladiators through Reiner. So that, at minimum, is going to cost more time for Shock. We're no longer talking about getting a good time back. We're talking about capping in the OT.
Kevster dipping back. Stepping away from the Tracer battle for just a moment. Gets that Orb of Harmony. Kilo. Infrasight pop. Goes up on the top. Looks for Ons, but he manages to juggle back around the corner. Kevster, however, taking down Violet. Able to start things off. The right foot forward. And proper fine skew. 2 picks now here.
Still got a final
attack. Violet gets another one, putting the team on his back. Primal going to be popped. Reiner looking to delay this. Drops back down. Contests the cart for a moment. Retreats down into the spawn room. Gets back out. 1.88 meters left as Kevster finds an opening kill. Pin going to be eliminated, but now Kilo gets Reiner. The Transcendence is there from Violet. Shu tries to go in for the touch. Will get picked off one after the other. The Gladiators members bleeding down. The finish comes through in overtime for the Shock, but they still have their work cut out for them. A minute added as we get ready to go into extra innings to 2.5 for the Gladiators.
Yeah, good picks coming through from Shock in that last fight before Reiner had to pop the Primal, and unfortunately for the LA Gladiators, their ability to stall really starts and ends with that primal. If Reiner is burnt down and Gladiators can't respawn and reinforce while the primal is up and get some frags as well, they're not going to be able to hold on towards C. And like I mentioned, no longer looking for a time bank for Shock. We're looking for an OT cap. They get that, get the bonus minute coming on through, as does the Gladiators for Shock's minute. So it's 2:31 now versus just the 1. Both teams have not had successful A-point defenses. We've had significant pushes and snowballs from A off the back of individual picks. It was Arns onto Kilo for the Gladiators attack, and it was Reiner dying, I believe, from the San Francisco Shock, killing him, that allowed the Shock to also snowball through A. I don't know if B is going to be relevant in this time bank. A is going to be the most important thing here.
Oh, absolutely. If B does become relevant, then it's going to be a wonderful boon to whichever team can make it that far. You see Violet just
those shots.
Getting the dink, setting up a proper to get in there, find the follow-up kill, and Violet playing angry. Might not have got a nano up this time, as he's been the target of those nano boosts, I think 3 times in this map so far.
Yeah.
This time he does it without it. Wonderful kills, very necessary. They found those. See if he can do it again now as they start off on the attack.
Blast from the past, Achilles, you know. Old Violet coming on through on that Zenyatta like we saw on previous seasons, 2020 season, 2019 as well. Arns, first blood onto Kilo. Here we go. This is where the Glad start to feel a little bit more comfortable. Again, no time for the Shock. Can't really afford to die much more than that. 30 seconds remaining. Every meter counts.
30 seconds.
Yep. All right. The Shock will at least breathe easy that the underpass is not being contested, so Proper can go ahead and escort this card forward, try to get it up to the top of the ramp here. A little bit of free distance given. Now the drop down comes through. Gladiators not allowing it to go any further for free. On's going on the aggressive angle, jumps up over the top. Mikey's in a body block, however. Denies the sight lines. Once more.
OT.
Looking down main. Deflect used. Shoved up back. Kilo needing to find a kill. Over time. Now rolling through the cart once more, steadily being inched forward. Reiner playing up. Keeps this one locked.
Shoot, nearly nano.
Go back in for the touch. Somebody's got a touch. Oh my goodness. Slim margins. Mikey almost gives his life for it, but now Ons gets an opening shot on the Finn, taking Liana's head off.
Nano's here.
So a little bit more. The nano goes out. Kevster gonna be boosted up. Doesn't have a blade, but it might not matter. Dashes through, finds Violet. No supports here for the side of the Shock. Mikey with a sliver of HP, 9% shy of the primal that he will not be able to build up, and that is as far as it goes. The Gladiators have a very real, very achievable win condition as they look to move up 3-0.
Score.
And that, I'm afraid, I don't know if that's enough for the Shock in terms of distance gained. 63.67. Unfortunately, no cap. What ends up happening there is Arns the first blood onto Kilo, and that can honestly decide it all. First blood's coming through from the Widowmakers. Shock having to reset 4v5 there, losing time, giving Glad space to work through. Shu with the first nano as well. Very important timings there for the ultimates because we did not have any other ultimates online. It was just going to come down to who gets first nano. And now Shock, by the way, Kilo on towards Ash. They have to play far more aggressively because that endpoint for the payload is the default endpoint for when you normally just kind of push the payload up the hill, reset your team, go for the high ground play, and then once you take high ground and transition to server, you can start pushing payload again. So this is, in terms of distance, it needed to be a lot more. And that was a pixel from Arns as well onto Kilo. That is the Arns that we know and remember.
Just absolutely gorgeous shooting from Ons this whole map throughout. Gladiators needed him to step up the most. He has absolutely been delivering. Shock now very far forward here on this defense. TP doesn't get the high ground, so what I believe Ons wanted, so it gives a little bit of a wry smile, supporting the team over to the clock itself, which they will get moving.
This is going to be a major range advantage. Kilo cannot match the range, by the way. Double Bionade coming on through. That's going to force Shock back. Part of the reason why he might be playing for this Ash is the Bob defense as well. When he can get that, you can brawl up effectively at medium range with this Ash, and they want to be playing server room. They have to hold the payload here, so server room is of utmost importance.
Dynamite does get a little clip there on a Kevster for just a moment. The cart already most of the way there because the Shark, they cannot contest forward in that underpass. Just be a death sentence having everybody grouped up like that. Ons searching for a head. Good anti comes out, clips onto 3. Grapples
That's
away,
important.
stays safe. No kills to be found off the back of that, but it does slow them up for a moment as they have to try to top up Ons and Reiner, who Ons down to a sliver, and Proper does manage to find that opening kill, but he gives his life for it. Skewed, taken out. Kilo with a nice headshot, will find Shu. Reiner looks to contest over towards server room. Gets dinked, however. Should be able to get cleaned up, but no, has the leap back off cooldown, makes his exit.
Look at the Annas again. This is the key point here. Finn above Shu. Shu actually died in the previous fight. Finn did not die. He also had a 3-man bar, so he is leading an ult charge for the Shock. They need everything going their way. Finn actually needs to try and not blow this nano too early. You need to have the Gladiators in a position where they want to engage, and you counter with your own nano. Buy time, a minute left.
1.3 meters left to go. They have to stay glued to this. Proper. A nice opening kill. Does find Shu. Mikey Nano managing to stay alive for a little bit longer.
Mikey needs primal.
Away with a break. Does find Kevster. Proper going to be taken down by Skewed once more. It seems like the fight should widely be won, and the Gladiators need to reset. 45 seconds remaining, but no, they're going to pull the trigger on this. They want to try to fight this one out. The Transcendence goes through. Ryan's going to be anti for the moment. There's not enough damage to take him down through that. Makes his exit, pulls back. The Primal nearly up. Mikey has popped his own.
Look at the ults. Finn had already used his nano. He was forced to use nano onto Mikey a little bit early on. This is what I'm saying. You need to be able to save these ultimates if you can longer, because it has to be a final fight victory here for the Shock. Glads now, multiple ults coming on. Nano Blade available, Primal as well, and they're going to open up with odds. On the Proper.
Kilo's dead. The DPS taken out of the fight. Odds once more delivers, and Skewed plays off the back of it beautifully. Finds Kilo. The rally going to be canceled out. The Primal Rage from Reiner taking down a Violet. They've cleared the cart. They've gotten the push. The Gladiators once more win out on a Shock map pick, and now they bring this to match point. A 3-0 as the coaching staff from Gladiators dropping trash in the chat. They are at match point. They are looking to take this with a clean sweep. They say, we know you have been on a win streak, but we are ending it in decisive fashion here today.
Yeah, Shark right now, they have to climb out of that bin. They have to get the reverse sweep now. It wasn't a reverse sweep scenario before, but now it unfortunately is. Push comes up next. Most likely going to be seeing Coliseum, but it is good for both teams. Shock may need to consider going to New Queen Street instead, taking the Gladiators to somewhere a little bit less familiar. That ended up being a major macro win for the LA Gladiators. Arns came up big time. All the doubts evaporated. Gone now. Arns is back, baby, and the Gladiators are up 3-0.
Absolutely beautifully done so far here from the side of the Gladiators, and we were teeing this up going into this map, and now it has become an unfortunate reality for the Shock. They need to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to be victorious, if they want to be holding their heads high at the end of this as the champions of the Midseason Madness, our first international tournament here in the 2022 season. Otherwise, they might just be going out not with a roar, but with a whimper. The Gladiators hungry for the win. We'll see if they can close it out as we once more go to a Shock map pick for push.
Patapan's story is just like one of the best in Overwatch.
It's going to be Patapan that tries to let him go straight away. It's going to be a nano attack from him as well. A lot of damage in the back line. And there it is. 4 kills from Patapan. Jaw hits the ground. Even he can't believe it. He comes up with the ace. And look at the pressure come off his shoulders.
He was able to take those struggles early on in stage, improve and reiterate his game, and finally just figure it out.
Big one there for Patapan. It's for 2. Beautiful. The bubble and Patapan going a little bit lower than he so chooses. But still Kevster routing the Dallas Fuel. He comes back. Reiner. The visor from Patapan on the back. The big grab from Harbin. The nade on top. But the Gladiators are just tearing them apart.
He's up on the high ground. He's using
can't get to the bot and they can't do it. The Gladiators have done it. A 4-0.
And you can tell how much this means for Patapan.
And welcome back with Patapan stepping back in. He is once more going to be looking to lift a trophy. But first, before we can focus on him and the rest of the Gladiators are now at match point, let's take a closer look at the Widowmaker battle here on Watch Point Gibraltar.
Yeah, and you have to remember as well, there was a period of time where Kilo actually hopped off the Widowmaker. I don't know if he was feeling the heat, didn't want that smoke anymore, but Arns, man, this guy has been piping hot on Gibraltar today. The scope has been landing shots, nearly double the scoped critical hit accuracy, 29 to 15. 5 more final blows, includes 7 more scoped critical hits there as well with a bunch more damage. Obviously, lower deaths. Widowmaker is in the hands of Arns. He is the OG Widowmaker in terms of original dominance that we saw in earlier seasons. It took a while for Arns to come on back, but my God, Achilles, what a game to do it on. The grand finals for Arns to step up.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of, I think, deserved scrutiny for the most part of Ons in some of his performances when he has been coming through in this event. But like you said, this is the moment. This is where it matters the most, and it can shut up the people who are saying, like, this guy is washed. He should retire. Anybody who's saying those things, you should retire as well, because your bronze placements in a ladder season aren't good enough. So just quit if you can't do a good performance one day. No, Ons, he still has that talent. He just hasn't been able to tap into it, but the magic words were spoken. Ons on Sniper. He woke up, Sleeper Agent was activated, and he absolutely destroyed the Shock time and time again.
Yeah, Shock put him on the Glads, thought he was their Sleeper Agent, but nope. On swap sides, he's donning the purple armor now. Patty will be coming in a hot second for the next map. It is Arns coming in to win his favorite escort, and there will be another escort if the series goes deep enough, but that's exactly what the Shock have to do. The good news is, by the time we get to a next escort, if we even do get there, has to be a Circuit Royale. The Shock cannot make the mistake of going to a map like Gibraltar again. Obviously, Gibraltar will be out of the pool now. Dorado's still in there. Circuit Royale is far too good to pass up. And the LA Gladiators on the victory march now. 3 straight maps in a row. Violet looking for another chip. Shock looking for another chip. All these rookies on this team looking for their first ever championship in the Overwatch League. But it's the LA Gladiators that have won the Kickoff Clash, defending champions, looking like they might go back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to the Kickoff Clash, and Shock knocked down to the lower bracket, defeated by the Dallas Fuel, falling shy of being able to make it into the grand final. Now they find themselves here, and that pressure is very real. That can very much affect you when you are a rookie player. This is the highest staked match that you have been playing in, and yeah, it's not just the trophy, it's not just the accolades and everything that you are playing for. You are also playing for a massive cash prize of $500,000, doubling the money if you can make it out of this being the champions. And right now, it just does not look great. We have to just wait and see, though. A reverse sweep is what is necessary for the side of the Shock if they want to be walking away with the maximum points, with the maximum cash in their pockets.
Yep. I gotta say as well, Shock have had every single map pick. They have first seed coming in. Ilios was their choice. A map that Glads very much enjoy going to, enables them to play Lucio. 4, finding Astro was the key map that got them the win versus the Spark as well in previous matches in this tournament. Shock take us to Eichenwalde, which, to be fair, that is their signature map, but it was also a map that they are expected to win. Not winning with their key diva pick from Kaluj on Eichenwalde is catastrophic. Then going to map 3, high expectations to take us back to Circuit Royale, where Proper popped off on that Sojin, 20-something final blows, out of, I think, 28 eliminations, so he basically got all the kills. Kilo was defeating Arns handedly on that map as well. We go to Gibraltar instead, something that Reiner would love to play. LA Gladiators just beat the Atlanta Reign very convincingly on that map. And now finally, the map choice between New Queen Street and Colosseo, and this is where I said earlier, Colosseo, I don't know what it is about this map. The Gladiators, no matter how far behind they are, and Shock capped over 100 meters versus Gladiators on this map yesterday, doesn't matter. Gladiators still came back and got the win. Same thing happens versus Atlanta, still came back, got the win. Shock is like, we're gonna dodge it. We are going to dodge it, but what we notice here as well, you'll see that pushes map number 7. If Shock want to reverse sweep, we are gonna have to end on Colosseo one way or the other. For now, Shock trying to stay above water. Keep alive in the series. Proper, if you want that MVP, you need to start winning now.
Absolutely, and just hasn't been finding the same amount of heavy impact that we were seeing, on Ilios, which was so very close between the two teams. Saw him very much putting the team on his back, but hasn't had the same amount of impact.
Not really as
dive
maps.
into New Queen Street. Yeah.
I mean, we could probably say that Eichenwalder probably was one of them. Again, the Sojourn on circuit would have been insane. Played some decent Genji there, but it was really a map of snipers, right? When we talk about Watchpoint Gibraltar, it's a map between Kilo and Arns fighting for supremacy. Shu as well, so impactful on that map. And now onto New Queen Street, where Mikey, the substitution, has to come on in for this ball to make it work. We are also, by the way, seeing Kilo on towards Ash. I love this. This is exactly what we see from MN3 and the Philadelphia Fusion, where they dominate here. I think this is a great map for the Ash. Kevster on the Tracer, Patty on the Hanzo. That is going to be a bit of a swap up. Patty normally does play the Sojourn as well.
We've seen Hanzo on this map a couple times, few and far between, but yeah, no Sojourn. A little bit interesting to see here. We're gonna maybe catch them off guard a little bit with this pickup.
And I don't think the Ash is really within Patapan's hero pool either, so this is going to be something that Shock can do. The Gladiators are not going to be able to match. They always run the Doom here, whereas I think in recent games that we've seen for New Queen Street, the ball has been preferable. Kevster goes for kill first.
Yeah, and there's going to be the follow-up. Reiner getting on top of Proper. Seismic slam onto him. Maybe the punch either way gets the kill confirmed. Finn under some fire as Kevster goes flying forward. Will be slept, but can anyone get a punish? Looks like the answer is going to be no, and as I say that, Finn will. Okay, got Reiner as well taken out. A good answer back. The bottom hour pushing forward. 23 meters established here for the side of the Gladiators. The Shock will be able to answer back off the back of Finn's picks.
And we'll see who gets the first checkpoint reached as well. New Queen Street, unlike Colosseo, very much easier to find that checkpoint than Colosseo. So maybe both teams will get it. Reiner with another kill. Yeah, that's another first blood for Glads.
Reiner having a number, that's slowing up Proper a hell of a lot here. Only 68% on that ult charge. Kevster about to have the pulse bomb online as once more the Gladiators take control of the bot. Going to be gaining some additional distance, and I guess tell you what, right now, if you are a Shock fan watching, you better be giving your energy in the chat because they absolutely need it.
Get your chakras aligned. So far, Shock only have 2 final blows. Both of them are on Defend.
They are. Kevster playing around the back. Presence known though. Starting to sneak forward, gets on top of Kilo, and look at the dive coming through. They're gonna have the nano him. But there is the stick to put him in the grave. They say ult speed, damn, you are not keeping him in this fight. Proper will finally get his hands dirty, taking down Shu. A key pickup, but Skew once more. Finding an elimination for himself, takes out Proper. The bot getting shipped back here. Trying to live. But now Patty gets the kill here on Defend. The Transcend is popped, Skewed, keeping everybody alive. Discord Orb out onto Mikey. He's going to have to make his exit. The bot once more in control of the Gladiators, continuing to advance forward as Violet goes down to the back end. A massive stagger.
We begin. And just more value on the ultimates there as well. I mean, Violet had to use the nano onto, I believe it was Kilo, just to keep him alive, and then the Pulse Bomb deletes him anyway. So Gladiators just outplaying Shock and their ultimate usage. Proper finally gets a kill, but goes down straight away. Reiner on 1 HP and lives. He couldn't get cleaned up. He's pretty low again, but can he actually go down here? Mikey looking for the minefield in the next fight. And this will be disastrous for Kilo. Kilo has to live. He's got the bomb.
Oh, Patty, he does get taken out by Kilo, but he let the Dragon Strike loose and does still manage to find that elimination from beyond the grave. A 2 for 2 thus far. Mikey still alive, rolling out, rotating over, trying to grab the health pack that is not there. And in the meantime, the bot is going to be able to hit the checkpoint here in just a moment as the cleanup looks to come through. Skewed taken down by the minefield, and actually it does get denied here the very last second with Mikey rolling back over. So the forward spawn's not going to be found. Couple cleanup kills here for the side of the Shock, so they open up a bit of distance, but it's a hell of a lot of distance for them to try to claw back.
It's huge from Shock, actually, preventing the push from coming on in for the extra capture point. Like I sort of said, prevents, first of all, Gladiators from confirming the stall on the payload, which gets removed the next time they go forward, but also removes Gladiators from obtaining further forward spawns as well. So Glads respawn much further back, allowing Shock now positioned to play on in. And this Bob needs to be saved until they can threaten their own cap. Well, yeah, he's just got to use it then.
Never mind. It's just going to get used. Skew does get dropped. Proper finding one of the roll through. Takes down Patty.
Glads reset.
Once more going to be advancing forward now for the side of the Shock. 17 meters climbing. See how far this goes.
This is the problem. Use the Bob now, you don't have the Bob for the actual important fight, which is capping the actual checkpoint. This is the fight you have to win. Glads can just reset. They say, you use Bob, we back out, we regroup as 5, we take a fight now with our ultimates, and they have a Nano online. Kilo. Shock might not be able to cap now.
Yeah, they might not, especially with that pulse bomb not connecting. That is going to be the Gladiators once more taking control. Fit does shut down Kevster though, and Kilo gets a nice headshot once more, going to be nanoed up. Hiding around the backside of the bot, putting some shots there into the backside of Reiner, who's now going to be taking a nap. Does have the Meteor Strike, but as they wake him up, he is dead immediately. So cannot use it. The Shock do manage to turn this fight on its head. Proper continuing to clean up, getting both of the supports in the back end. The checkpoint absolutely obtainable for the Shock. They will take the lead.
Yeah, and especially with the Reiner going down there as well. Couldn't Meteor Strike, slipped, and then just kind of boomed by, I think it was Finn, putting the volley in there, rather. LA Gladiators losing a bunch of members there, so Shock, despite losing Mikey, the 4v5, they actually outplay the Gladiators. Despite the Gladiators having ultimates available, couldn't quite get them in there. Again, great sleep dart onto Reiner. Checkpoint means everything in this game.
That does now playing around with the forward spawns. Kilo again finding a kill. Is Patty going to be taken down? Kevster slinking around the back. Would love to get an elimination, but at this point, with how many losses they have suffered, 4 people going down, just has to hold on to the pulse bomb.
Glad have the chance.
They look to retake this, but yeah, this is looking a little bit rough for them.
Killers, it's 2 fights in a row where Glads unfortunately aren't able to get a transcend. They're losing members. Skew's thinking about the situation, like I could trans, but maybe our numbers are too low. And then he just ends up dying with the trans 2 fights in a row in a situation that does not favor the Gladiators, and they have to start winning these fights. Mines are deleted.
Kevster finally invests the pulse, doesn't find a stick, doesn't find a kill. The transcendence this time is going to be used. Kevster managing to get on top of Finn, finds that kill. Proper though answering back alongside Mikey. A 2-for-1 trade up here for the side of the Shock as they maintain bot control in this forward position. They're looking for a little bit more, and Skew's got nowhere to go. Gets taken down. Reiner able to find Violet with a punch at the very end, but it's then quickly dealt with on the back end. The Shock continue to gain distance, or can.
Kev's keeping this one alive.
Right now, they're trying to clean up Kevster, and they will.
Well, they can't because too many members went down. They actually started to see Shock dropping members. Great job by Kevster to hold on to the actual point, preventing it from pushing forward. Now it will push on forward, but Reiner goes in to contest. 82 meters. Glads have to prevent this from hitting 90.
Patty again swapping over to the Sombra. Desperate measures called out for here in desperate times. The Shock go ahead and concede the bot. Very comfortable, the amount of distance that they have, as well as still holding on to those forward spawns. Need to hit the midway point for those to be taken away. Kilo
look at Shock though. What do you nano?
Now. A little bit of harassment coming through. Kilo, he's by himself. Now going to be hacked, but it looks like the healing is going to be good enough. The peel is there. They managed to keep him alive, and the pod is not going to be moving forward here for the side of the Glads. Now Shu taken down. Kilo really finding his footing on this Ash, where he could not on Gibraltar. Comes up with another massive kill. Shu taken down.
I can see that Kilo's input on the Ash is really, really high when Glads can't really do much about it. He's done 30% of his team's damage so far. A lot of final blows. And the Shock continually holding control on this payload. Shu going down the last fight, no nano. Violet source of nano available. Reiner has to get out with his media.
Semi-aggressive, does drop forward. Over towards the members of the Shock. Kevster running that opening pick, and now the supports are going to be taken down. Nice double kill here for the Tracer, the Glads. Seismic Slam, Reiner getting a little bit of green HP will lead to the kill on the Kilo. Gladiators finally taking control back at the bot, and now the amount of kills that they did find can open things up, can deny these forward spawns, and potentially gain some distance.
Yeah, once they get past the midpoint, this is the forward spawns going away. So Proper's the only one that doesn't get forward spawns. You see that he's just on the back right now from all the way in Shock HQ. The Shock can still contest this, so this is not going to be an easy situation to camp. We're waiting for the Patapan EMP to come on through. Needs to land on the double support lines. Kilo can also block this with a Bob, so a lot that the Shock can use.
Oh, okay, well, Shu throws the sleep, bails out of the high ground. Just leaving Mikey there as Finn uses the Transcendence. The bomb's gonna be thrown down. Runs into the back, goes right alongside the bus, but Gladiators still managing to trade up. Kilo and Violet both getting taken down. Mikey hacked. So they say, okay, let's just keep moving this bot forward as best as possible. Proper's the only one keeping it contested here for the moment. Does manage to find an elimination, taking down the Zenyatta, but it's quickly cleared out.
supports.
Will also get taken down. Proper again, just ducking and diving around, trying to keep this bot locked into place, but he does his damnedest. It's not going to be good enough. It will manage to make it into checkpoints, and the forward spawns are there.
Yeah, they have to back out now. Look, they don't have supports because Shu and Skew died in that fight. Look at how far away Skewed is.
You're right.
Shu has only just managed to get towards mid, so Proper, he saves the shock there. He single-handedly kills, like, I think 3 players, including the supports. So the trades matter for the shock there. It's not enough that the Gladiators win the fight. They have to win the fight cleanly without dropping members. Otherwise, you have to back out.
Well, they did get the checkpoint at the very least. No, can wait that one out. Bot being shipped back as Patty slinks around the
Just
back.
Patty. No one there to help him.
Making some calls, trying to go for this dive. Reiner kind of getting bogged as he goes for it. The sleep connects. What a shutdown! Violet stays safe, and Patty, he's just got to translocate the hell out of there. Shock once more, winning up the fight cleanly. The dive does not come to fruition for the Gladiators.
Achilles, if the EMP does not win a clean fight for the Gladiators where they have 5 alive, Shock should have this one in the bag. A 30-meter advantage. The cap was there for the Gladiators, so we're not going to enter the stall mode for the bot a little bit later on. That's the one thing that's good for the Gladiators. They have ultimates, but they don't have Kevster. They need Kevster for the dive.
Yeah, just trying to set up a play perhaps with that pulse bomb to open the fight, take down a support, but he's unable to do so.
EMP or nothing.
Finn, currently without that Transcendence, there's the recall Proper, just denying Patty the damage. Overtime starting to bleed away. Gladiators have so much distance to cover. Bot right now hovering around the midpoint. Patty Pan.
No EMP.
Having to jump away.
He backed out.
Going to be used, and Ryder's going to be taken down. Opening kill found. Skewed falling lower and lower. Shu trying to dump some healing into that Zenyatta to keep him alive. Kepster just managed to find one, takes out Kilo, but the trade back is swift and it is brutal. Proper finds 2. Finn finds Shu. The OT bleeds away, and we are not done yet. This is the first in several necessary steps if the Shock want to be victorious here today. But they get it done on their map pick here on New Queen Street. They fight back. They deliver unto us a series, not going down without a fight.
Amazing map choice from the San Francisco Shock. I did not enjoy that we went to Gibraltar, but this one really does please me. New Queen Street, we get to see the Mikey ball, very relevant for this map. Kilo on the Ash as well. That's a nod to APAC. Those strats came straight from the Fusion. M3 looking down there on Tequila with a bit of a smile there. I mean, fantastic on New Queen Street. You could see that there was nothing to contest Kilo. No long-range damage. Patty goes from the Hangzhou to the Sombra, and the final EMP, I don't know if you saw it, but it was completely invisible. He dies to mines. EMP did absolutely nothing. Kevster dies in the final fight as well. And the LA Gladiators, they're not going to get a clean 4-0. They want this one. We're going to have to go further.
That we are. Firm handshakes between the orange-themed teams, Shock and Fusion on New Queen Street, looking great. Yeah, I mean, they've managed to get that win. Now, though, the thing that is going to be a little bit concerning is that they are out of map picks. They need to continue to win back and forth over and over again, get a reverse sweep on the Gladiators map selections. We'll see where they decide to take us for control when we return from the break, but do not go anywhere, guys. Shock looking alive. Can they continue it? Can they carry this forward and make it a 3-2 scoreline after the next map? We're going to find out in just a few minutes. And we are back. We have a series here. Not going to be the 4-0 sweep that the Gladiators were so very much looking for. Still are in pole position to get a victory here, however. The Shock, they take the first step in several to try and pull off a reverse sweep.
The young Proper on your screen right here said in between the maps after losing on Gibraltar that if he wants that MVP, he's got to step it up. And on that last map for New Queen Street, Proper had 18 final blows out of a total of San Francisco Shock's 40. 2 away from deadlifting. Kefs are on 11, 7 down from Proper, and the San Francisco Shock, once again, a fantastic map choice. New Queen Street, brilliant read as well compositionally. Ball and Ash so prevalent on that map, and the Gladiators, unfortunately, without Arns in that lineup for this particular map, Paddy's choices realistically are most likely the Sojin. That would have been pretty decent if you really want to try and shove it into Kilo. Sombra so far has just been not very, what's a nice way of saying it? Just it's not been a very highly performing hero. Let's say that. The EMP of the M, absolutely no impact. No dives as well. I mean, you see so many situations where Patapan wants to get a hack dive in on a backline target, but Reiner and Kevs are too far away. Can't help him with that. The Sombra itself is typically not enough. And even then, when Kevster goes on in, that play from Violet, I believe, instantly outplaying Kevster, and LOS on Patapan, where Patapan can't see him because he fully LOSs. So he isolates a 1v1 from a 1v2 situation, and then lives, and Patapan has to back out. The Doom as well is a hero that Reiner obviously favors, but has not been, in my opinion, as strong a New Queen Street as heroes like Ball.
Well, we'll see what they have cooked up for us here as we get ready to go into another map of Control. Obviously, a couple substitutions with Sam stepping back in. Still have Patty, and then Funny Astro will be rejoining, so likely to see some of more of those Lucio antics that he has been just utterly dominant on. Let's just wait to see, though, what the map is going to be.
And here, you know, again, map drafting analysis from my side says that Oasis would have been the pick for Shock if it was their map choice. They love to go towards that map. But when you look towards the Glads, the one thing that sticks out is you need Lucio maps. So Ilios and Lijiang Tower are the correct choices from them. Ilios was already picked as map number 1. Funny Astro gets to come on in again. When Astro came in on pretty much all the previous series, he wins for the LA Gladiators. So this could be the potential for a 4 versus 1 finish with the map choice going towards the Gladiators, and it will go towards the Gladiators for the remainder of the series. Being that they are 3-0 up, or now 3-1 up, Shock will not have a map choice for the rest of the series, and any Lucio map is going to be incredibly good for the Glads.
Yep. Well, only a 25% win rate on their map picks here in the series for the Shock. Not great. The stage very much set against them. Odds stacked against them as well. We'll have to see. It's going to be Lijiang Tower, as you were alluding to here, for our next Control map, as the Gladiators still look to close this out for 4-1. Still an incredibly respectable scoreline in the grand final if they can make it happen. Shock, however, are looking to do the nigh impossible in continuing a reverse sweep, take another step towards that trophy. With Proper, the rest of the squad heating up on that last map, seems like they should have some wind in their sails, but now we turn our sights over to the substitution on the side of Shock. Sam, who did not have the greatest run on the maps that we saw him initially, needs to level up alongside the rest of this roster if they want to continue this reverse streak run.
And on specifically either Sojin or the Echo here, that's been, I think, 2 of his primary picks so far in this tournament. The reason why Shock would have preferred to go to Oasis had it been their map pick is you deny Funny Ashra from rejoining the roster for a Control map. So Lijiang Tower, great for Lucio, Oasis not so much. When we look towards future maps, you did see that Escort was going to come up next. The important thing about knowing what is up next is that because it's Glad's pick, they are not going to take us to Circuit. So Shock have lost the ability to pick Circuit now for the remainder of the series. Let's focus on this game, though. This is one that Shock need to take step by step. They still have to win this before we can talk about Escort in more detail. It's going to be the Reiner Doomfist again. Lucio for Funny Asher as expected. Sam coming through on the Echo. Again, that's just been his signature.
During the lobby, there was a couple questions with Funny Astro rejoining, and he said, oh, you know, more Finn Lucio. Finn said yes, obviously, just telling a little bit of a lie. Not going to be committing in for that. It's going to be sticking with his Zenyatta that was looking quite good for him on that last map. Patpan already going to be taken down proper, finding first blood once more. Good opening kill as Finn will be able to strike down Reiner. The Gladiators going to be heading for the hills, but the Shock are deep in pursuit. Clean pickups here on these kills. Go ahead and get some staggers, and Shock once more will be able to take the control point first.
4-0 there in terms of kills to death, so Shock didn't lose anybody. 4 frags, Patapang comes back on a sub, but this is now going to be the time when you have to ask, is this going to be working for the Gladiators? Is it 3rd time running now? To be fair, I think they did get this on Ilios. I can't remember if they actually ran it initially, but the hack on the proper, no connection from the rest of the dive.
Yeah, the shot's not really even coming across from Pattypan, so it doesn't even get too much as far as the EMP charge is concerned. Mike's going to be taking a nap here on the point. Reiner gets on top of Violet, but Finn answers back, finds Kevster now. Shu eliminated. That's the support score on the pile driver from Mikey, waking up and turning things into a nightmare for Funny Astro. Reiner needs to try to survive this. He's just so very low. Rotates out. Help back. Not there. They pile in. They get the kill. Shock should be able to hold the point from here. Pattypan just contesting it for a moment, but has to translocate out.
Here we go, Glad's now coming with the rest of the team, still waiting for ultimates to come on in. Nano is about to be up, hack onto Mikey.
The Pulse finds one, Kevster getting an opening kill. Mikey gonna be antied out, still hacked, trying to stay alive, and eventually does get hounded down, so finally the Gladiators will be able to get this flip. Proper only able to find Funny Astro here on the back end, looks to make his exit out. Pops the recall, now puts himself in a bit of a bad position, and that's gonna be a stagger. So Gladiators will be able to go ahead and hold this, now at 10%.
Oh my God.
Shock 62. What?
Real Torb in the Grand Finals, by the way. Actual Torb from Sam in the Grand Finals. This is either 900 IQ or 9 IQ. We're about to find out which one it is. To be fair, the turret is pretty annoying for Kevster and Pataphan to deal with, pretty annoying for Reiner to deal with as well.
I'll dive into the back, and yeah, Violet, he's going to say that's pretty annoying as well. Does get taken down, the Meteor Strike for the exit as he did fall low. Be able to stay alive, been able to clean up 1 kill. But widely, the fight goes the way of the Gladiators. Sam's still sticking through with this. Let's see if he's going to have to make another swap, though.
30% ult charge there. So just peppering away at the LA Gladiators. I do call them the 9mm here for a reason. Pataphan has the EMP, looking for a much bigger EMP connection that we've got last time in terms of impact, not just the raw number of members.
Caught. Jumped on, EMP coming through, gets a hack on just a couple of members, and the Nano goes out on the Sam, and he manages to find a Funny Astro. There's going to be supports now taken down. The cleanup comes in on the Reiner. So far, the only casualty on the side of the Shock is going to be the turret. Just not anywhere near good enough. Gladiators, they have taken the lead, but they have to concede the point, and the Shock will go ahead and gain control.
From 9mm to the hand cannon there for Sam. San Francisco Shock will take control, like you said, once more. 70% and counting up. And we might actually see this Bolton Core as well in the final fight. It should be coming online. Sound barrier available for Gladiators to try and at least mitigate some of that damage. Proper would love to get a connection onto one of these 2 supports.
He's the only ult we have, so holding on to it. Yeah, the beat does come through. Finn down so very low. Kevster gets on top of him now. Violet gone. The cleanup coming through. Shoot picked off at the back end of this fight, but with Proper and Mikey, the only 2 left standing. Seems like it's just a matter of time before the Glad should be able to regain control here. The Shock do have enough time for one last reset, one last fight as they get close to 99%. Won't quite make it there, but if they can get a flip, they should be able to take the round. Gladiators looking to hold.
Yeah, making hay while the sun shines there for the Gladiators. They might have used an early beat, but they will absolutely be able to take advantage of it to run straight at Shock. Shock with no response there. Just the pulse bomb killed the Shu, which is admirable. But LA Gladiators, importantly, get point control. We could be going towards double 99, or in this case, 99 to 98. Still waiting for this Molten Core, seeing if it will have any impact.
Now has it ready to go. He's going to pop it immediately. So they're going to try to zone them out, try to stay alive. Immortality has come through. He's going to drop down aggressively, cleans it up, and Reiner gets the follow-up kill, taking down the entire kit of Sam. Funny Astro traded, however, Proper finding that elimination. Shu now going to be taken down as well. Proper doing incredible work here for the side of the Shock. The support's out of the fight. The flip getting ready to come through the Shock. Might have just done it. Sam playing bait, and there you have it. No contest to be found. The Shock will be able to pull the rug out from beneath the Gladiators, taking night market for themselves.
And when it looks difficult for the Shock, it looks like Glads had the fight win. They were going to get the 1-round lead on Lijiang Tower as well. It's Proper on the back line. Double support kills. Shu and Funny Astro dropping down. Proper doing so much on the Tracer for the San Francisco Shock again. Their star player, when they need him, he gets it done. Look at this.
Let's take a look at it. Pressuring out, and I mean, Funny Astro, I mean, he had his sights turned to the Patty, but he just turns them immediately to the supports as he spots them jumping forward. Clean up. coming through here for this side of the Shock. Not to be too redundant, but now the gates will open as we turn our sights over to Gardens.
Padapan back over towards a Sojin. I nearly said Sombra. Gotta take those dirty words out of my mouth right now. This Gladiator still, I think, really looking for the maximum value on that Sombra, but unable to find it on the previous round. Sam over towards a Genji now.
Lucia once more for the Shock, but this time it's going to be Violet piloting it. Reiner, the first blood as Mikey cleans up a kill. Sam finding one. Proper going to be joining him as well. Patty will be able to get Finn on the back end of the fight, but the point is unlocked. And once more, Shaku, I think, have gotten the lockdown to the point every single time. We'll be able to claim it first and foremost.
Yeah, Proper's on 62 there as well, so we're getting some ultimates online very soon for the San Francisco Shock. Kips is not that far behind, to be fair. Kips are really trying his hardest to get those initiation kills. Mikey has been naded.
It does expire, though. He manages to stay alive. HP bars a bit erect here on the side of the Shock, and Patty will chip away at Proper. The rail good enough to kill. Funny Astro going to be taken down, however. Mikey finding that elimination. Going to give Violet now the lead towards the sound barriers. Patty's just doing his damnedest, trying to find something. They get the sleep out. They have the nade down. Mikey gets dropped. Good cleanup kill coming through. Now in control. Only 29% established this time for the side of the Shock as the Gladiators go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, and Rhino stays alive for an unbelievable amount of time there as well, finally going down towards the end, but Shock aren't going to be able to get a point flip or keep control of the point, rather. With just a single kill onto Rhino, they lose Mikey. Importantly, Shu, great sleep dart, like you said. Now the LA Gladiators, starting from Padapan, who gets an initial kill to Prop. I believe it was a railgun connection plus a left click, is going to be enough to enable the 5v4.
Reiner diving forward, pulse bomb going to be lobbed in. Proper not going to be finding anything for that. Kepster still holding on to one of his own. Waiting for a prime target. Nano through. Sound barrier going to be dropped in. Violet shielding up the team, and Patty Pan's going to be the first one to fall. Finn, however, going to be punched off into the koi pond. Instead of dying, now the primal does get popped. Reiner able to exit, however. Turns his sights right back over to the point where the Gladiators are still in control. Shu, however, picked off. Funny Astro still alive, still does hold on to the sound barrier should they think that they could win the fight, but it looks like they are more than happy to concede this, and Funny Astro will in fact die on the back end for a little bit of stagger.
3 versus 2 committed there. Shock with the 3 ultimates, Glads on 2, so they still hold on to 3 very important ones. Sam has Blade available, but Funny Astro can counter. Plenty for the Glads to work through in terms of resources, far less for the Shock, and they need to enable this Sam dive as much as possible. An early beat from Funny Astro again.
Pulse bomb locked in, not going to find that kill. Finn does take down Kevster, who has back turned to him. A 1-for-1 at DPS for a support. Violet now gone, putting that much more pressure on to Finn, who's going to be trying to keep Sam alive. Blade gets pulled, finds Patty to start, looks for Shu, wraps around the corner, gets the kill, gets the dash, reset. I'll just put a little bit of damage down on it to Reiner. In fact, will find that kill in the end. Shock able to hold this. The flip was damn near there to the side of the Gladiators, but it gets denied at the end.
And this time, the early sound barrier from Funny Astro tempo play doesn't work out. They didn't have that for the Blade afterwards. Shock just disengaged. Better yet, Shock, I don't believe, really even lost control of the point there. So they just have to wait the sound barrier out, pull the Blade through. They know there's nothing to counter the Blade, and Sam will get it done. 86%, this is going to be last territory for the Shock.
4 HP. Pops the recall, stays alive. 91% here for the side of the Shock. Anti goes out.
No recall, no recall.
Violet in dire straits. They need to get healed up. Proper managing to stay alive for a little bit longer. Moves over, grabs the Mega Pack. Mikey, however, going to be eliminated. Proper dashes forward, manages to find Kevs. The flip is there for the side of the Gladiators in the meantime. Shu falling low. The heals start coming through. Funny Astro keeping him alive. Proper still holding on to this pulse bomb. Has not let it loose yet, but now they find Ryder. They get the stick for the Meteor Strike is there. He makes his exit. Patty Pan gets Proper with the rail. Gets the elimination. The Nano now expiring. He looks for Finn. He's going to find the kill. Sam off screen takes down Shu. As they are back and forth here in this fight, but the Shock, they need to make a decision. Do they reset or do they continue to fight it out? Looks like the play call is going to be made to go forward. The beat comes in. Finn going to be swapping over onto the Moira as Sam cleans up 2 kills. They're looking for the flip back through once more, and they're going to have it. The touch is there. Reiner this time able to contest it, but he's so very low on HP and ends up dying on the return. Finds the kill. The Blade now coming through. Jumps forward. Gets on top of Shu. Slices and dices him down. It looks for a little bit more. Will be able to clean up Astro. The OT starts to bleed away. Kevster gets the touch. He forces it back up to a full bar, but the cleanup comes in as Proper once more fills the kill feed. And it is a 2-0 on Lijiang Tower to get a second map win. The San Francisco Shock are looking to pull off the reverse sweep. They take another step in the right direction.
Don't get comfortable right now. The second act is when the Shock start to get really good. They're firing up proper with the insane outplay versus Kevster. Steals the Mega Pack away. On 8 HP, he was anti-naded as well. Still gets those frags. Doesn't quite kill Reiner. But Reiner can't effectively rejoin the fight anyway. The Shock have the boost here onto Violet on purpose just to keep him alive, allows him to find the sound barrier, only connects on 2, but it's enough. It's exactly the 2 unique. Sam receives the beat as well, finds that Dragon Blade. There's nothing the Gladiators can do about it. You said you wanted to see Sam come in big, and he does just that.
I mean, it was just one of those jukes from Proper where Kevster just trips over his own fate and he falls down flat on the ground, face down. What a play from him. The rest of the team, Sam looking incredible, coming out with that Genji, finding the impact that they so desperately needed from him in those initial early maps. Now the whole team looking fired up, looking unstoppable. We'll see, though. The Gladiators still do hold on to match point. It is not tied up yet, but 3-2, the scoreline. Shock. Can they continue to run it back? I do not know, but we are going to find out. Do not go anywhere. This series continues to deliver time and time again. You do not want to miss it. And welcome back. The series continues. Down but not yet out. The San Francisco Shock continue to try to claw things back, hunting for that trophy right there. The mid-season madness. 3-2 the scoreline. The Gladiators still having match points. Still just need to close out one more map to be victorious and be back-to-back champions in the kickoff clash. Now here in mid-season, the Shock are looking to deny.
San Francisco Shock, they might have to climb this one uphill. Going upstream here for the rest of the series. If it has to be a reverse sweep, they have to do it against the wind, as the LA Gladiators have every single map pick for the remainder of the series. It ends up being, though, that the Shock do indeed win one of those map picks. Lijiang Tower, very important to the LA Gladiators. You had Lucio there, finding Astro. Could have been the ending, 4-1. But despite everything, the Shock will pull on through. In fact, it is Violet's Lucio in the final moments that will allow the Shock to be able to get that map win.
And it is. And now the substitutions coming back through. We saw Kilo starting to heat up there on New Queen Street, having an immense amount of impact with the Ash. Needs to do that once more. Got the opening kill on Ons on Gibraltar, but after that, didn't find nearly as much impact. So Ons should be heated up. He should be ready to come back into this. It's all about Kilo stepping up to the plate and looking to shut him down.
And let's talk about maps as well in terms of, again, map drafting analysis here. We actually do not have a push for the map 7. You can see the icon down below. Next is going to be Escort. We were going to finish this one onto Hybrid. So there is not going to be the key Coliseo pick for the LA Gladiators on map number 7 should we get there. Now, Dorado is going to be our next map. Important to note because it is not Circuit Royale. Gladiators, there's no way they take us to Circuit. That should have been Shock's map pick a little bit early on. We went to Gibraltar. Shock were punished for it. And now, again, Shock have to win on more Gladiators map picks. Hilo has to redeem himself here as well because Arns has come back in. We talked about how important Arns was going to have to be in the series. He won Gibraltar, or at least he was a major impact in terms of winning Gibraltar for his team. It's going to be another sniper battle. It's going to be more escort sniper action. And Kilo cannot fall prey to Arns again. If Arns pulls his weight and does the deed, this is going to be a Glads championship.
Let's see if it comes to fruition here and now. The Shock can, in fact, take us to that 7th final map of Hybrid. Maybe it's just that both these teams are so well prepared to counter-strat their opponents on their map picks that this is just what happens. That you can't win on your own selection, but you can win on your opponents. We'll have to just wait and see if
usually the other way around.
Yes.
It's typically that we've seen so far in the series, you know, it's been back and forth. We haven't had, well, we've had a reasonable number of sweeps. We had a lot of map 5s, and the reason we have a lot of map 5s is because map selection does matter. There is a strategy behind it. And as we tee this matchup up, Kilo versus Arns, Proper and Kevster back over towards the Genji. Now, Proper has been much better on the Tracer than the Genji today. Proper also needs to be able to step it up from the Genji to continue the series for the Shock.
Spotting Ons there for just a moment. The timing slightly off for him to be able to find that kill, and Ons gets tagged down low, I believe, from Violet. And Kilo will find an opening kill. Ons gets a dig across onto a single player, but not going to be enough for an elimination. And with the Ana gone, that opens up a hell of a lot of space. But same can be said. Ons does go ahead, get involved as well, also claiming the life of an enemy support.
You look at the payload positioning, right? Shock want to actually get this one through the archway. That's the important thing. Now they'll wait for the respawns. It's back to a 5v5. Very important for Arns to trade that pick eventually because you can't have Gladiators on that 4v5 giving up free space. And plenty of free space has already been given. So, opportunities now. Look at Kilo's ult charge as well. Sniper Jolt will go awry for both of them so far.
Neither really nailing any connections onto the other. Turning their sights towards the not Widowmaker players on either team. Kevster gets on top of Violet. Takes it down. Ashes to define Proper as well. Massive plays here from Kevster. 3! Desperately looking for a target. He's not going to be able to find it. Kevster does come up with 3, as you say, taking down Kilo on the back end. Puts a little bit of damage down onto Mikey, but that is going to be the card halted for now.
Really important there. Let's take a look at Kevster again. Starts us off on the back line. Low HP into Violet. Sees the low HP Proper result, does not allow him to reset. Then obviously we did catch on the camera the 3rd and final kill. That one was just for fun as, well, Shock were already on their way to resetting from there. Importantly for the next fight, Kilo is going to have an earlier infra site. Gladiators, very difficult to respond to that when Arns does not have the ultimate. Finn will also have the first nano. So they can push with nano and infra site at the same time. And Glads are going to be in trouble. So Ryder's very low HP as well.
Kilo on the hunt. Here's the shots coming through. Gets one back on, taken down. Mikey gets on top of him. Finds that elimination, and there's the Infrasight pop now. The enemy Widow out of the fight.
Shoot, Nano, there it is.
Remaining. Here's the shock. Try to keep things moving forward. The Nano comes out. Proper has to make his exit. Sitting here on the ceiling, but oh man, what a set play. Jumps up over the top, gets the zap. Shu nails him with the ante. Nice little combo coming through. Now the Primal gonna be popped. Just juggling Kilo up into the sky, and Hans escapes and he takes him down. Beautifully done. Diamond in the back, just looking for any additional that they can possibly get. They take Violet low. They should be able to confirm this kill in the end. Takes back to grab the mini pack, and maybe it's not going to be good enough yet.
Oh, hang on, the trance.
In the meantime,
what's going on here?
Skewed is juggled well away from the rest of the team.
Skewed's out of position. He's very out of position.
Trying to push forward, trying to save him, but they cannot do so. He gets taken down. Kempster now pulling the blade, trying to turn this fight around, spare them some blushes, but it's 2 members dead for just Kilo off the back of the Dragon Blade.
Why was Skewed so aggressive? You have to play the back throw, allow Ryder to go in with the Primal. He can save himself. He's a Winston with 1,000 HP. No reason for Skewed to be that far up. Yes, he got pushed in by Mikey's Primal, but for Mikey's Primal to even put him there, Skewed already has to be very far. Gladiators, they had an advantage, and now they've lost everything. They're struggling to find space. Arns has to get a kill.
He's looking for it. Puts a little bit of damage down on the Mikey. He's discorded up, so can't really start to rip away that HP bar, but so far, he isn't finding too many sightlines proper. Sliding along the rooftops. There's a couple shurikens into the back here of Shu. The blade now going to be pulled. Misses on the dash, but the second swipe will manage to find the kill. And Kempster taken down as well as Kilo. Got a nice headshot. The card advancing forward. That should be the cap coming in from the side of the shock, but the time bank did get drained down considerably.
Wow.
The 244 for the second stretch here.
Stagger kill to Reiner there as well, but I have to, again, question mark what Gladiators were doing off the back of Reiner's dive. Reiner himself had made the fine play. You have to respond with Nano when you're a player down. Right, cool. Shock have a 5v4. Glads have ultimates. You are trading a kill for an ultimate. That's an exchange that works for the Gladiators. They technically win the fight, but once you lose the trance, once you lose Skewed, San Francisco Shock are snowballing off that one play all the way to a cap, and now they have ultimates. They played the blade. Semi-successful, doesn't matter. They had enough kills anyway. We're on towards B. And here comes Kilo with the Infrasight. It's not going to be answered.
No, it's not. Widely ignoring the Winston, but now they look for the setup. There's the headshot. The Nano immediately in response from Shu, making sure they can keep him alive. And now he dives forward, does have that Primal Rage ready to go, and he's going to let it loose. He's looking for a kill on a Finn, but Kilo, he's turned his sights over. It's going to be a trade out on the Honest, but now supportless are the Gladiators with Skewed falling. Reiner just juggling Violet back over towards the spawn room. He doesn't make his way in there immediately,
staggering himself.
Still does manage to make his way out to safety. And the cleanup comes through. Violet taking a couple squats as they start moving forward with the cart.
Yeah, get those brick legs working. Gladiators, they Primal in response. The Nano, great save onto Reiner. You'll have to remember that's a forced Nano there as well, because otherwise Reiner might have been dead from the sleep dart. In either case, the rest of the Gladiators went down. Reiner, despite being alive due to the Primal, that just becomes a self-stagger. And Shock now getting maximum distance on this payload push. Primal from Mikey to push away Skewed.
Yeah.
Making space though.
Juggling back that. Oh boy, well this could be bad. Yep. All right, flew a little too close to the sun, but he's offered up an immense amount of space. So they get the cart right in front of point B, but still just have a minute remaining to try to get over the line.
Mikey now going over towards the ball, so the next defense will be a ball play. Instead, we're looking towards high ground control from either squad here. Glad's obviously defending, going to have access to that first. Popper and Kilo there. This is a really good angle for Kilo to work through, though. You have to be careful your Skewed. You can see that Skewed is just across from Kilo, and he's actually going to find Kevster. I was saying Skewed might have been in trouble, but it's Kevster instead.
That's the blade out of the fight. If they can push the go button right now and get this cart moving forward, they have a big window of opportunity to try to capitalize. They start making it move up, and Kilo gets Skewed. Proper gets on top of Hans as well. He shuts down the Infrasight. Now they lose all of their info. Pile driver into the corner. Shu is completely locked in. And there you go. They manage to start up the fight beautifully. They don't have to use any ultimates for it either. Shock now, another minute and a half added as they go for the final stretch of Dorado.
It's just a great amount of snowballing coming on through. Right, Kilo with the further picks, and you know, we said that Arns had Kilo's number on Gibraltar. This time, Kilo has definitely been the top fragger. 6 final blows to Arns 2. So Arns is yet to kind of light Kilo up, and he needs to. And San Francisco Shock are making some decent progress through the map. Here comes that Infrasight now.
Yeah, I mean, such a massive advantage here. It's Kilo just waiting. Kempster spotting out.
Glad's back out.
Through the glass there. Now the blade going to be pulled. He goes diving into the back line, and it's matched by Reiner, so they manage to Goomba Stomp Finn to death. Violet nowhere to go, ends up falling. Mikey slept for the moment. Gonna need to reset or exit. He will go for a pile driver and just give his life. As it's 50 seconds left. San Francisco Shock, 4 ultimates ready to go for the final push. But the kills.
Yeah, that stagger's actually. That stagger's actually kind of huge from Rhino, so that's going to be extra time bought. So San Francisco Shock are definitely down to a single fight with not a lot of setup to go through. Still ends up being a worthwhile trade for Gladiators, though. You see a situation where the Infrasight is traded for 2 ultimates. Shock can still play through with 4 minutes and cap this, so in terms of economics, it's okay.
Forward minefield, just looking to gain some space as they try to enter. Kilo swapping over to the Sojourn. Now the rally coming out from Violet. They group up around him. Shots flying. The deflect now going to be burned. There is the nano boost. The Blade getting pulled. Anti out onto it, but he still manages to find the kill. On to On. Sets up for Mikey to get the double kill onto the supports. Reiner, a rude awakening as he is struck down into the team kill. They might have an opportunity to maybe touch back in, but it's On's the first one to respawn. As the Widowmaker, not going to be good enough. Kevster now swapping over onto the Tracer. Needs to get there in due time. Dashes forward just shy of 2 meters left. The Transcendence Skewed escorting the rest of the team forward. Pile driver from Mikey not going to connect, but now On's going to take it down as he swaps over onto the Soldier. The sleep is there. He gets woken up. The Primal does get popped. Violet juggled around a bit there in the back lines. The Discord Orb still focus fired onto the break, but he's not taking any damage. Skewed taken down. Shu once more eliminated, and as the Primal expires, Reiner's life will as well. The cleanup coming in. The finish comes through. The Shock, they get to the end of the map.
Expertly calculated by the Shock there. They have, again, we have to rewind one of these fights here. It's an Infrasight traded for, I believe it was 2 ultimates, one from Kevster and one from Reiner. And you have the San Francisco Shock holding on to 4. Kilo goes towards the Soldier. He knows that they're not setting up for a long battle there. You don't have to snipe. You're just going in for a major ultimate brawl. Final fight territory. We don't need to have a big time bank here. The goal is to finish with any time remaining. 0 seconds, absolutely fine for an escort. And they'll be able to use those 4 ultimates to perfection, propagating so many. I believe they had 5 kills to no deaths there as well. So a complete team wipe while the rest of the Shock are entirely alive. They don't have to rely on respawners because they got all 5 there. And the Gladiators desperately trying to touch with everything they've got. Skewed, by the way, his Transcendence does not save Kev's. Kev touches first, dies to a shield bash from Violet, and you're instantly down 4v5. The Transcendence comes on in, but the healing wasn't enough. The healing might not have even touched. Kev might have just died too quickly.
Oh, it's huge moves here from the side of the Shock, and I mean, clearly learning from that Gibraltar experience because they piloted around On so perfectly well, never really allowing him to get into a position where he had the sightline advantage. They managed to make it to the finish. Let's see if they can do that now on the defense once more, but if they can continue to really just circumnavigate him, that's a lot of the firepower taken away from the Gladiators.
Again, line drawn in the sand here. Shock 3 caps, or rather, 3 caps, full map completion here. Looking to take us to map number 7, which, if I was to guess, would have to be Midtown. That would be the next best map choice for the Gladiators, but still opportunities to take us to a time bank here. Again, looking at Arns, looking at Kilo. Proper will get his counterpart and Kipster first.
Yep.
Bit of a slowdown for Glads.
Still just inching this card forward as much as they can. Proper will drop down, go for the contest, looking to clear out the bubble here. Get away that added layer of protection, and immediately gets his sights. Gets sights set on him by Skewed, takes a bit of damage, has to pull back around the corner. Mikey's still occupying the high ground as Ons looks for an opening kill. Sulfin there for just a moment. It's a shot across on the Mikey. Now takes a much more aggressive.
Oh, that's gotta be a kill!
Misses the shot of the Violet. He does get a follow-up little tap there into the shoulder, but it's not going to be the elimination that they so desperately need.
That cannot be a miss from Ons. That was for sure a frag on Divided. That would have been everything. Glads would have had the 5v4 unless Kilo responds. Shock would have been in a lot of trouble. And he's going to regret missing that one because it was set up for him easily. Exactly, it was a perfect kill that Ons should have gotten.
I mean, even just there, Kilo not paying attention to the jump shot. Ons goes up over the top, he just doesn't connect into the head. He needs to start finding his groove again. It's another tap, but Kilo answers back in kind. He says, okay, you shot Finn in the chest, I'm going to shoot you in the head. Puts him down, Reiner taken out as well. And it's a good hold now for the side of the Shock, just draining down the time bank, half the time, nearly gone.
You can see the difference in the damage output, but the frags go to Kilo, right? It's 84% to 52 from Kilo, so he's hitting shots. He is able to land damage, but these aren't resulting in final blows, whereas Kilo is getting final blows. Kilo is 10-2 in final blows versus Arns in terms of the total kills, not in the 1v1, obviously. Infrasight can be important here. Instantly dropped.
Yep. Pops it. Kilo aware of where he's at, wants to try to reposition, but obviously
Violet lives again.
On's gonna know everywhere that he goes. Mikey diving into the back, does get antied out, does fall low. Discord Orb still through onto the Winston, pops the Primal Rage to try to stay alive. beaten and battered. Falling lower and lower. They still do hold on to that nano, but there you go. That's the kind of shot that he needed. Violet going to be shut down 5% away from that Transcendence. But Mikey, nanoed up, dives into the back, managing to find Shu. Will be traded as Kevster and Reiner manage to dive together. They get on top of Finn. Proper low HP. The cap is going to be there. 4 minutes and 8 seconds now for the side of the Gladiators. Big opening kill there from Mons when they needed it.
Mike will get a kill here, so there's going to be a bit of a trade, but with Mikey staggered, this is important because Shot can't set up for a defense until Mikey returns. By the way, Violet dies on about 98% to Trance. You cannot overstate how important that was from Arns. Talked about him going for Violet a number of times. He missed twice, but the third shot rings true, and the third shot, dare I say, was the most important one there as well because it prevents Violet from clutching with the Trance. If Violet doesn't die, then he trances, could be a very different fight.
Absolutely. And finally managed to get that hit. He said it can just be the single shot, even if you're whiffing the whole way throughout. You get that one connection onto somebody who's got that ult ready to roll. That could be the difference maker. Getting the win. Infrasight up from Kilo. He's playing a little bit of a unexpected off angle here. Does get a tap on the side of Skewed, who's just going to be sitting in the corner now. Cart contested for the moment.
You also have a situation where the blades are available, but the nanos are not. The two snipers will barely miss each other there, and there it is. That very critical Venom Mine does save Kilo's life. We've seen him place it there before, and Arns will not get the connection on the player.
Oh, Mikey slept the headshot. What? Hit it!
He dies.
The kill.
He still dies.
Okay. Shu gets a kill, and Finn is out in the middle of nowhere. He's sitting in courtyard. Somehow this go down.
Skewed tranced.
Cleanup comes through. Trance does come in from Skewed. I'm not sure quite what happened there. Maybe it was forced. Either way, the shot can at least be glad that is gone, but the cart is now rounding the final corner. Mikey nearby, ready to contest this. Holding onto a Transcendence of his own to try to wait and buy some time for the rest of the team to join in, but
they need Proper.
Gladiators could build up a very massive time bank here.
The Blade versus no Trance is huge, but Proper dies late, which means he's going to be late to the party here as well. Trance just to buy space. Now Proper has to win this fight now.
A little bit of time. The Nano now online from Shu. He's going to use it. Goes out to Kevster. He dives into the back, and as the Trance expires, Violet goes down. Proper does pull the blade himself. Finds Oz. Can he get more value? The answer is going to be no, as both of these ults end up expiring. Mikey once more taken low, antied out, but he hugs back around the opposite side of the cart. He's trading places here against the Glad's members. He does stay alive for a little bit longer, but Reiner comes up with taking down the DPS members on the side of the Shock, but now needs to make his exit, jumps back over, grabs the Mega Pack. But now,
really important that he Prop in the back line. He got the supports down. Shu and Skew died in that fight, so Reiner couldn't stay in, and now Kevster could get... He got staggered as well, but Mikey doesn't commit to the kill, so Kevster gets out alive. That's going to allow the Gladiators to regroup for another contest here. 1 minute 35. They have to play up against the mines. Nothing to clear the mines with. Reiner might have to drop a bubble on top of the mines just to get rid of some of them. And it is annoying for Reiner to have to do that if he does. Mikey's got good vision here. Great scouting.
Again, rolling down the minefield at the ready. Off angle.
Oh, that's huge.
Oh, okay. On's getting a melee kill on the Proper, and it is just an explosion of death as Mikey will be the last one to fall. The minefield beat down. It's not going to achieve anything as everybody else on his team dies around him. 2.5 minutes now for the final stretch on the side of the Gladiators.
Look at this. They're going to eat some mines for ult charge. Arns gets a further kill. We talk about Arns needing to come online. He was asleep for the first half of the game, but now he is certainly here getting a couple of really important kills. And staggering San Francisco Shock as well to prevent them from getting the setup on this C-point defense. 2 minutes to play through. Gladiators have an opportunity to get a better time bank than the Shock, but likely this one might go to OT as well.
Oh, Mikey is just getting beaten, battered. The bubble's down, looking to cut off that healing. Will be able to exit. A bit of a battery here for Finn to go ahead and try to build up towards that next nano where Shu is, nearly doubled his ult charge at the moment. Different sight, going to be expiring. Ons now has his available, pops it immediately. Starts setting his sights over towards a target. Sends one over towards Violet's shield. Finn low, finished off. Kevster gets on top of the Yana, finds that kill. Now Violet's going to be gone. Kevster cleaning them both up. Mikey, a little bit of HP, dead. And this could be massive for the Gladiators.
No ults. Shock don't have ults. Gladiators have 2 more available, including a blade, a nano blade as well. I don't know. They have to go now. Kilo has to go.
Okay, the slide in. He's going to be focus fired, though. Cleaned up the ball, trying to get there in time, but it's just not fast enough. And that is a massive gap between the two teams now. 2:24 for the Gladiators to just the 1 minute of the Shock. They weren't able to get much done on Gibraltar. They need to get some distance here on Dorado.
2 minutes 24 versus 1 minute. And I'm getting mad Gibraltar vibes here once again. Stay calm. Breathe. Gladiators A minute and 24 seconds in the lead. This could be the map. San Francisco Shock, not out of it. A brilliant attack here off the back of Kilo, opening things up, would be everything you need. But again, we go back towards that Arn's shot onto Violet on A that changes the entire game. Violet dies on 98, cannot trance, and the LA Gladiators begin marching through the rest of the map, including situations like this where Mikey's got the mines available. Skew takes down Violet. Arns gets a shot in the melee onto Proper, and it's just all player advantage from here. And because they basically don't have to use ultimates there, minus I think the Reiner Primal was used, Gladiators get to walk through on towards C. Plenty of ultimates available. Infrasight allows them to delete some supports. Full vision, where Shock don't know what Glads are doing. Glads know exactly where Shock is. They can set up perfect dives on the Finn and Violet. They get those 2 kills. Shock no response. And now this 1 minute is everything for the Shock. They have to get maximum distance. If Shock can cap A, they're still in the game.
So much pressure on these rookies. Violet needing to keep them level-headed in this moment. On's looking for the pop shot. Spots him. He and Kilo. Woo. Not going to be able to get the shots there, but Kilo gets a follow-up hit. Reiner taken down.
Big punish. How much distance now? What can Glads do? Can you re-engage it without Reiner available? It's really difficult to re-engage, and almost another kill there as well. Shu barely survives. Also not so lucky.
Kilo continues, he delivers once more. Mikey going to be taking a nap, but there's no one to try to pressure him out without that Widow headshot. Mikey back alive. Finn taking the lead towards the Nano Charge. 41% for him. Shu just 11 behind. He's looking for the hit. He's looking for Kevster. Hasn't been able to finish him off yet. Something needs to happen quickly here from the side of the Gladiators if they want to hold this. They need to find a shutdown. OT now coming in. The dive into the back. They find Skewed. They get that elimination. On's up on top of the doorway, but needs to find some kills quickly for the team to play off of. But Kilo gets another headshot. Takes him down. Kevster dead. And that is going to be your card contest eliminated as Reiner's got nowhere left to go. No Primal to play off of. And even if he did, he would have to hold it. Finn will find 2. And there is the cap that you were talking about. As long as they don't Shang-9 this, they can get some distance.
Oh no, Violet's too experienced for that. Surely he's going to stay on the payload the entire way through. The Gladiators have to get this next fight win. If they allow the snowball to come up through from the Shock, it'll be too much distance. They got to end this now, but Kilo opens up the Reiner. Reiner gets majorly punished, and that's probably the one member you can't afford to lose. They need this Nano into Primal.
They defeat the first map boss, which is getting the card through the doorway without stepping away from it. Reiner diving into the back lines. Not too far off from the Primal. Should be able to build it during this skirmish. Proper in the meantime. Spotting Reiner for a moment. Reiner antied out. Doesn't have the Primal up yet, and Kilo gets him in the head as he tries to leap out to safety. Another massive opening here from the Shock's Widowmaker to get the second kill with Kevster taken down. Proper now rotating around the back. He sees the supports. He's playing off the Infrasight. He starts pressuring them out. Now
they can't get staggered. They can't get staggered.
Dashes over. They've got 2 players here. Ons gets a point-blank headshot to go ahead and shut down the Tracer, but he gives his life for it. Violet continues to just occupy the card, bring this further forward. The San Francisco Shock, an immense amount of distance opened up now. Ult online for the Gladiators, and they need to gain control here shortly.
Nanoblade.
Kevster out. The blade pulled. Gets the deflect out. Finn taken down. He throws his own Nano, but now Violet going to be carved up. The support's gone from the side of the Shock, and this could just be the resting place of the card. Ons will get 1. Proper, the last man standing now. Recalls out and knows that it is done and dusted. Tries to preserve his KD, I suppose. Makes his exit, but man, for a minute start, this is still fantastic from the side of the Shock.
Yeah, Gladiators cannot allow this much distance to come on through. With just 1 minute, this is more than enough. Far more than enough for the Gladiators to, or rather for the Shock to be able to put themselves in a winning position. 2:24 available from Glads. They would need to snowball exactly the same and even better. They have an extra minute and 24 to play through. Allows them a little bit more wiggle room for mistakes, but realistically, to push on through to nearly the end of B, it's got to be a guaranteed overtime regardless. So, Shock, they've really nailed that offense. An insane pick from Kilo onto Reiner to put them in a winning position. They really want that reverse sweep, and they currently got their hands on the driver's wheel. They do. They really do.
Take a look back at this. This is all the way back at the beginning here from Kilo. Misses that initial shot. Oh, slim margins. Reiner thinking that he was safe. Kilo says no.
No one can hide.
That shot into Reiner as well. Put him to critical.
Oh. It's just Kilo killing Reiner as he tries to exit, just denying him time and time again.
And again, he doesn't have Primal, so that's another very impactful kill. I mean, Kevster dying there, it doesn't really help, but Reiner being on 95 is another situation where the timing of the kill is everything there for Kilo. Because had Primal been there for Reiner, Glads might have been able to initiate an actual fight.
Well, now Ons put in a similar position, needing to find some impact with these shots. We saw from him on Gibraltar. Can he do it now on this attack? Deliver a victory in this final to the side of the Gladiators. Kilo set the bar pretty damn high. See if Ons is up to task.
Archway now confirmed for the Gladiators. That's step number 1. Kilo on 35, Ons on 16. Looking for opportunity to find those opening shots again. These opening Widow picks make or break the series. Make or break this map. The extra 124 is what the Glads have. The only wiggle room for mistake that they can afford.
I'm just waiting, seeing if there's any forward presence being shown there. Sees Proper for just a moment, cannot get the kill. Violet under fire, but the Orb of Harmony comes in from Finn. They keep him alive, and it's 2 kills found for the Shock. Cart for now locked into position with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining to go. A little bit of rollback coming through as well.
Look at the notes, 71% for shoot. This is a win condition in the making. Kevster going towards the Tracer. Reiner will be the one receiving this nano to make space, and boy, do they need that space. 124 gone. We're down to 1 minute now. This is now equal territory. Glad's working with the same time the Shock had on their attack.
Dashing around the back, he spots the Widow there for just a second, falls low, tucks away in the corner, Anti goes out, Violet and Mikey both going to be clipped by that. Manage to disengage and stay safe, no kills to be found yet. Cart once more, pushing forward. Proper.
Nano's available.
Hunting for a target, receives the Discord Orb so they can track him now. He jumps into the back, he's looking to out-pressure Ons, he takes him low and he manages to get him in the end. The recall, back at the full HP. A massive pick-off here for the side of the San Francisco Shock. The Nano used on the Reiner as well. He's in the back lines, but he doesn't have that full range. He gets cut down. Mikey managing to survive. It's a little bit of HP for him, and with that HP bar, Finn can go ahead and get the Transcendence ready now by healing him.
This should Can't afford to get staggered involved. Should have been done. 10 seconds. Kevster has to touch. He's the closest member. He's still alive, and the Glads are into the OT. Primal should be coming up this fight. Double support ultimates for the Shock. And Kilo has the infra sight. The next pick could decide everything.
The card touches there. They forced out the overtime, but now they have to stay glued to this. Infra sight nearly up for both of these Widowmakers. The Primal Rage now online for Reiner. Holding it. The rally through from Violet to start things off. Ons dead. He tries to grapple away, but Proper chases forward, finds that kill. Kilo goes for the jump shot, not going to be able to get a connection. Reiner still holding on to the ultimate as long as he possibly can. Transcendence has been burned. Antied out, Mikey falling lower and lower, needs to get some heals, but Finn is going to be taken down. That cuts the healing down considerably. Kilo taken out, the Primal. They managed to cleave him down. It seems like the Gladiator's not going to be done yet. They do get the cap. There's still a chance.
They can't get off now for the rest of this offense. A couple more ultimates can still be there. Shu and Ons looking at them. Proper with the pulse bomb. Proper has been keeping a lid on Ons. He wants to get in on this Widow duel. It's not just about Kilo versus Ons. Proper is getting on top of Ons now as well. So Gladiators have to be aware that there is a Tracer going for their sniper and they have to protect him. There are ultimates online for Gladiators. They can still snowball this one. San Francisco Shock have fully reset properly now. There has to be at least 2 to 3 more fight wins for the Gladiators to get this.
Yeah. They do at least have some ults to work with. The infra sight still not being popped. On's now going to be using it, as I say. Pulse bomb goes in, though. Reiner going to be taken down. Now it's going to be on the supports and the DPS to stay stuck to this card.
Gladiators need to trade.
They got it. Best right now is Proper. Will fall. Ons gets Violet. They get the kills. And suddenly it's just Kilo. The cleanup comes through. A massive amount of distance now for the Gladiators as they start pushing forward. The Nano Boost still held.
One more fight. Mikey has the minefield available. Violet deciding what he wants to go through. Lucio, Xander's got it. No, it's going back to Ana. San Francisco Shock can touch this one. Kilo going towards the Sojourn as well. This will be the final fight. A Shu Nano available could go on to anybody.
Mikey.
This Nano can decide.
Mikey. He's under low. He's gonna touch. They can't do it. Not like this. Unbelievable. The Shock, they set the stage. They get so close. One more map to try to tie it up, make it a 3-3, go for the 7th and final map, but they cannot do it. The pressure applied. Mikey is so low, he cannot touch. Proper does not arrive in time, and it is a catastrophe. Heartbreak for the side of the San Francisco Shock as their run in this grand final comes to a conclusion. It is not the great bout, the massive explosion of death, the battle that the Gladiators want to win to get themselves a victory. Is just a simple Cloud9 at the end of it all. The Gladiators take this series 4-2 in the end. They are your mid-season madness champions, and I cannot believe it.
What a way to end things out. This is Overwatch. This is Overwatch 2, I guess. So many C9s that we have seen, but it ends up being the biggest one in, I mean, considering the stakes, the final fight to take us maybe to a map 7 Shock looking for the reverse sweep, and there is not going to be a touch, but the LA Gladiators are going to go back to back, sent to the lower bracket. The players embracing, I mean, they all know what an insane game that was. Nearly a 4-0 at points as well, but it delivered. It really did deliver. And this is the Gladiator squad now that get to hang their heads high. And I mean, goodness, I mean, the 3-0 lead to start things out with a Shock nearly coming back. What a mid-season madness tournament.
A bit of a smorgasbord of a final. Everything, a little bit of everything included in this one. Incredible Widow plays from both sides. The near run back from the side of the Shock, trying to pull off the reverse sweep. And then the Cloud9 finish. Go ahead and have it handed over to the Gladiators. The Shock, obviously some smiles, hugs exchanged between the two teams who have been going back and forth across the room with their trash talk, but I think that this is going to be one that haunts them the whole plane ride back to the mainland.
Yeah.
Gladiators, though, they are going to be feeling pretty damn good. And one person in particular who's going to be feeling especially good about his performance the whole way throughout is our player of the match, which is Shu, who from the outset, getting that 3-0 lead, he was absolutely instrumental in it.
Instrumental the entire way across as well. So many impactful sleep darts, bio nades, the mechanics being shown here. Shu really is at the top of his game. A veteran that has been across a number of teams now, has championships under his belt, has now a back-to-back with the Gladiators here, has been with the System on Glads for some time, and again, we said at the beginning of this grand finals, is Shu the best flex support in the world? I think after this match, a resounding yes from me, 100%. This guy was on another level. This Pioneer connection as well, just everything Shu did was great.
I mean, plays it right off of Finn, hits proper, gets that kill. And I don't even know if you need to really add the kind of caveat, the asterisk of flex support. Why not just say best support in the world?
Sure.
I think that you absolutely can make that argument. This guy has continued to deliver it. And you know, while he doesn't have as many accolades as Violet on the opposite side of the arena, he's got one hell of a team around him this season. And yeah, he is racking them up now with these back-to-back tournament wins here at the start of 2022. Continues to look absolutely phenomenal.
And I'll tell you what, one thing as well is that you really have to also consider now, when you look across the board, the LA Gladiators, are they the best team so far this year? I gotta say it's a resounding yes so far for that as well. They are the best team in the world, proven in the Mid-Season Madness tournament. They beat everybody. They lost to Shock in a winner's bracket game, but they come through the grand finals. They had an insane 3-0 lead. Props to all the players, but the coaching staff there is on. We've got to talk about stuff like Coaching the Air coming on through. This is a team that was leaderless right at the start of the year when, you know, D-Pay departed. Face was thrust into the head coaching position, his first time as head coach. And back-to-back victories. You know, first go the head coach, he built this team along with D-Pay. He specifically scouted Patapan and Skewed. Those are two of his pickups. And now he builds a coaching roster alongside him as well. The departure of Ty Dollar, he brings in Under, he brings in Smash from O2 Blast. And the three of them together, you know, Smash, Mullet, and Bald Man. I mean, he's bald because he's just got to make more space for his brains to fit. You know, he's just got such a big cranium. They get it back-to-back, best team in the world.
Absolutely incredible, and yeah, I mean, a firm statement, and without a doubt without a doubt at all that they are the best in the world right now. They continue to deliver. They continue to look great. So a huge congratulations to the Gladiators across the board. I forget whether it was Johnny or Custa who kind of set it up and said, you know, I'm not going to be surprised if at the end of yesterday, after the loss, that they go back to the hotel and they manage to figure out, you know, how the Shock is going to play, try to get those counter strats going on. And it was working at the very beginning of the series. They tripped up a little bit, but they managed to find their footing and close it out on Dorado, much to the chagrin of Shock and their fans. But what a final. This was looking like a complete and utter wash. You can't be anything other than happy that the Shock were able to rally back, get these wins on the board, and make it look like that reverse sweep was going to occur. I just wish that we had made it to that fifth and final or that seventh and final map rather in this series. But as if they didn't go through enough pain the first time around, we'll go ahead and take a look at it once more here to see exactly what had transpired at the end of that map. And it's just unfortunate.
It really is, and I would have loved to have seen what happens on the 7th map, which I think from the Gladiators POV probably would have been the Midtown. That was one of the key map picks from earlier on as well. But yeah, it's sort of the payload coming on through, right? It's you see a ball flying on in, but it's not Mikey, it's indeed Reiner instead. I do have to say though, despite it being, I think, a little bit of an upsetting ending for the San Francisco Shock, they have to be tons there from odds. You have to be at least a little bit, proud of the fact that they took this one to 6 maps, nearly 7. I think this one deserved to go to 7 as well. It does maybe hurt Proper's campaign slightly, but at the same time as well, he showed up big time over the course of the series. Was a player that was able to shut down Arns, played at minimum on Kevster's level. And the San Francisco Shock, I'm sure they're going to bounce back really, really strong for the Summer Showdown.
One can only hope. But guys, that's going to do it for myself and Avril. It's been absolutely wonderful to bring you guys this grand final, and congratulations, Avril, on your first ever international finals cast. An absolute pleasure to be here alongside you, but the broadcast might not be done, however, as we're going to throw down to Danny and Sean, who are standing by for a winner's interview in our trophy ceremony. So go ahead, take it away, Danny.
Avril and Achilles, thank you very much. I am here with the Mid-Season Madness Tournament champions, the Los Angeles Gladiators. Yeah! Now, before I talk to all of you guys, we also have another special guest. We have Sean Miller, the head of Overwatch League, who is here to congratulate our winners.
Thanks so much, Danny. Hello, Overwatch League, LA Gladiators. What an incredible week of matches, Danny and everybody. I mean, 6-day tournament, 12 teams, the biggest we've had in season. And by the way, 80% of maps that could have been played were played in this tournament. Just all bangers. And I want to just take a second as well before we present the trophy to thank the Overwatch League staff, all the teams that participated, as well as the University of Hawaii at Manoa, their staff, their students. Really, really incredible work to put this on. So now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Your 2022 Mid-Season Madness champions, the LA Gladiators. Congratulations, you guys.
Yeah! All right, interview time. All right, so I have a lot of questions, but let's start with Shiyu today. You were the player of the match, and you said that you had some stuff to say to the camera and all of our viewers who are watching this right now. So please say whatever you want to say. 자, 방금 오늘 일단 POTM도 먹고 오늘 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여주셨는데 방금 저한테 형 저 이 말 진짜 하고 싶어요라고 하셨던 말 있잖아요. 이제 카메라 보시고 큰 목소리로 하시면 됩니다.
West better than East.
All right, can I please have Coach Smash? I have one question, Smash Coach. Coach Smash was the mastermind with the team right now, and I do wanna quickly ask you, because Gladiators, you guys had less than 24 hours to prep for this match, and yet you guys still dominated the San Francisco Shock. So I want the details. Like, what were the strategies involved for the finals match? 자, 일단 오늘 경기에 대해서 어떻게 보면 24시간도 안 된 어떻게 짧은 시간 안에 오늘 다시 또 센쇼과의 경기가 있었는데 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줬고, 좀 오늘 경기를 위해서 좀 전략적으로 좀 어떤 게 좀 있었나요?
일단 일리오스 고를 건 예상 못했고요. 그 다음에 아이엠발데 고를 건 알고 있었는데 자꾸 디바 들고 뒤에서 서만 있더라고요. 그래서 자리야 넣고 그냥 패면 이긴다 했더니 조합을 바꿨더라고요. 그래서 그 조합을 끌어낸 것 자체가, 저희는 사실 디바를 이길 방법이 없었거든요. 근데 그 조합을 이제 윈스턴으로 끌어낸 것 자체가, 아이엠발데를 저희가 이긴 것 자체가 이제 말도 안 되는 거예요.
Right. Didn't really expect the Ilios pick, but we were very much expecting the Eichenwald pick. And I knew that they were going to come out with a Diva pick, and we really didn't have an answer for it. But thankfully, the San Francisco Shock with the Diva, they really didn't do much. And the fact that we were able to get them out of the Diva competition, I think, was a very clutch moment. But that was the strategy for the Los Angeles Gladiators. All right, Coach Smash, thank you so much. Sean, do you want to do?
I would love to ask Unter a question if you could step up. Unter, back-to-back champions for 2022. What do you think you've been able to do to instill in your players such a championship DNA?
I think we just taught them to talk shit a lot and to enjoy their games. I mean, every other roster in the league is mid, so it's kind of expected that we're going to win. Just make sure that they're having fun while they do it.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it.
All right, and last but not least, let's can I please have a Kevster? Hold the trophy. Yeah, I'm just gonna give you this mic and let you talk to all of your fans or whoever is watching our broadcast right now, because you were a standout player, I think, throughout the whole stage. So please.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all the fans. I think it shows that it helps us a lot, and I think we're really proven that we're the best team in the world now. It's kind of easy at this point, really. Yeah.
All right, round of applause, everybody. That is it from me and the Los Angeles Gladiators. Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny, and congratulations again to the LA Gladiators! Woo! I love Patty Pan in the back that entire time.
Why the tables? Why walk on those Precious University tables? They paid good money for those tables.
If you're gonna be the best, then you should stand above the rest. Oh!
Let's go, West Greater than the East. Proven.
Absolutely.
What are you having in for it?
Let's go ahead and jump in talking about this series, though, because it almost looked like we were about to get the reverse sweep.
I had the silver scrapes up on my Spotify. I'm not gonna lie, I was waiting for it to happen, and I was like, reverse sweep is gonna happen. But unfortunately, it did not. But you know, the Gladiators coming out really strong in this series, winning that map on Eigenwalder sort of really did flip the whole thing on its head. Looked like the Shock would bring it back, but not in the end.
Yeah, I mean, do we just want to recap the whole thing? I mean, we're gonna be here for a while.
Do you want to talk about it?
I'll talk about the game.
Talk about the game.
I'll talk about the game.
Talk about it.
I mean, Ilios, I'm gonna be honest. Shock should have won Ilios.
Yeah.
They were very close to winning on the final third round on this map, had it not been for Gladiators clutching things up. Obviously, it was incredibly entertaining because the San Francisco Shock, they went for this Lucio Moira composition. They went super aggressive. We saw a lot of Lucio Sunbear engages, and they recognized early on that they had to set the tempo. They knew that Funny Astro was going to be fielded for the LA Gladiators, which naturally brings the speed boost. So, well, what can we do instead? Well, we speed up the tempo even more. And you can see here, 99 to 99 in the very final third round. And it really felt like the Shock were going to take that one, take Ilios, but instead it was the LA Gladiators, and we went to Eichenwalde, which was San Francisco Shock's best map the entire tournament, really.
Yeah, and you do have to question the map pool a little bit by the San Francisco Shock. Like, why are you going to Ilios when the Gladiators just recently, beat you on that map? We know how strong Bunny Astro is. And then we go over to Eichenwalde. The Diva composition doesn't work. Obviously, the Gladiators have done a great job of learning and adapting from their mistakes. And then they go over to Gibraltar, not confident in their Circuit Royale, which I'm not sure if I completely agree with. That could have gone either way, but it just did not look like the San Francisco Shock were just going to show up in this map. Obviously, very, very close. In the end, when you look at that scoreline, we're going into this overtime push, but it felt like the Gladiators had control for most of this map. So I don't know what clicked after this break. We go into New Queen Street. Patty Pan decides that Sombra is the solution for their issues right now with the Shock, and we start to see that reverse sweep starting to creep in. But it's just, it feels like the Shock, they couldn't string it together. It was based on individual brilliance. We saw it from Proper, we saw it a little bit from Kilo, but the same team that we saw yesterday did not show up in today's match.
Yeah, I'd argue that the backline for the Shock, they were a bit all over the place at times. They found themselves, Finn was one place in the map and Violet was another place. Here, Sam comes out playing the Torbjorn, and it's memes aside, it actually counters the Sombra Tracer composition kind of well with the turret. I'm not going to say that it's a great pick, but it does, theoretically counter that as well. Sam had an incredible performance here on Lijiang. I mean, Shock were so close to losing this round, but Sam just comes in clutch, gets 3K, 4K. Proper had an amazing Tracer battle as well, and we go over to Dorado. Now, this is where I would argue that the LA Gladiators overperformed a little bit. Kilo had some amazing moments on Widowmaker, but even Gibraltar. Ans had some incredible moments on Gibraltar that I would argue we haven't seen from him since 2020, including this one in overtime, 4 points to 4. I could see how the San Francisco Shock, they thought to themselves that Kilo, they had an upper hand there. They had an upper hand in the Widowmaker duel, hence why they wanted to go to Gibraltar. But at the end of the day, I think Ans had a spectacular performance. He has been good, great so far this year, but he's not been like the best Widowmaker in the world. And so I could have seen how Shock were like, well, we have Kilo, he'll win that duel, but instead it was Ans. It was Ans' day today, and he really helped the Gladiators win the stage.
And that final team fight, the one that I guess never happened, there on Dorado, I feel like that defined a lot of the issues that the Shock had today, where it's like Mikey goes out just that little bit too early, gets so low that he cannot touch the point, and then Proper doesn't get that communication, tries to go on Arns in the back line. It's just a little bit of disconnect just sort of caused them those issues. So they do start having that individual brilliance, especially from Proper. Like, Proper was incredible this series. You can't fault him for today. But as a team, it just was not them on their A game. And Shu said going into this match, yesterday, we made more mistakes than them. They didn't play flawlessly, but we made mistakes. Today, I think the Shock made more mistakes.
That's exactly what we heard from Shu going into this game. But actually, we have the comms from the winning moments. Let's go ahead and hear what our winning players had to say.
Can you back on card? We can...
Okay.
I'm marking ball.
야, 돌진해. 볼로.
트레이스 on me.
나와.
I don't know what this is, but yeah, it's a thing now. Apparently, we caught it in Arns.
He stood up and he started doing it too. Patty Pan, we saw it at the beginning. I don't think in that replay, but we saw Patty Pan like jump over the desk.
Could have gone around, but decides to jump over. It was strange. You could tell the Gladiators weren't ready for that fight to end. They were like, okay, we're preparing. Everyone stay calm. And then they just capped and they're like, yeah!
Kevster was very ready for that. C9.
You heard, I think someone was saying like C9, and then, so this is where it comes to question, was it technically a C9 since no one was even on the point to step off of?
You said yes.
I think it's a C9. You have 5 members alive, you had multiple members who could have theoretically touched, and none of them did. There was a reason they didn't touch Costa, but...
Here's the thing. I don't think it was an unforced one, because I don't think all 5 could have touched. It was up to either Proper or Mikey. Mikey forced out very early, has to run away. It was probably on Proper to be the guy to touch it, maybe a miscommunication there at the very end, but, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, they were forced off the point, the Gladiators won, and deservedly so.
So you're telling me, if I'm Wrecking Ball and I feed before the fight begins,
that's not a C9, that's a mistake. Those are very different things.
Well, I mean, by definition, C9ing is a mistake.
Touche.
Ooh,
I got nothing.
You got nothing for that? You got nothing for that? Yeah, I think it was definitely a very unfortunate way for the Shock to get knocked out there, especially when it looked like they were just on the cusp of pulling off that potential reverse sweep. That's definitely something that they're going to remember, and hopefully not a mistake that they are going to make in the future. But I mean, that's that, and this was our mid-season Madness tournament. LA Gladiators being crowned our winner. Guys, we just finished a full week of madness.
It lived up to the name.
Absolutely. We had, just at the beginning of the week, you heard Sean say, I think 80% of the matches that could have been played had been played. They weren't all just like 3-0 sweeps, 3-0 sweeps, 3-0 sweeps. We had 3-1s. We had 5 maps back-to-back on days, back-to-back in games. Johnny, tell me, what was this tournament like for you?
I think no, I don't think I can. Was it though?
I think so.
Was this the best Overwatch League tournament?
Even the grand finals delivered. Even it was a 4-2. Yes, it wasn't like crazy, but it was some of the best Overwatch we've seen. Obviously, the best Overwatch 2 we've ever seen.
Yeah.
There was so many high moments, so many great best of 5s. Like, honestly, it's the best tournament we've had, at least in my memory. Like, it honestly had everything. It had storylines. It had close games. What more can you ask?
I want to correct really fast. 90 maps out of 112.
It's a lot of maps.
90 maps out of 112. I mean, yeah. I mean, it really was so close. And I mentioned it like in the pre-show as well. Like the meta variety. Again, the way Overwatch 2 caters to so many different compositions. If you go to Circuit Royale, you're going to play Sigma compositions, all right? You're going to see Wrecking Ball on like New Queen Street. We're going to see Doomfist on Lijiang Tower. We're going to see Winston. Lone on Spitfire are going to force Reinhardt as well. Like, the meta is perfect. The matches were close. And the storylines, like the Atlanta Reign lower bracket run, it was incredible. There were just so many fantastic things about this tournament. And like, if you go back in time, it's like all these different stages throughout the Overwatch League history. Like, there was something that wasn't quite right. Like 2020 Summer Showdown, well, it was just Genji all the time, you know? 2021 Countdown Cup, well, it lacked Shanghai Dragons and the Dallas Fuel. So like, you can nitpick all these things on all the previous stages in Overwatch League history. And you know, all the playoffs, we've never really had a great finals besides like maybe 2020. So this might have been the best Overwatch League tournament ever. It was amazing.
It was a ton of fun. Well, Scott, any final thoughts from you as we are basically reaching the end? We are at the end of 6, 7, a week, year of just straight back-to-back hype Overwatch games.
If you are here and you've watched every map, you said 90 maps. It's been a long week. It's been an awesome week. Thank you for supporting the league. It's been an awesome, thing. We've gone through a lot of turmoil over the last few years. Awesome to get the East playing the West. Big shout outs to everyone and all the fans for supporting the league.
Thank you, Ollie.
And thank you to you, of course.
I was going to say a big thank you because everyone, this is the first time that I've joined not only Watchpoint, but also just the Overwatch League in general. And chat has been so nice. The community has been so nice. Hangzhou Spark fans. I read chat.
She reads chat.
I read chat. I show them love because they deserve it. They need some more love in the world. But listen, this week I got you guys in onesies. I got you guys in Hawaii outfits. We're in snazzy suits for today.
You kicked me.
I kicked you.
Yeah.
I am Winton. Someone finally sent me the copy pasta.
The Winston jump?
Ovally zap. Ovally, Ovally jump, Ovally zap. Ovally mad, Ovally zap.
The perfect combo.
It's so good. But I do want to say thank you to the community for, welcoming me in and everything. I had such a blast, and thank you too for making this show so freaking easy. Also, I did not know that you were.
Honestly, this is why you're not coming back next stage. I've overruled you. You won't be back next stage, maybe in the future though.
All right, well that is it for us for the Midseason Madness tournament, but there will be more Overwatch later. We could pull up the schedule because as we are going to be going on just a short break, we are going to be back on August 11th. Ooh, and that's a doozy. I don't see any Fusion for the first day back, but...
no, this is the North America.
We don't actually cover the Philadelphia Fusion usually.
You don't cover the Fusion?
I know. Well, we recap it sometimes.
Yeah,
Okay, so honestly, I'm going to say I'm not going to be there on the 11th. Fusion isn't going to be there on the 11th. What's the point of watching? Oh, okay, they just tore up my paycheck.
Oh, really?
Oh, no. Well, anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you, too, again, for being on the desk, and thank the entire production crew who are all backstage or remote or wherever they are. Everyone here has been absolutely fantastic, and thank you to the fans for watching. That was our show, and we will see you all back on August 11th.
Bye.
Bye.
Get this stuff off me.